say, well, God defines justice, right? So again, it's whatever God does, that's just.
Right.
So
That's I don't see how, if everything would be an evidence for this, I don't see how I could ever conclude that a God existed, right? I have no issue following this arbitrary God, but I don't know how I could distinguish it from just natural or random events
yeah,
around me.
yeah, but yet our idea of love, our idea of justice, and so forth is totally separate from what this God's view is. If God's idea of justice is whatever He decides is just, um, it just becomes down to whatever this dictator says. Whatever this
Right.
dictator says, that's what goes. It's his might makes right. But
So if he says rape is all right tomorrow, then rape is all right. But like, so what?
right, right. But we don't follow that way. Why? Because our sense of justice is based on humanity, on what's fair for all human beings. But we've already established that this God, he just does things out of his own whims. So his criteria is not based on what's fair for all human beings. His criteria is just based on whatever arbitrarily pleases him. So if he
Right.
gets off seeing people fry in hell, that's his idea of justice, and it's his idea of rightness. Now, if you apply, 1 Corinthians 13 to that, well, obviously he's just loving towards a small number, but I don't even think he's even loving towards them, because again, in 1 Corinthians 13, it says love does not insist on its own ways. Well, even towards Christians, he still insists on his own ways.
Well, how would you view things if I was, how would you view me if I just created things to glorify me, not just people but everything?
Yeah. Well, how would I view you? I'd view you as an egotistical sadist. If
But
you're not if you're not looking out for the benefit of the sentient beings you created.
right, and the only way that I'm not is if might makes right, like you said, right?
Right.
Well, are you a perfect judge of character? Because it sounds like you're the arbiter of all things perfect and know how to judge people at this point. Are you God?
Well, again, we can go by 1 Corinthians 13
But
and use that.
here's the problem. And this is maybe now that the room's calmed down a little bit, we can get some actual headway in this conversation. And I really, really hope that this concept gets conveyed, okay? So in any situation in which 1 Corinthians 13 is not met, all that means is God is not being loving at that point. But there is no contradiction in God not being loving at a certain point and God himself being love. That is all me and Beckel were trying to say.
Is his nature
that could only
love?
be a contradiction.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, if his nature is love and his nature is unchanging, there is a problem there.
One person at a time.
Xbox, no, I insist. Xbox, I insist.
Sorry, I didn't hear you,
Xbox,
Alex.
I
I should have.
insist. Yeah, the only contradiction if you're going to say that God is unchanging.
No, and I explained this to you before. The only way it would be a contradiction to say that God is unchanging was if he was loving but never just at one point. The contention of Christian theism is that... Hold on. The contention of Christian theism is that God is both loving and just, and in that he is unchanging.
Right.
So in other words,
we don't need to address two states. Jacob,
yeah, we do.
Is there a point where God is love?
Sure.
Is there a point where God is not love?
No.
Right.
So he's love when he hates.
Floyd brought up where God does.
One person at a time. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the points that we brought up before, where God is not fulfilling the criteria for what is love, that is not fulfilling the criteria.
You're breaking up pretty bad there, Alex.
he is still love.
I can't hear what you're saying.
Yeah,
Bud.
you're breaking up really bad. Well, you could say God is unchanging, where He creates some for as vessels of grace, and He creates others for vessels of wrath, and that was predetermined, beforehand. So who He shows love to and who He shows hate towards is unchanging because He predetermined all of it.
Well, my entire point was that there's no contradiction in saying that God both loves and hates, and that in that He is unchanging. It's not a contradiction to say, oh well, God loves at one point and hates at another point.
Right.
Therefore, that contradicts somehow that He is unchanging. That doesn't.
We have no issue with that.
Okay, well, I was talking to what's his name up there, Alex.
Right. Okay. Sorry. Can you guys hear me a bit better?
Yeah, that's somewhat better. Yeah, a little
I don't
muffled.
think Alex. Repeat that for Alex. I don't think he has an issue with that either.
Yeah. Could you repeat that for us, Jacob?
Yeah,
My
what I said.
signal was terrible.
What I said was that there is no contradiction in saying that God is unchanging, and also saying that at certain points He loves and at certain points He hates. What we Christians would say is that God has a certain nature. That nature is unchanging, and in that nature, God both loves and hates at certain points.
You would have to say that He loves at all points and hates at all points.
No, you wouldn't.
Right. Okay. So how does He remove the characteristic of love from one point to the next?
It has everything to do with
without changing.
It has everything to do with his nature. That's what I was telling you.
How does that?
That's what
occur
hold on.
without changing?
I'm gonna answer your question. That's what I was telling you before. The concept of God changing has everything to do with His nature. His nature never changes, but it is within God's nature to both love and hate at certain times.
But it's different to say that God's nature is love, and then to say His nature is to love. There's a big difference in between those two statements.
Well, I'm not saying that.
Jacob, what do you mean by change?
Well, okay, so I would imagine in the context of God's nature with regard to change, that would mean that He would become the complete opposite of what He is at any certain point, especially morally.
Why would He need to become the opposite? Why would He not just need to not have the characteristic?
Well, because I've not seen any indication that that would be a proper definition to use with regard to changing in God's nature.
I just want to quickly ask, just to clarify something for me.
The removal of a piece of your nature is a change in your nature.
Yes, exactly.
There is no removal of His nature, though. He is loving at some points, and He is wrathful at other points.
But that's to say He's loving at some points and He's not loving at other points.
Hang on. Yeah, we don't need a second characteristic. I don't care if He's wrathful at other points. The question is He loveful? If He's unchanging, how is He not love at all points?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
If He is unchanging, then how is He not love at all points?
He's unchanging.
How can He ever have a point where He has not got a characteristic?
Because him unchanging has in that context has everything to do with His nature. Within His nature, He loves at certain points and hates at certain points. It is not a contradiction to say so.
I don't care.
I don't care. Look, listen.
You're not getting it.
Let me. Yes, I am. I am getting it. I know what you're saying. If you want, I can repeat what you're saying.
Please do.
No, you're mixing up the nature. You're mixing up the distinction that I thought I made clear.
I'm done.
I'll still go because you guys are mixing up the nature of loving with loving someone. To have the nature that is love is different than loving someone. But you can't have a nature that is unchanging and a nature that is love, and then at certain points not love things.
Why not?
Or not have love.
How that's the case.
No. The point.
Hello, Galactic Razor.
Yeah,
no, Xbox. The not love things is once again it's a sort of restriction. Like so.
I know. I modified the end of what I said. I did misstate that.
Right.
At the end of it, I cannot have the nature of all. I cannot have the nature of love, and then at some point not have the nature of love.
If you are unchanging, yeah.
Right. That was what I meant.
And that was my contention with what Jacob was saying, and he kept bringing up love and hate, and we don't need a second characteristic, right? If he's going to say that God is love at point A, and then at point B God is not love, how does that occur if A is unchanging?
I mean, I was going to say God's nature is unchanging, but within his unchanging nature is love and hate.
Mm-hmm. But you can't say his nature is the embodiment or love. You can say part of his nature. You can say part of his nature is love and part of it's hate.
Right.
Yeah.
So Floyd,
part of his nature is what is everything: love, hate, whatever. God is again. We're back to God is the source of everything.
Right.
So
which
whatever exists, his comes from God. God's a mixture of everything, right?
Right. But you would still have to. You would agree that you would still have to say that at all points God is love, and at all points God is hate.
Yeah. Well, again, it comes to go back to say God is love is pretty much meaningless, I think.
No. You could say I have a nature which is to love things at some times and to hate things at other times. But my whatever that nature, whatever label you want to put on that kind of a nature, it's a God nature or whatever, it stays the same.
Yeah.
Same way my nature stays the same when I love people and when I hate people.
Yeah, I love my family, but I hate cancer cells, right? So this God can love his elect and hates everyone else, right?
This is a distinction between the nature of having the nature of love and loving someone, or having the nature of hate and hating someone. There's a distinction between having the nature of love and loving someone.
I agree with you there.
Can you just reason an act of hate to be an act of love, and then that would just square away that problem?
You would have to say that but what
Why
you would
not?
have to say that while God is hating someone, he is still love. You would
right,
have
because
to say
the way love. Sorry, Alex, I thought you were done.
Yeah, go ahead.
On Iron, what you're saying, because of the way love is defined by the Bible, when I give you the opposites of it, it can't be love. You can't say I do things that aren't love and say they're loving.
What is the biblical definition of hatred, though?
Well,
I don't know. We don't need hatred, and we're talking about love.
Well, we're talking about both hate and love. I'm pretty sure that's what you guys have been talking
they
about.
seem to be in English.
No, we're only speaking of the love.
Well,
Any absence of that love is a change.
Well,
Look, in the modern English language, love and hate seem to be contradictory, but in the early Greek, they're not contradictory. There's many words for love, like agape and so on and so forth, and they're not meant to be polar opposites like we reflect. So what you're doing is you're reading English into an ancient language without no knowledge of the Hebrew. I mean of the Greek. And what that does is you take on the presupposition that these things are contradictory because you're used to the English language. And there are other languages that are still around that don't see them as contradictory. They see them as different emotions.
Let's just take the definition of agape because it says God is agape, right? So that's. We'll stick with 1 Corinthians 13 because that uses agape.
It's in 1 John 4:7, and then it says that he loveth not, knoweth not God, for God is love. So it says theos agape esteem, which is God love is.
Right.
Okay.
And agape is defined in 1 Corinthians 13. So I guess if you want to know what hate is, then we negate 1 Corinthians 13.
What I'm saying is you're reading into the English usage of hate and love as polar opposites. But that's not the same thing as we see in the early...
If we negate agape, then that contradicts agape, right? If we negate
we're not bringing in hate as the opposite. It was made clear early on that none of the Christians in the room accepted that hate was the opposite of love. So we just stuck with love.
So it says God is love and not love. Where does it say that in 1 Corinthians 13?
Right.
It doesn't.
Yeah, that's what Floyd was presenting.
Okay, so what does it say? Because I've got the Hebrew, I mean not Hebrew, but the Greek open right here. I'm in 1 John chapter 4, verse 7. Right. Where does it say? Well, show me this negation in 1 Corinthians 13.
No, there's no negation. We're trying to decide what would be the definition of hate. What would be the opposite of love? And what I'm saying is, take 1 Corinthians 13, because that's the definition of agape, and negate it. So the opposite, if it would be what we mean by hate, would be the opposite, right? That's what I'm saying. I'm not aware of
And
any
where is
clear.
this found in Scripture?
Well, 1 Corinthians 13 is the definition of agape.
Where
So
does it say that God is not love? Where does it say that? Where does it negate it? If we're saying that the negation of agape is hate, and we're going to translate that to the English hate,
well, we
then
already
where does it
established.
say?
Floyd, hang on. Lay out what you said the definition of love was. Some of those terms, like the kindness and those things, and then you gave verses showing the opposite of those things.
Right. So,
right, but I don't know of any
James,
Christians that deny God's righteous hatred, for example. And righteous, like biblical hatred, as far as I've known from like when I was a kid and stuff, that was always deemed to be part of God's nature, but that was always like a subset of his love, which was that like he loved
we're
people.
defining hatred. We're defining hatred as the opposite. We're not saying hatred is the opposite. We're defining the negations of whatever agape is. The negations of that, we're just calling it hatred.
No, I know that, but I'm just saying that's not consistent with the way that the Bible presents hate, as far as I know.
You don't have to use the word hate. You can just use the word negation there. We're just putting hate on it instead of having to say the negation of.
Yeah, but we already established that God does hate certain people, and not that he just. Not only does he hate their action, but
like
he actually hates the person.
That word is not contradictory like it is in English. It reflects another separate emotion that's not a polar opposite how it's conveyed in the English language. If you read into the English language everything back into an ancient language, then you're going to come up with all these problems. And it's really funny because none of you are actually going back to the ancient Greek and looking at it at all. You're just reading the English, plain word, reading all of how we take English today and trying to derive a contradiction. This is lazy fucking scholarship right here. This is lazy ass shit.
We're taking the definition of agape and negating it. What don't you understand, Seamus? How isn't that the proper way of doing it?
We're not. No one in here is saying that it says God is love and then it's saying God is hate. So there's a contradiction. No, we're not saying that.
No, what you're saying is when you look at 1 Corinthians 13, it gives a definition for what love is. And then you're saying God is not these things. But what I'm saying is if you look at it as anthropomorphic language, when it says, like, if God is impatient with someone and something like that, I don't necessarily see that as a contradiction if it's anthropomorphizing God. If what we're doing is we're just adding things to help convey sentiments that are without full meaning to be conveyed. So do you see what I'm saying? So if you go up to
analogical language, anthropomorphism, it's just a dodge basically. It's a special pleading.
It's not special pleading. Special pleading is citing the exception to a generally regarded rule without it citing why. I just told you why. Because God, we're anthropomorphizing onto God. Now, if it was another person and we were doing this, then it would be a special pleading. But if it's God, it's like what we're
special
doing.
Pleading.
No, it's the reason why is because there's no.
For anyone else, it would make sense, but not for God. How is that not special
yeah, because
pleading?
is God a human? Is God exactly how we are? If God's the basis of all these things,
you're not even offering a similar relation. Like if you say God is love, in what similar relation other than the way we love do you mean without special pleading?
Yeah, here's if you see my slide, here's the word agape. It means affection, goodwill, love, benevolence, brotherly love, and I give all the examples where it's used many times throughout the New Testament. Now, if you look at examples of love, Jesus says, love one another as I have loved you. And in 1 John 4, it says, love one another because love is of God and God is love. So he's saying God's love is the same as humans loving each other. It's all the same love. But you're saying, oh no, it's different for God.
No. I'm saying when we look at 1 Corinthians 13, not in relation. I'm not saying that love is different. What I'm saying is when we say, if we're trying to give all these definitions to love is this, love is that, and so on and so forth, then what I'm saying is that these are just ways for us to understand in our context, okay? So that's just a way to give us understanding. It's not meant to be directly 100% like a correlation, 100%. It's what it's meant is just to draw a line that we can so we can understand better. But you're taking it all 100% literally.
Right, because it's either 100% literally, or you can show some resemblance in the relationship.
Yeah, I mean there has to be some comparison. Here's Romans 5:5. God's love has been poured into our hearts through the Holy Spirit, which has been given to us. So again, the love that these Christians are going to feel comes directly from God's love. It is poured into our hearts through the Holy Spirit. So this love comes...
I'm not debating that. I never said that the love was any different. What I'm saying is that when they're describing what love is, they're describing it in anthropomorphic language that we can understand, that we identify with.
John 13, a new commandment I give to you.
Okay, you're just shotgunning a bunch of stuff. I mean, go ahead, keep going. There's about from what I see here, there's about 78 different verses with predicates for what love is in the Bible. So if you just want to keep throwing them out there, then go ahead. I'll just shut the fuck up.
Well, we're right. We have to compare what we're talking about love here. What the examples of love are. Where this human love, how this human love compares to God's love for us. And I'm offering verse after verse. John 13:34. A new commandment I give to you, that you love one another even as I have loved you. John 15:12. This is my commandment.
If God is the fulfillment of love and He is love, then that means that every byproduct of what we call love is not 100%. It may just be it's not 100% to that point. It's like we're getting a fraction of what love is, and then we're trying to say this fraction is equal to the whole. It's like the attribution seems just silly to me.
It's still the same, like, feelings, concepts result in the same actions. How can you say it's different?
He's disconnected again.
It might be different.
Disconnected again, dude.
You okay?
Because I moved it. Because I fucking moved it. I moved the machine and it Shut the fuck up.
Oh my.
It doesn't need to be on. It's useless. I can't.
Well, I was enjoying that.
Yeah. It looks like it was going to trash his PC.
What I'm saying is, do you guys think you have a perfect 100% handle on what love is?
Well, we can
go
by...
You know exactly what perfect love is, 100%? You've got a 100% correlation. You know exactly what love is. So
Scripture
if we were to measure love, you would know exactly what we're talking about.
Scripture is informing us. We can only
go by... God is love.
Right.
Now, and what I'm saying is what we feel and what we experience is a fraction of that. Is a small byproduct of that love, because we don't know what love is to love perfectly. We don't know what that is. So when you try to compare and you're saying, well, look, God's not meeting this standard of a fraction of what love is, it's saying, like, I don't know 100% what love is, but God doesn't meet this. So, but you don't even know what 100% love is. You're not love. God is love, and what you're experiencing is a fraction of said love.
So 100% pure love could be something totally different, you're saying?
Yes. For example, like when we love
then we can know nothing then.
Right,
no. What I'm
useless.
saying is you can know something, but you can't analyze to the whole. You can't.
Yeah, then it's an improper analogy.
Then it's useless because it's never.
How is it useless?
Because we never have the full picture.
Of course you don't have the full picture. Does it say that Floyd is love? That Floyd knows love 100%? No, it doesn't. It says God is love, and then it gives all of these things where we can anthropomorphize and get an understanding, but our love isn't complete like God's. our love is fallible and shallow and low. Like people like love their children until a point where they steal from them and they do all these things, and people just say, "Oh, well, I still love him, but I had to toss him out in the streets for his own
look what
good."
you're doing. You're comparing the standard of what Scripture says.
Right.
So when God doesn't follow what Scripture says, then he's acting just like the fallible human, right?
No, I don't understand. I don't understand what you mean by that.
Well, again, you're comparing these fallible humans are screwing up. You're comparing it to what Scripture says, right? So that's the standard.
No. That's not what I'm doing.
No,
Listen,
it's not the standard.
That's not what I'm doing. I'm confused with why you think that's what I'm doing.
There's a fraction of the standard, and the rest of the standard we have no idea.
No. I'm saying what we exhibit and what we think love is a fraction of what it is. If it's true, if we're going to take Scripture for true and do an external critique, and God is love, then that means that God is the full embodiment of love, and what we get, if we get to experience it, but in fractionals, not the whole thing. We don't know 100% love. We don't have this perfect love for one another that God has for us.
Well, you're saying
we don't need that. I don't know. We don't need that, and I don't think you have an argument for that, or for that we even or an argument that we only have a fraction of it.
Yeah.
Look, if you have a fraction of it, and what you experience is just a minute portion, and your love is weak and shallow and able to be swayed and dissuaded and stuff like that, and then you're saying God doesn't meet the standard of love that you have. It's because you don't even know 100% what love is.
No.
So you can't extrapolate to the whole.
I can have a cup of Pepsi without having all of the Pepsi, right?
We're going by what
it's
what
like
Scripture
having
says
Pepsi
is
with
love.
half of the ingredients. It's
Then
not
it wouldn't
Pepsi.
be Pepsi. Then it wouldn't be Pepsi.
Yeah, then it's not Pepsi.
Yeah, that's why it's anthropomorphic language. It's not what we experience is not 100% love that we know that God is.
So
to say that God is love is pointless because we don't know what that means.
Yeah. And so when Romans 5:5 says God pours love into the hearts of Christians, they're only getting half the Pepsi, according to this analogy.
Well, what I'm saying is we're not love. If God's love is perfect and He is the embodiment of love, and we're not, it doesn't say anywhere in Scripture that we are love. We're the embodiment of love.
No one's saying that.
Okay, so what we get from that is that, yeah, of course, we don't have this 100% full picture. So when you guys are extrapolating from your experience of what love is onto God and saying, no, look, He's contradicting what I know love to be.
And what Scripture reveals that what love is.
Right. If Scripture revealed that Pepsi was made of sugar and syrup and all these things, right? But I'm missing one of those ingredients, then I don't have Pepsi. So if you're going to say God is love, and then I have definitions, even if it's not pure love, it's just a piece of it, and kindness is one of the ingredients, but then I can show an instance where God doesn't have kindness, right? He's missing one of the ingredients, no matter if I know what pure love is or not.
Yeah, no. I think Jacob's and Veckel's argument was more cogent, where they're saying, yeah, God loves and hates. But
yeah,
again,
I don't deny that. That's what Scripture says.
Yeah.
I mean, there's moments in Scripture where He says He loves, and in certain moments He hates. But if what ultimately love is, or what God is, it encapsulates all of these things. And since we don't have a full picture, we try to separate these things out one by one and try to look at them as polar opposites when they're just different spectrums of the same type of emotion that we don't see that. Like when we love somebody so much that they're a drug addict, but we hate the fact that they're on drugs, but we don't hate them. It's showing you that love can encapsulate hate, but it's not in the same way. 100%.
Yeah, but Scripture doesn't say love the human but hate the sin. Scripture says God hates the sinner. God actually hates those human beings. Yes,
right.
He hates the sin, but He also hates the actual human being. So it's just to say, oh well, I love my children, but I hate when they do bad things. No, Scripture's saying I actually hate my children.
Yeah, but that's not inconsistent, right? So, like, if you have 3 kids, you can love them, and then if one of your kids tries to kill the other 2, the love for the majority or whatever would overrule, and then you'd have like a hatred towards the other one. That might be inconsistent, I don't think.
Here,
Well,
Seamus,
you no longer love them,
Seamus,
or
let me
you
try
don't
one
love
more.
them as equally as you did
Let me
before.
try one more time on this, and then I am tired of going over and over. Seamus, would you say that if I gave you a partial ingredient list to love, and it has A, B, and C as the ingredients, now it may have D through Z as ingredients too, but I don't have that list. But I only have a partial list, and at least 3 of the ingredients to love are A, B, and C. And then someone comes along and says, I am actually all those ingredients. But then I go to look at you, and you're missing ingredient B off of my list. Would you
I
still?
understand what you're saying. You're saying in 1 Corinthians 13, this is an argument Floyd run about 2 years ago when he was running an internal critique on 1 Corinthians 13, and he tries to show that through Scripture, God isn't all of those things. But if love encapsulates all of those things, there's times. So what we do is what we're doing is we're taking things, we're separating them out and say these things are incompatible. But what I'm doing is I'm questioning that notion that these things are incompatible. What I'm saying
Right.
is
I
no.
think that
Why
came
do we
from
why do
earlier.
we look at these things and separate them out and claim that they're all incompatible when all of these things could be on the same exact spectrum and all compatible with one another and there's no contradiction? And the
Right.
reason why they're compatible is because we don't got the full picture of what love is and what all of these things mean. So God can both, if love is patience, God can exhibit impatience. It's just not in the same time in the same way. Like say that we love someone and we're patient uh, um, in one aspect with them, and then we're impatient with them when they lie to us or something. So God is
Hold on, but you
impatient
would
when
hold
being
on.
lied to,
Stop
but
with
He's
patience.
patient in regards to His salvation towards you. So what I'm
No,
saying is, if we look at
I take disagreement with that, which is the impatient part. If impatient is defined as not having patience, then love cannot both have the ingredients of patience and not patience,
Yeah,
no matter
that's
how
what
you
I'm
split it.
again, you can
disputing
just go
right
back
now.
to saying that love is part of God's nature, but it's not the full picture
We
of
have
God's
this
nature.
way of taking things and trying to separate out all these categories and saying some of these things are incompatible and some of them are compatible with love. So what I'm
We
saying
don't
is
care
if
about
the
that.
full picture of love means that God can be patient in one respect and then impatient in another respect, it doesn't violate what it's speaking to. If it's
We're not
speaking to
talking
it,
about compatibility. We're not talking about compatibility. It's talking about the actual ingredients and then the negation of those ingredients. Something can't have the ingredient and the negation of the ingredient.
you're
Yeah,
not
it sounds
listening
like you're
to me. What
saying
I'm saying is, what I'm
God has
questioning is,
all these
it's in the
ingredients.
same time and in the same way, like the law of identity. So God is patient with you in regards to certain things, like maybe your salvation, or always yearning to have you with Him, or something like that, and they're always patient with you to come back, like the prodigal son. But He's impatient when you're lying to Him or when you're being dishonest with other people. Now that's not a contradiction in the respect is if love encapsulates both of those things, that what this thing that we don't have 100% picture of love means that
Right.
it's both patient in regards to certain things and impatient in regards to being against God's nature.
Yeah,
Now
but
those things,
you're saying all of God's nature accumulates as love. That's what you seem to be saying. That every part of His nature is loving. And and
again, I'm
and
saying that love is not, we don't have the full picture of it. If God is love, we're not love, so we get a fraction of that picture, and then we try to separate out these categories without the full picture of love, and then try to say that if love is patience and kindness and mercy, and then we can show in certain instances in the Bible where it seems like He's not showing patience, kindness, and mercy. What if it was in relation to certain things? Like, what if that context of what they're saying that verse is in relation to certain aspects? Like
And that's
he's
not what was being said earlier, because people sending people to hell and things were being contested as not being, or being contended as being
yeah,
not
yeah.
loving.
Jacob and Veckel clearly stated that yes, when God punishes people or sends people to hell, or does anything harsh to them, that He is not loving them at that time. Even
Right.
though he loves other people, but to these people He's not showing love at all. He actually is showing hate.
Well, I mean, it would be best if you were addressing the content that I'm putting forward rather than some guy that you drove out of the
Yeah,
room
but
for
but,
being
okay,
so
but you're saying
fucking
something
obnoxious.
different. You're saying that
You are
Yeah,
even
saying
when,
something
Christians,
different.
different Christians are going to have different responses to different things. And when
yeah,
you run a guy out of the room because you're so obnoxious, and then you try to hold me to his argument,
okay, well,
yeah,
okay,
that's
you're
going to
saying
be a
something
You
problem.
different.
brought up, hold on, you brought up their argument. You brought up our argument against to what they were saying as this thing. It's the only reason that we're even talking, right? If you want to present a separate argument devoid of anything we said prior, then please do. But don't
Yeah,
keep jumping to
No,
what
no,
we
no. You were
what we
bringing up
said
Bible
prior to
verses,
this.
and I'm giving you my interpretation of them. Look, Jacob,
But don't
Veckel,
jump
they're
to what
not
we
here
said
right now.
prior.
They've left the
okay,
room.
that's
I'm
fair.
not here to speak for them. I'm not here to put words in their mouth. I'm here to tell you how I can interpret those things, and so that there's not a contradiction, and it seems to go with the interpretation of Scripture. So if you would
Right,
like to
just don't
talk to
bring up our
me,
prior responses.
You were the one who brought them up. And
Yeah,
now
so
you're going, hey guys, talk to me about the issue. You brought them up. Oh my
Right, that's what
God.
I'm saying. Don't bring
yeah,
up our prior responses in what you're saying, and we can move through this.
okay,
And I
yeah.
don't think I'll jump on you or on top of anyone.
Yeah, so Seamus, what you're saying now is even when God does those things that previously Jacob and Veckel said was not love, it was hate. But you're saying those things are love because we don't have a full picture of God's love. So even when God does those apparent things that we were once labeling as hate and not love, you're actually saying yes, it actually is part of God's love as well, right?
right, if it's in relation to certain aspects, like he's patient with you in regards to your salvation and when you're aligning yourself with him, and he's impatient with you when you're against him and going against his what he ordains or his nature or so on and so forth. So we can exhibit both of these traits, and both of those, the being patient in one respect in one way and impatient in another respect in another way can both be encapsulated under this heading of what I'm calling love that we don't have a full picture of.
Yeah.
That's
So
my argument.
okay, yeah. So 1 Corinthians 13 is as Xbox's analogy is just a small part of the ingredients of love and not the full ingredients of love.
Yeah,
Right.
of course. It's not. Is it telling you that it's 100% the full ingredients for love? It's just giving you, just saying, like if I say that, you know, certain African people are this, that, different subcultures. Does that mean necessarily that I have to name all of them? Maybe I'm just naming a portion of those to give you an idea of what I'm talking about. We do that all the time, so I
Yeah.
don't
But
see it.
So
can the
1 Corinthians
ingredients
13 is
list?
basically useless then.
Well, it
It's
might be useless to an atheist, but if you don't see any value in it, then yeah, useless is only in regards to if you find it useful, okay, and that's a subjective thing. So yeah, it could be useless to you.
You
That
just said
doesn't bother
nothing.
me any.
I think it's useless to you as well because you're saying it's only a small picture. It's only a small part of the picture.
Yeah, if it's only meant to reveal a small part of the picture to kind of acquaint you in an anthropomorphized way with larger concepts that we can't be fully acquainted with in our fallen state, then yeah, it's serving its purpose. But if it's not useful to you, then fine. I'm okay with that.
Well, again, it seems like you're saying it seems like for Christians that there's a large part of the picture that's missing. So basically you're
Yes, that's
saying
exactly what I'm saying.
yeah.
Christians don't got it 100% right. Christians don't understand God's nature fully. Christians don't know 100% what love is. Christians are lost in a lot of things when it comes to a lot of things, and that's fine because the main message of Christianity and the whole reason why God did everything from the very beginning of the Old Testament to the New Testament is all about the person of Christ, and He made it easy for us. We don't have to know everything. It's about placing faith in Jesus Christ, and that's what's enough to save you, not knowing everything, not having it all figured out. Yeah, Christians bicker amongst each other, don't understand it completely. I don't. Look. I could be completely wrong. I'm not saying I've got 100% handle on this. That I'm the Messiah of truth. That I know what this is. I'm saying this is a way that I harmonize my interpretation. We don't have some truth meter that we can come up and say, "Oh, ding, 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 this interpretation's right." I'm just telling you what I feel, and saying that these things apply to me as well, that I don't know 100% these things. I don't have a monopoly on the truth or interpretation. I mean, I'm lost just as much as you guys are. But what I'm telling you are these are how I would harmonize these objections that you're making. And if your rebuttal is only that Shamos, this is useless, then fine. That's not a problem to me. I'll bite that bullet any day, every day.
Yeah.
Because useful is only in regards to the subjective person that finds it useful. So if it's meant to be useful only in the manner to anthropomorphize some concept that we can't be fully acquainted with and gives us a fraction of that picture, and that's only what it's meant to do, then it does that. So,
yeah, so what
it's useful to me.
Yeah, so how I'm interpreting what you just said is because it creates so much confusion, we're better off just ignoring it and just stick with the central message of just trust Christ. I mean, that's
what I'm saying is it's meant to convey a short picture, but what I'm saying is I'm not infallible. I don't know this picture 100%. I'm not saying Christians are coming to, everyone knows this 100%. I'm saying that I'm just as much in the dark here as to what the full picture of love is as you guys. I'm not claiming any special knowledge. I'm not saying I'm in any special position. I'm not saying the Holy Spirit is filling me up and I've got it all figured out. What I'm saying is this is how I'm interpreting this text, and that's all you're telling me. You're saying, Shamos, this is how I interpret this text. I'm just being a lot more forward and honest with you about that.
Yeah, so whenever we read Scripture, we should assume there's a whole bunch of caveats to all Scripture we read. It's like, God's this. Oh, but in certain circumstances, it's not quite this, and we don't have the full picture here.
Well, I've got it.
That makes the claim unfalsifiable. That makes the claim unfalsifiable.
Yeah, it's like everything we read, there's always going to be tons of caveats.
Falsifiability is an empirical claim, so I don't know what kind of empirical study that we're doing here with all of this, but I mean, what you're saying is that it's completely unfalsifiable. I don't even know what you mean by that.
Well, you're talking about your interpretation of Scripture. Yes, that's an empirical endeavor.
There's not it's empirical to an interpretation. What you're saying is that my interpretation is no way to be known to be correct, or there's no way to falsify my interpretation, then yeah, that's true.
I'm not saying it, but I'm pointing out that your last statement was incorrect.
If you're saying that it's unfalsifiable in regards to interpretation of Scripture, then yes. We don't have the right of Scripture meter that says that there it is, ding, 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 ding. No, that's not how it works. Scripture isn't something that we can know for certain. What it is it's taking the text in the whole of itself and trying to read it in the best way so that it all harmonizes with itself. And that's what you don't just like eisegete something. You take it all in the whole message and the whole content of Scripture and come up with the best interpretation. We do the same thing with books and with conversation.
Yeah, no, thank you. That's way more reasonable than like presuppers or some of the other that are gonna a priori take it to be true and infallible and things like that.
Yeah,
and that you can have the right interpretation.
So we're trying to make sense of it, right? But when it causes this much confusion, this many problems, we see it tonight where Jacob and Beckel had one view, and then Shamos comes in and has a different view.
Well, I don't think me, Beckel, or Jacob would claim to have infallible knowledge in this respect. Now, if they do, then that's on them, okay? And that's something they're going to have to answer to. But what I'm just telling you is I'm a fallible person, and I have disagreements with other Christians, and I'm not perfect, and neither, on my reading of Scripture, neither are any of these other people perfect. So when we're coming up with these fallible, imperfect interpretations, I think that's completely consistent with who we are as people. So I don't see any problems with that.
If you're infallible, are you saying that you can't have... If you're fallible, are you saying you can't have an infallible view on something?
The only thing that I would be able to have an infallible view on is like something is happening. Everything else resides on properly basic beliefs, all of which are unjustified and could be wrong. Yeah. People take it as a properly basic belief that external reality is as it presents itself, that it's veridical with our experiences. That could not be the case, okay? Right. Idealism could be true. It could be the case that external reality is not, there is no external reality. But so yeah, I'm the only thing I'm claiming infallible knowledge on is something exists. Something's happened.
Because that can't be doubted. Yeah, those are the
Yeah.
two phrases.
So yeah, that's what it means. I could be wrong about anything else that I claim in my whole world. I could be wrong about being on my phone right now talking to you guys. I'm not going to run around and say that I've got this perfect understanding.
The issue that I think is I don't think that Jacob and Veckel are conceding fallibility in the way you are. I think they hold a different religious epistemology.
Yeah.
Well, you mentioned them earlier, and I thought you were mentioning them in some sort of solidarity on the issue.
I mean, I don't know their position on said subject, and I'm not going to put words in their mouth. So that's something you're going to have to take up with those gentlemen next time they come into the room, and if you guys don't run them off.
Yeah,
okay, don't say
that's
you
why,
guys.
That's why I asked you. I wanted you to clarify your position.
You refused other people the ability to talk to them. Both of those guys use that as an excuse to not answer any of the questions that I asked.
Yeah, but I'll get going. But again, this is evidence that this God does not exist because this God is supposed to not be the author of confusion. But all we get is confusion from this God. So I'll just leave it at that. So good night.
Thanks, Floyd.
Good night.
Well, I mean, I think that's a really underhanded way to leave a conversation, but to say that people can be undecided or are not 100% on certain issues is not to say that he's the author of confusion. For example, if we were to think about, I'll give a rebuttal to that. Think about Orthodox Christianity, right, which is the large majority of Christianity, okay? So the large majority of Christianity agrees on certain central tenets, like the divinity of Christ, the Trinity, God, Jesus' atonement for sins. And we have a large swath of Christianity that aren't confused on these subjects, that agree in a very, very high majority. So yeah, there's going to be minorities that disagree with these sentiments. So there's going to not be 100% unanimity amongst these issues. But if that's what you're looking for, if you think that 100% agreement is proof positive of Christianity, then it just turns into an argument ad populum. You know, it just turns into, well, if everybody agrees, then that's proof of Christianity. And I don't see that being the case. And if you think that's evidence for or against Christianity, then I think you have a naive view. So that would be my response.
Well, it also doesn't account for individual capabilities, right? So it could be that the message itself isn't confusing, but people have different capabilities or intelligences towards the message, and so they find it confusing.
Right, I can give a good analogy to that. Think about a Harvard professor that writes a book. Really smart guy. He knows the subject perfectly, and he writes a book on said subject. And it's a great book. And he does a really good does a really good job on writing that book. Now, I read the book, Xbox reads the books, a couple other people read the books, and a couple other idiots read the book, and we come to different interpretations of what he meant on that subject. Does that make him wrong, or does that make us wrong?
Well, can I make it? Yeah, the issue, I mean, I think your initial statement was right if the argument that you gave, that you labeled, saddled them with is correct, but I think that one of the arguments is the religious confusion, and the argument is kind of like a comparison of like a better hypothesis or models. Religious confusion makes more sense if God didn't exist than if God, especially the God of theism, did exist. It seems like
well, I would disagree with that.
Why would religious confusion make more sense if
you presuppose that if God existed, everyone would agree, and you could found that assertion, then I think you would have a strong argument. But
that's not what I did, though.
Can I add this point, though? Who's to say, and this is just me coming in blind, so I'm not trying to put out a grand old point here, but I do want to make this one singular point. Who's to say that the expression from God is not part of a grander picture of love? You can say, well, that might indicate hate, but who's to say that the grander picture that specific instance leads to, it does not result in love to cancel out the hate, and therefore it is putting out love in its purest form? Who's to say that it's not so much a hard definition, and it's more of a picture that has yet to be painted in that particular instance? Is this...
Does someone have a topic that we're
That's what I
talking
was bringing
about
up earlier.
even
Joe.
more further away from what we were talking about now? Maybe
Joe, you want to present, if you can, like briefly, the argument from confusion?
No, I essentially did. You're comparing hypotheses. There's a hypothesis of theism, then like whatever, like you could say naturalism, although I feel uncomfortable saying that, so I'll just say atheism. It makes more sense that there is religious confusion on atheism than on theism, especially. Well, the thing is like.
So if theism were true, what would
cool! You're answering
better?
for me. Go ahead.
Hold on, Shane.
No, I'm just trying to ask you a question to get your point better. So if theism were true, so what you're saying is this religious confusion is best explained by naturalism, atheism, whatever you want to call it. So what I'm saying is, that's what you would expect to see under atheism/naturalism. I'm just asking you the converse. What would we expect to see under theism? Total agreement, no confusion?
You would expect to see okay, well, again, you're going to answer for me, so continue. Yeah,
no,
you would expect to see, okay, what?
Please, Joe, please go.
I swear to fucking God, you people. Alright, what would you expect to see if the God of theism existed and they had a scriptural text and it was handed down in order to convey to God's creatures God's goals that he has with those creatures? Would you expect to see the religious confusion that we see, or would you expect to see a more unified understanding of theism?
Yeah,
there is a very unified Orthodox theism is very unified. There's a large majority of Christians that agree on agree on a lot of issues. So there is a uniformity.
Because there's a clarifying point he didn't add on there, right? This includes the God of, like you said, the one that's all powerful, all knowing.
The God of theism, right? Any God. I mean, if we're sticking to Christianity, but this could probably be used for Islam, for Judaism, whatever. I don't know. You seem to be going back on what you were saying earlier. You didn't want to speak for Jacob and Veckel. You were talking about people approaching things differently. You feel that there's a core set of rules that you need to take from Scripture. Clearly, you were mentioning that to contrast that with other perspectives. I mean, you can't disagree that there's a lot of like combat between the Catholics on G+ and between the Christians on G+. You can't disagree with the clear differences.
Catholics are Christians, so I think you.
Yeah, but again, it seems like a whole bunch of other Christians are confused on that rather simple thing.
Okay, there's a way to simplify this discussion. Let me try to do this. So, Joe, what you're saying is that you're not saying that if theism is true, everyone would agree. You're not going that far. You're just saying there would be more uniformity than what we see now. That's what you're saying, right?
I guess, I'm fine with that.
Okay, so what I'm saying is there seems to be, within Orthodox Christianity, quite a bit of uniformity. That means that a large majority of Christians agree on central tenets with a small minority of unorthodox and heterodox believers. So let's, for example, the Trinity, the atonement
it's not about
of Christ.
The believers. It's not about the believers, and I would make the strongest
What he was saying is that there's some confusion amongst believers. He's saying there's a confusion amongst believers, and we would expect not to see this under theism because atheism/naturalism explains this confusion more. So I just asked him, Joe, you don't mean 100% unanimity. You mean that you would expect to see a higher degree.
Let me clarify, Seamus, or just filibuster over it. The reason it's about the theologies being confused, not about just people interpreting it. It's if you have an all-powerful, all-knowing God has the power to and knowledge to give you everyone exactly what they need. there would be no disagreement.
But wouldn't there also be? Wouldn't you also look in scriptures which claim to contain the actual words of the Creator in almost all instances of major religions? Wouldn't you also expect to see some indication of the absence of limitation of current human knowledge at the time those scriptures were written? I don't see any indication.
No, the other religions wouldn't even exist under this argument.
Well, then you're taking.
I mean, if it's something more than just a book that people wrote, then you would expect to see something to indicate the absence of the limitations of human knowledge at the time.
Well, there's a lot of that in the Bible.
There's nothing in the Bible that is something that humans didn't already know at the time, and actually there's a lot of stuff in the Bible that humans believed at the time that was ignorant, which gives even more credence to the fact that it was just a book written by people and has nothing to do with religious scripture, but more having to do with filling the story in between the gaps of the three main things that matter to religious people, which is a creator, a prophet that comes down to confirm the beliefs, and the eventual afterlife and immortality complex. That's all that matters to religious people. You guys argue about the stuff that doesn't matter. I never hear any confusion about whether there is a God, whether angels or prophets came down and confirm it, and whether or not there's an afterlife, because all of you agree on that. Because that's the only reason you have a religion in the first place.
Subjects. So three people are taking three different positions. First position, Joe saying that no, all people don't need to agree, but we would expect to see more uniformity than we see now. Xbox saying no, an omnipotent God could give all the people the same understanding, so we would expect to see perfect unanimity. And then you're talking about a completely different subject aside from that, like people's understanding and so what I'm saying is, which way do y'all want to go? Because can we at least have some type of uniform, progressive step to this conversation, or do three people want to argue?
I knew you were gonna fucking do this, you weasel.
I think for the sake of
that's really gentlemanly of you, Joe. I'm trying to just.
Why don't you make like a bunch of sketchy ass posts on your G+ thing? Get over it.
So we got three people moving the goalpost, and we have one Christian in the room trying to aim for all three of these goalposts as they're simultaneously.
You're like Jesus carrying your cross, only you look more like a weasel.
Okay, I thought we were trying to have a conversation besides you just badmouth people because you're upset as a person and don't have the common decency to actually talk with people. But if that's okay, if you just want to project onto me, then go ahead, call people weasels and everything else. Have I called you any of those things tonight?
Yeah, you are.
Have I called you any of those things tonight, Joe? I don't think I have.
I don't see why that's relevant to the fact that you're a weasel.
Xbox, can I try and provide like a devil's advocate argument for Christianity? Xbox, are you there?
Yeah, no, I said yeah, fine. Sorry, I had my thing muted.
Okay.
If there's confusion being presented between what Joe said and what I said, then I'm shutting up and letting Joe take it. But if they're not going to reach
I had Joe agree that he would expect to see not perfect agreement, but a higher degree of uniformity than what we see now. So what I'm saying is we see a vast majority of Christians on certain theological issues that are orthodox, such as the Trinity, Jesus' atonement for the sins, resurrection, and there's a large majority that agree. So let's say that majority is 75, 80%. So what is the number that we need to hit, 90%? Or what? But then you came in, Xbox, and said, no, this God's omnipotent. He could actually give everyone the perfect understanding. But this brings in questions like a free will and stuff like that, whether we're able to make our own interpretations on stuff because we make our own choices, whether good or bad, both in aligning ourselves with God or even in interpretative issues. So what I'm
even
saying
if there was free will, there's no violation there.
I'm just saying it's hard.
If I'm all powerful, all knowing, and I just present you with the knowledge that you need, that everyone can understand the same way, that doesn't violate your free will in any way.
You should ask yourself
if you have the free will to interpret any text the way that you want, and we do the same thing with books, with our actions, with how we interpret other people's actions towards us. and we can interpret those. And like some people, like Joe, he feels slighted by what I've said tonight. You don't seem very slighted by what I've said tonight. So he's interpreted what I've said tonight in a different way than you. And so that's what I would be arguing in a free will sense, that we have the ability to interpret different things, whether it's people's actions, whether it's our own actions, whether it's text, in regards to our free will. And that, so your question is, your objection is fundamentally a lot different from Joe, because
I know, that's
Joe's
why I said
saying
I would shut up and you address what Joe's saying. I don't want to take away from what Joe's saying.
Okay.
I'm not presenting this. Let Joe present
That's
it.
fine. That's fine.
Sorry.
And as rude as he's been, I'm willing to go back through that. Basically, what he said is that we would expect to see more uniformity. My response to that was, there seems to already be a pretty high degree of uniformity within Orthodox Christianity. Even Catholics and Protestants still agree on Orthodox tenets like the Trinity, like the resurrection, like Jesus' atonement, like all those things. Even Catholics and Protestants seem to agree on. So what we're doing is splitting hairs and saying, well, I meant in relation to a much broader field, so or something like that, and we'd have to go through all that. But but my basic response is, there does seem to be a pretty large uniformity, and what we call this uniformity is called orthodoxy. So an Orthodox Christianity, which transcends many theological and many denominations, there is a very high degree of uniformity.
I just don't understand, like, why you don't ever argue with each other about why you should have to argue with each other, because I've always been amazed by the fact that Christians especially just accept the fact that there was one time in human history when, like, God and angels and all these things communicated with us, and then all of a sudden it just stopped, and for thousands of years you just sit around and argue about where did they go? Why isn't God?
They don't think it's
why
stopped.
isn't God talking right now?
You're kind of that's like a red herring. You're kind of dragging us off the topic of discussion.
But I'm just saying, if it was real, which we all know it isn't, then God wouldn't have gone anywhere. He'd still be talking to people right now, and you wouldn't have any.
Claim that he does.
Well, those people are crazy. I mean, especially if you talk back, you're really crazy. But none of these extraordinary things are happening. None of these things that were supposedly happening in early
You're just begging the question.
history are happening. They don't
You're just assuming that God doesn't interact because all of these people are crazy. So you're not even.
Clearly, the Bible tells a story of a completely different reality than what we know of on a day-to-day basis, right? This is supposed to be a magical time in human history when humans and the divine were, just casually coming into contact with each other on a daily basis, and like this was like not
this
something.
This is what I would say. A lot of
Christians
would argue with you that God does participate in Christians' lives. Now,
of course they would, but they can't prove it. Back then, it was open. It was supposedly open in public. Like people, thousands of people witnessed something. You know, see what I'm saying? Like at one time, things like that don't happen. You've been left to argue. A God wouldn't leave you to argue. A God would make it clear. If it was a real God, he would make it clear, and Scripture would be less human. Scripture is so human. Why is it so human?
I don't think you're making a whole lot of sense.
Why is Scripture so human? Why does it read like a human book and not a word of divinity?
Well, do you think I would agree with you on that aspect? Because I clearly wouldn't.
Unless you wanted to argue that God wanted it to be clear to some people and not clear for others. I mean,
how can you define a book that is written in divinity, as you said, if you've never seen a book written in divinity, right?
It's because we read books. There's millions of books.
Yeah, written by humans
throughout history, and when I read the Bible, which I have, I don't see any difference between that and the Lord of the Rings.
I
don't see anything that convinces me that this is the Word of God, because, like I said earlier, you would have to have something that shows a disconnection from the current human knowledge at the time. There have to be something incredible, some incredible revelation. There is no incredible revelations. It's all just stuff we already knew, and then people said, "Oh, this is what an angel told me," and then that's the Bible. I mean, come on.
Yeah, no, I definitely can see your point on that, but the only counterpoint I can make, and I myself am not a Christian, so I can't exactly say I do see this grand fucking scheme of things, but I can make this point that Christians do say that they do see some divine knowledge in there somewhere. So when you'd have to take.
Well, yeah, obviously.
I'd also like to welcome. How many people have arrived? I think there's the some bucks or whatever. Yeah, and Nero Rome. Go ahead.
They're not having the. What I'm saying is, religious theists aren't having the debates they should be having. They should be having more important debates with each other, and those debates should have to do with why it is that their scripture is it's constantly, as we advance as a species and society, is constantly more and more becoming less and less relevant to reality. They should be debating that. Why is our scripture so against the grain of science and physics and reality? The more we find out about
because the Bible isn't a science or physics book. Because the Bible isn't a science or physics book, and people that think
I know
are
it's
just
not.
kooky. Okay, so
I know it was written by people limited by the knowledge they had at the time, and all the stories. Actually, a lot of the stories in the Bible and part of Christianity date back to multiple thousands of years before Christianity ever even came into being. They were just popularized.
What's the point you're trying to make?
The point I'm trying to make is that these
Testament
mythologies are an
predates
example.
Christianity.
What's
your point?
You're arguing over mythologies that are an example of early human ignorance that have nothing to do with any kind
genetic
of
fallacy.
I find you to be pretty incoherent. So I mean, I don't really. Is anyone doing any better with this guy?
You can't have a coherent debate.
The trouble is that the Bible describes a variety of things that science is coming around to understanding in a more nuanced and fleshed out way, but it doesn't make it necessarily wrong. Like, there's a lot of things that science is starting to agree with the Bible on. That's why people can interpret Genesis as through the lens of science and stuff, and that's why people are continuing to have these debates. It's not an open and shut thing.
Stephen, this isn't like too big of a knock toward you. The only thing I got out of everything you said, and they probably, Christians probably actually agree with everything you said except for the last point, which was just an assertion that these people just made it out of ignorance.
No, what they did is they you can look at religion as like this is my group and you have your group, and let's see who can make their group the most popular. And that's what early human theism was all about. And we all know how that turned out. Two or three religions dominated history and have become the main religions on the face of the earth. But how do you make a religion popular? You compile a scripture that's popular. You compile literature that's popular. It's the same way that you make any kind of movement popular, whether it be religious or political in nature. And so what they did is they took a lot of mythologies that were already popular in human history at the time, going back thousands of years prior, and they changed it around a little bit, and they combined it all together, and they came out with a story that was very compelling, and people liked it, and that's why they became Christians. But if you're going to have a debate about this, that, and the other thing, the things that really don't even matter, did Jesus really die on this day, or was he really this old, or what happened here, what happened there? That's a debate for you people to have between yourselves. That's great. I'm an atheist. It doesn't matter to me.
No one's talking about that here.
You're talking about having all agreeing on everything. That's the debate. Why isn't there more agreement among theists?
No. That was the arguments the atheist was bringing up. That's the argument Joe was bringing up, that there would be more uniformity. And what I was trying to say is, what exactly would he accept as being uniform? He's not saying that everyone would agree. And I'm saying there is a large amount of agreement within orthodoxy. So where's the bar? Because if I don't know where the bar is that I'm to shoot for, and I'm already showing you there's a large majority of agreement, then there's no way to win in this conversation. It's very silly to me.
Only theists can debate other theists. The atheists debating theists, I've learned over the years, is just it's nonsense, because it's like you can't debate someone. I can't have a scientific.
Right, but you can't just come into an argument people are having and just be like, you guys arguing is a waste of time, therefore stop what you guys are doing. Like, that doesn't make sense.
Exactly. What are we going to do? Talk about it. We're going to debate whether God exists. I'm never going to convince you.
No, we're working through the arguments.
No, if that's the case you're making, I agree. Earlier, here, put this way, I rarely engage in any kind of in-house scriptural argument about a specific theology. hardly ever, because I do find it mostly pointless. I'm not any kind of activist. I'm not trying to change them over. But I will argue about I will argue about the arguments being made. If there's problems with, even if it's a scriptural argument, but I'm seeing issues with it, or entertainment, or I'm bored. But there are more of those conversations, I think, than you think. Like on the philosophical side, on whether a God exists or not. Any God, not specific gods, but is it possible that any God exists? And things. Nadia actually puts arguments all the time for that.
I don't know. I just see him as shotgunning a bunch of controversial objections, not really adding a lot to any, facilitating any meaningful dialogue between the two opposing sides.
I was just trying to build a foundation for why I think that any arguments you have with other theists are just ridiculous, because the arguments don't matter, because you're just arguing about crap, garbage. That it's not based on anything meaningful. And you think it's meaningful emotionally to you, but scientifically it's not meaningful.
I'm not sure what science has to do with this. You went there a few times. I don't know. I'm just, you're gonna end up running me off. I don't know. I can't.
I would say that there is nothing distinctive about science as a way of making observations about the world.
See, that's the problem. People try to they try to give religion a pass. They try to separate it from science. You can't separate it from science. We live in reality. You have to confront the conflict, especially as a theist, that your beliefs are having. The greater knowledge we gain of science, the more conflict that your beliefs have with that advancement. You have to come to terms with that, and if that means that you're going to separate yourself more and more from the literal interpretation and soften your stances on the literal meanings of verses and scriptures, then that's what you have to do as a theist. There's nothing to do with me. You guys can argue up and down all day about it, but that's your own battle. That's your own internal battle. You decide to be a theist. I made a decision a long time ago to be an atheist because it's just a smart thing to do, and that's where we are.
I had apparently declared myself an atheist before I could remember.
Yeah, well, as soon as I could make my own decisions, I became an atheist. The minute I could make my own decisions, when you're a child, you're under the authority of a custodian. My mother forced me to go to Sunday school, and I trolled Sunday school. I trolled it. You should have seen me troll Sunday school.
My mother's told me about the incident as a little miniature one-line story, which was on the order of, when you were very young or whatever, you told me you were an atheist, and I told you, well, you're just a pretentious pseudo-intellectual.
I won't lie, it makes me uncomfortable when atheists connect their atheism to some kind of thing against their parents or thing against the community they're in. I think if you want to be an atheist, it should be informed beyond your childhood traumas or disagreements with your parents or whatever.
I don't think
I'm not sure how you choose
child to make that decision. That's always made by your parents.
I'm not sure how you choose to be an atheist or a believer.
Well, doxastic voluntarism is false anyway. Go ahead.
What do you mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of asking. Maybe meant something a little bit different than.
Okay, so
doxastic voluntarism.
Let's just take me for an example. If you're confused by it, okay, I'll just insert my personal life into this. I went to Sunday school. My mom was a Lutheran, made me go to Sunday school every week my entire childhood, all the way up until the age of 17. Okay, so not all the way till 18, thankfully, but 17, yes. I trolled the church community, Sunday school, every chance I could get, and as soon as I was old enough and an adult, I made the conscious decision that this is garbage and I've known it my whole life. And I always knew it was. So some people, I think just some people have, we were talking about the genetics of religion the other day, and without risking getting into a huge debate over something new, I will say that I just really believe that some people are, on a genetic level, predisposed to religious ideology and suggestions, and some people just aren't. And I knew from very young that I wasn't.
I know when I was younger, I think as early as first grade, I remember contemplating free will, and I think I was open to I was open to religiosity up to age 24, and at 24, when I realized that free will was probably, not something to be taken serious, that's when everything else kind of dropped. I mean, if you could show me free will exists or possibly could exist, I think it might be more easier for me to become religious. I really don't understand people who believe in free will but are atheists. That's kind of weird.
I don't think free will has necessarily all that much to do with it. I mean, speak to various of the theological determinists who are around. Let me think. I think, at the very least, Jimmy Stevens, but there are more. There are basically all Calvinists. Let me see. I think Tom Jude 3 might be one. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but they're not really determinists though. From my understanding is that they're more like they believe in they don't believe in libertarian free will, but they believe in some type of admixture of the two, right?
No, they think that the God makes everything happen. Go ahead.
They believe in a certain amount of free will though.
No, they think that the God makes everything happen, makes everyone who ever does anything do exactly what they do. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Well, I could be open to that.
I think you just have to have common sense. I think everyone has common sense. It's just some people, they have a little trouble finding it. Just don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. That's all. When someone's telling you a story, really ask yourself: can this be true? Really?
But I don't understand. Like, if you had a just God, though, like how you would be able to justify, people who didn't have free will, send them to hell for eternity. That, you guys were talking about God being the embodiment of love earlier, which had no room for hate. And then what, God's going to hate something that he created that had no free will in the first place? I mean, that just seems horrific. It doesn't seem like a God that I would want to worship. I mean, whether it's true or not.
Back then though, the human experience was very isolated, and we held ourselves up as a lot more important than we now know we really are in the great scheme of things. So, when in an age where people thought that the universe revolved around humanity, and instead of us just being a very small little factor, speck in space and time, like they had no way to, at the time, to understand the gravity of the full picture, the big picture, the big wide picture. To them, it was just us, and we're all that matters.
Well, yeah, I think in 1929, when Edwin Hubble discovered, that we were one of many galaxies, I think that really did a lot of, that really did make us a lot smaller than we thought we were, right?
But back when all these scriptures were being compiled and being, people didn't think like that. They had no way of knowing anything. It was just, they thought that they didn't even know, they couldn't even map the earth. They didn't even know how big the earth was or how much land there was on the earth and what was, across the ocean. Look out on the ocean, they don't even know what the hell is over on the other side. It's like their experience on the planet and in reality was so small.
Yeah, but it doesn't follow that just because they were ignorant on one thing, they were ignorant on everything.
No, but if you read scriptures, step back for a second while you're reading some of it and actually look at it and identify the fact that this is exactly something that people in that time period would be writing because they're so ignorant.
You know, it'd be kind of weird though if we were able to figure out that we were the only, if somehow we were able to show that we were the only life that could exist in the universe. That would be, you would have to feel extremely lonely, right? And it's very possible that we could be the only life in the universe.
No, it's not. It's impossible. It's not even possible. I mean, how could you even make a statement? Well, I know I'm asking the guy, who said, what did he say? You have to understand
how's that impossible?
Cancer, and you have to, and so high-class women don't get certain STDs. And so I guess if I say, how could you make a statement like that, it's kind of a...
I'll say, let me, since we're not all bickering right now, I can clarify those two positions. First of all, it is true that people in low income, there's a higher prevalence of STDs because they can't afford health care, and so they can't get checkups, so they can't cure their STDs, and they're more likely to transmit those diseases.
But that's not what you said. You're trying to reframe it.
You took it out of context. The second thing I said... for the most part, when you talk about lung cancer is very aggressive, and you don't live very long with it. I've seen people who've had lung cancer, and I've seen them die fairly quickly. I know people two people right off the hand that were close to me who died of lung cancer. Now, with that being said, that's a preferable choice that I would rather take than have a stroke and live in a nursing home, having people wipe my ass.
Okay, so let's get back to the statement you just made instead of stuff you said 3 days ago. You just said that quote, and this is an exact quote, "It is very possible that we're the only life in the universe."
I don't think I say it's very possible. I say
you said it's very possible. That's the exact quote. So why is it very possible?
You haven't proved that life is somewhere else yet.
That's not what I asked you. I said, why would you think that it's very possible that we're the only life in the universe, knowing how vast the universe is? Why would you say that?
Well,
correct me if I'm wrong, but
let me rephrase that statement. It's very possible that we're the only intelligent life. That any intelligent life that exists is probably not as intelligent as we are, and this is why I think
You're back to the same problem. You keep adding that it's very possible.
Well,
very is the key word in saying that.
I'm about to put the qualifier on there, because if they were much more intelligent than us, then we would have seen them. They would have come visit us.
Who the fuck says?
Yeah, those equations don't take into account. I asked this.
You know what?
I asked this the other day, and I finally looked it up and found what I could. Is that these equations that say things like that don't take into account time dilation or things that we know about time now and things like that.
Listen, if I was some advanced fucking cerebral four-peckered fucking alien out there, and I did a flyby over Earth and watched some of the shenanigans we got up to down here, I'd put this fucking planet under galactic fucking quarantine on this super quick, man. I wouldn't want to visit us nasty fuckers.
Unless they want to enslave us.
There's a joke. There's this joke that.
Are you kidding? Are you kidding? A sufficiently advanced society, we'd look so fucking grabastic to them. They probably wouldn't let us put together their fucking tiniest space widgets. They probably wouldn't even use us for fuck toys.
But a species that advances doesn't need to anyway.
The reason why Stephen Hawking says that there's probably not life on other planets, he says because any life that gets to our point is most likely to die from self-destruction, and that's the reason why he doesn't believe. That's why Stephen Hawking doesn't personally believe.
Wait a minute.
Hold on, because that goes against your claim that it's very possible that we're the only ones, and then goes against your claim that we're the only that we're the only intelligent ones.
Yeah, I'll go with the part B, not the part A.
Can I ask you a question, Dionysus? And this is actually a good question for you because of the way
but if they're intelligent enough to destruct themselves, that means there was other intelligence out there.
Okay, but he said, why haven't they come? Well, I wanted to ask Dionysus because he looks at class and society in a certain way. So this is a good question. Aren't there certain neighborhoods you would purposely avoid going to, Dionysus? I mean, are there certain neighborhoods you would purposely avoid going to if you had a choice?
Absolutely.
Okay, so if you look at the universe as neighborhoods, and you look at it like that, and if there's an advanced civilization somewhere out there, and they know we exist, but they look at us as that neighborhood they just don't want to visit because, what's the point? I mean,
or that there's other preferred neighborhoods that they would rather visit.
They don't see anything special. Why would they come here? What's the special reason they should come here? It's us that sees them as special. They might live in a huge
think about it, Dionysus. Human beings still wipe their ass with their hands, man. Like who the fuck? Who the fuck up? If you're flying around in intergalactic spaceships,
and you're looking down at a planet where you wipe your butt with your hands, man. Like, nobody's gonna want to be into that.
All right, I can see the point. All right, I lost this one.
I mean, there's no reason to assume that more advanced
I mean, Dionese, for every grain of salt, there are billions of planets.
I mean, there could be advanced slugs that fucking shit out their mouths all over themselves, but have spaceships and stuff for all we know. Like, there's no reason to assume that they're going to be disgusted by human feces.
Oh, I think they fucking would be, man. If humans are disgusted by human feces, I'm pretty sure galactic schmoogabas or whatever the fuck they are would be disgusted.
Yeah, but our disgust towards our feces is an evolutionary thing, right? Like dogs eat their
You
own
mean other
feces.
species can't have evolved to have a disgust towards biological waste?
No, I'm just saying there's no reason to assume that. Like, they could be evolved.
What do you mean there's no reason to assume it? There's every reason. There's every reason to assume it. Every reason to assume that a more advanced culture would not want to be anywhere near a race of creatures that didn't know how to fucking properly get rid of its own waste, or created the amount of waste that we did in the first place, bodily or otherwise.
So why would you assume that then? You just provide me.
I mean, you look at you don't give any second thought to like little insects around you, right? Like with mosquitoes and stuff like it. Like, it's like that's probably how they look at us, like just, like little bugs.
There are scientists, lots of people have dedicated their entire lives to researching insects. I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, entomologists, but what I'm saying is you don't know how advanced they could be, who they are, what they look like, how they live their lives, and so there's so many factors that goes into it. Also, we're a very young species, and we already think so full of ourselves, like we're advanced, and we're very young in the context of the universe and the planet. If there's some species out there that is an intelligent species that has like 5 million years on us, I mean, the possibilities are like beyond our own even comprehension, because we can't even comprehend.
That's not even true. Abos are just as old as anybody else, and they have a lower IQ than Asians, so how would you come at that conclusion?
Who?
No, it's all.
Aboriginals in Australia have like an average IQ of something like 60 compared to Asians.
I'm not equating.
He said intelligent.
Over hundreds.
He said an intelligent species that was more than 5 million years older than him.
And why would you pick an ethnicity of humans that have been subject to so much ethnic cleansing over the fucking years that we don't know what the true intellect of the Aboriginal people would have been if left unmolested?
Yes, we do.
Bullshit.
In any case, I brought that up to highlight the fact that just because one species is older than another doesn't mean that it's going to be more intelligent. We can already see that that's not necessarily the case.
It's a false analogy, because the reason first of all, if Aborigines have a lower IQ than whites, which I'm not prepared to concede, assuming that it is true, okay, for no doubt that's been true, because the fucking Australians have been cleansing the Aborigines ethnically for almost 200 years. It's no fucking wonder they've got less IQ.
Right,
if that's the case.
If you wanted to extrapolate that, you could apply it to the difference between humans and primates or the humans and reptiles. Those things are way older than us, and they're not as intelligent as us.
No, you can't, because that's a false equivalence. What I said was an intelligent species that is intelligent to begin with. We've been on a certain evolutionary trajectory as a species. We're unique on this planet in the sense that we have forms of communication, written communication, oral communication. We have a structured society, civilization, things like that. Those are the tenets of a advanced civilization. So if you take a civilization like that and add about 4 million years to it, 4, 5, 6 million, who knows, a billion years, you just can't. You might not even be able to comprehend how they even exist and what plane they exist on.
He's saying us. He's saying us plus a 5 million years, or us plus a
right. I understand that, but there's no reason to assume that, right? Like, you could be limited by diet, you could be limited by environment, you could be limited by all kinds of different things.
Well,
hold on. He's not saying that they would necessarily advance to be smarter. He's saying that if they are more advanced by 5 billion years.
We are starting a baseline on a culture that's advanced enough to get in a fucking spaceship or a fucking rocket turd or whatever and find its way over to us. Okay, that's what we're talking about. So you say that
I understand that there's could be the ceiling for them, right? Like, that could be it.
No,
and then they get here and we adapt their technology and we go past them. There's no reason.
Maybe they're a billion. Hold on, maybe they're a billion years. Maybe they're a billion years more time-wise evolution. But he's saying, well, let's say they're a billion years more aged than us, or been around longer, but they've advanced 5,000 or 5 million years. Their advancements have gone on for those 5,000 or 5 million or billion years.
So maybe
they could have been around. They could be around 10 billion years longer than us, but their advancements is what he's talking about, not necessarily them as a species, right?
Well, it's also possible that interstellar travel, which is something that we, oh my God, like that's our the thing that we hold up as like, oh, if they're advanced enough to get here from wherever they are, maybe that's like old news to them, dude. Like maybe that's like something they take for granted. It's like
right. However,
I understand your point, Iron.
I just want to get a quick idea out there. It's a common sci-fi idea that you can have things like astropaths, which would be an alternative where you can have interstellar travel available, but that's all the species can do, and it has no specialization outside of that one specific area. So even if they had that, it wouldn't indicate necessarily that they're way more advanced. It could just be a specialization that they actually
if you want to go back to indicators of advancement, he's already saying they are advanced this much.
Yeah,
the technology and
right,
stuff.
but there's no reason to
I get your point, Iron. Like we could advance to where we actually go out and populate space, but at some point during that population we become dumber, right? Like that it doesn't necessarily follow just because we can do that we will keep getting smarter.
Well,
but
if
our intelligence advanced 5 million years, or was if our intelligence was advanced 5 million more years than it is now, it would be higher. That's the whole point of saying advanced.
I think Stephen Hawking's point was that because in order to like get to this type of advancements, you have to have competition and struggle for survival, right? And he's just basically saying that the reason why there might not be intelligent life, much above us, is because by the time they get to that type of intelligence, they destroy each other because of the competitive.
Well, you can only say that within our own contextual experience. You have no idea what that intelligent species experiences or how they evolved and how they chose to structure their society and prioritize their.
Right. Maybe paranoia never developed evolutionary for them, or maybe like things like that didn't develop for them evolutionary. Right.
You don't know how their history
is. Say that, Xbox, and you have to remove the competitive nature of it, which is that's what makes people want to go up into space, right? I mean, it's
not necessarily.
Who says competition is what makes people want to go into space? What about inquisitiveness? What about a desire to meet other beings, to see if there's anything out there like them, to know what's just around that next corner? Nobody.
Right.
Listen,
or running out of resources.
When Sir Edmund Hillary first climbed to the top of, I think it was Sir Edmund Hillary, first climbed to the top of Mount Everest, and they asked him why he did it, it wasn't, to beat them fucking Frenchies up there. It was because it was there.
Well, don't forget survival.
It could be like OCD. Like you could clean up your entire planet and look and see a moon that looks dirty, and you have such a racial OCD that you guys find a way to get up there and clean the moon, like a fucking Wall-E race.
Well, we already know that one day the sun is going to go supernova and destroy this entire solar system. So survival is another reason why you'd want to invent some interstellar travel so you could move to another neighborhood someday.
Our sun's not going to go supernova, by the way. It's not that big.
Yeah, it is. Every sun has...
It's going to be a red giant, put it that way. That's close enough. It's going to either melt the planet or it's going to engulf the planet.
Okay, well, whatever. It's going to destroy our planet one day. That's a fact. Okay.
Well, what I would worry more about is the fact that we live in a cosmic game of bumper pool. That's what I would worry more about.
Something's going to destroy the planet before the sun does. But my point was, just to drive it home, was to mention something that inevitably will destroy the planet.
Yeah, that'll get you to move off of it to go.
Yeah.
That would be a good motivator.
that has to be our ultimate racial goal as a people. We have to get off this planet and spread ourselves onto other planets.
Yes.
Yeah. But those are all parts of basis of Doctor Who. What was mentioned earlier too about people exploring because it's there is a big tenet of like Doctor Who's whole line.
Never mind fucking Doctor Who. Try Star Trek.
Yeah, Star Trek as well. Yeah. Yep, that it's there, and Star Trek will go back to that too about us spreading our seed because they come across in some of those later episodes that they were all spread off from the same seed, right?
By the Iconians, yeah. Well, it's right there. It's right there in the opening crawl, to seek out new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no one's gone before. I mean, there's no competition involved in that.
It's just for the sake of discovery.
Yep.
Yeah.
Of course, that was after the eugenics war, so we'll have to go through that first.
There's so many factors that just go into how things evolve over time. You know, like how much gravity is on a planet, what minerals and resources does this particular planet have. You know, like maybe they live on a planet that doesn't have a lot of fossil fuels. Maybe they had to start with a different form of energy, and you know, like you don't know how any intelligent society is going to choose what trajectory they're going to be on. So for Stephen Hawking to make a statement like that really is not in line with how smart we all know he is.
And you can have the predator civilization as well. It just goes out and hunts, right? Like they're nomads. They have no planet.
Well, they have a planet.
I
It's
guess
just that they don't you know, they don't look for conquest. They just look for sport.
Right. Yeah. There's actually on Star Trek Voyager the hunting species.
The Hirogen.
Oh, Star Trek. Never mind.
Yep.
Sorry, I don't know about Star Trek.
Get some headphones so you can hear us, Sticky.
I'm a Star Wars guy, man. Fuck Star Trek.
Blasphemy. No, kidding. I like Star Wars.
I like them both. So there.
Yeah.
Same here.
I think Star Trek is too I don't know. It was too mild for my taste.
What about the Next Generation? You really think that was mild?
Oh God, please.
I'm a big fan of
Welcome to the Enterprise E, where the bridge is big enough for the fucking first officer and the captain's therapist.
I'm a big fan of Patrick Stewart, but not for being Picard, but for what he's done in the past 10 years comedically.
Right. Yeah, he's done a lot of funny stuff. What if I guess to take a little bit away from Star Trek, but keeping it on that question is what's any difference between Q or the Continuum and God?
Oh, it's a good thing Seamus left. He'd have a connexion.
I mean, but if we can stay on subject here, I mean, there have been.
Well, we're trying to move away from Star Trek because I know Nadia doesn't want to go back down the Star Trek route again.
Scientists have found planets.
She isn't even here. I don't see her.
Yeah, I don't see her here.
I'm talking about for her channel.
She's not.
I don't think she would care because this is going to be like an 8-hour stream. But this is going to be like an 8-hour stream. You really think she's going to go back to every second?
Point. Let the conversation flow the way it needs to flow. We don't need micromanagement here. Back to what I was going to say. Scientists have already found a planet that has an atmosphere very similar to Earth, or it resembles Earth.
They found thousands of those.
Who the hell hit him?
They made calculations.
They found thousands of them.
Who hit him? Who hit him?
What happened?
I don't know. Something happened to him, and he just stopped talking.
I just heard him get quiet.
The Goldilocks.
Okay, but yeah, as I was saying, there is a planet they found a planet that they think is very similar. Like it has oceans. They think it might have greenery, and they've sent a probe there. They want to check it out because even the way it's positioned in its solar system, it's very similar to Earth. It could.
Was this the planet they found that was like something like 5 times the size of Earth?
It wasn't. I'm not sure.
I think I remember that. It was sort of playing.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
It was playing peekaboo behind a couple of other planets, and they kind of took a snapshot of it when
Right.
yeah.
Well,
what about that recent one that they've been talking about with a Dyson cluster maybe around?
They just found another one. They keep finding them. Every year it's another one that they keep finding with the new telescope. It looks at wobbles on how planets wobble, how their shadows wobble,
Right.
and to determine how big they are, where they're located in reference to the star, and also they can come up with what might the atmosphere be like? Is it a gas planet?
Wait! That goes against what was being said earlier as well about not seeing any aliens. There's another thing that contends with that of saying any advanced species, sufficiently advanced, would create a Dyson sphere around its a planet or its solar system, its star. essentially.
Unless they know something about
Didn't we
Dyson spheres,
just find
unless
that?
they know something about Dyson spheres we don't.
I don't know what
Remember,
you're saying. Really?
remember, a Dyson sphere is speculative. Nobody, I mean, it's something that can be maybe done, but we certainly have no examples of a successful Dyson sphere. So for all we know, as soon as they, for all we know, as soon as we know that they could, as soon as we try to build one, it fucking blows up the universe or something. So
right, no. My only thing, it was speculation. Is this would be a reason why we haven't seen any. If one's advanced far enough, that's what the Dyson cluster thing is as well. It's not a complete sphere, but it's a cluster around it. Yeah. That's what made me think of it.
Didn't we find something that we thought could have been an alien megastructure, and we still don't know what the fuck it is? It's
right.
Like,
It's either a meteor belt or shatter in front of it, or they're positing it could be a Dyson cluster, like an alien megastructure, pretty much.
Right. Let's look it up. That's because. By the way, that probe they sent out to that other planet, it's not going to be there for 67 years, so have fun waiting for that.
Yeah, and another thing, we may not even have to look too far out solar system. There have been, I mean, when they had the Apollo missions, and I'll go ahead and pull up the links. It's up to you guys to decide if you think they're valid or not. That's fine. I'm not saying it. That this is anything set in stone.
What are you saying? What are you saying about it, Incorporated? That there is other life there, or that we could move there?
That's essentially what I'm saying. And please, no more interruptions, Gus. I mean,
show us what you got.
That's not funny when you do that, man. That's
show us what you got.
It's hilarious.
It's hilarious.
The high show us.
But that being said, when the Apollo astronauts, when they went to the moon, a number of them, even Neil Armstrong himself, reported seeing other spacecraft on the moon.
No, they didn't report seeing other spacecraft on the moon.
Yeah, but that was confirmed to be the Nazi bases.
And the way that we know this is because Neil Armstrong said that when he landed and they started exploring,
they found Nazi memorabilia everywhere.
Please, this is ridiculous. Right? They got to a gorge or something, like a canyon, and he reported seeing other spacecraft. Like he saw like a
1987 Buick LeSabre.
So I'll go ahead and pull up the links.
What I did hear legitimately though was that when the astronauts were on the other side of the moon, that they did hear some very weird noises. I did hear about that. That's a legitimate thing. That's a true story that they were.
Yeah, they sounded a little bit like.
No, it sounded.
Wait a minute,
like,
is there no sound in space though?
They described
no
it
sound in
as
space
music because it had.
Sound can travel in space.
It sounded like Pink Floyd.
That would be awesome, dude. Oh, that would be awesome. Come on, man. That would be really cool.
It's just because space isn't a complete vacuum.
I don't know, man. The whole UFO thing or whatever. It's
we can pick up the sounds of the solar winds and things like that.
Ground control to Dionysus.
Strictly speaking, they don't make sounds, but go ahead.
Ground control to Dionysus.
You know what? As much jokes as you want to make about this kind of stuff, there is official documents that the government has admitted are real that instruct NASA to not tell us if they find intelligent life. So
exactly, that's the.
Oh my God! You guys were going so good there for a minute.
Before I go on here, just let me say this.
Oh my God!
All right, Gus, it's fine if you want to be sarcastic and all that, but
if you want to be sarcastic because you're a dingbat. That's why I want to be.
If you're gonna sit here and prevent others from speaking, it destroys the conversation.
No, it doesn't destroy the conversation. Trust me.
Yes, it does.
It filters out the bullshit. Oh look!
Look,
you said it.
Actually, guys, if you look at that link,
here's a blog site called Before It's News. Hey, look at that! Look at that! Before It's News.
I'm convinced, actually.
Alien base on moon. Alien base on moon. That doesn't look photoshopped or any fucking thing. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's not a, wait a minute. That's not an alien base on the moon. That's a reflection of the command module that remained orbiting the moon while the fucking lunar module went down. Oh my God, people are stupid.
Yeah, did I ever say that? I said I was just going to present some information, and it's up to you guys to decide what to make of it. I never said it was set.
It's not information.
Yeah, but you were convinced by it. You were convinced by it, or you wouldn't have been presenting it to us.
100% fact, and it's not. We can't call it that because at this point it's all speculative.
Hold on, you came in and said.
Do you remember when Arcane linked us to the picture when NASA
you
was
said
putting
a
sex in the
structure.
cloud?
You said when the astronauts went up there, they found a structure on the moon.
I said allegedly. They
No, you didn't.
Incorporated.
I take your correction, though.
There are no structures on the moon. There are no canyons on the moon. I don't know why you're talking about a canyon. There are no canyons on the moon. Now, if you were talking about Mars, there's lots of canyons in Mars, but there's no canyons on the moon.
Well, it's funny you should mention that because the giant scar on the surface of Mars is not a canyon. Okay, that's
not what I'm talking about when I mean canyons.
They don't know how it got there. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's great, but that's not what I'm talking about when I say canyons.
Oh, have you seen the confirmed giant gerbil that exists in the Mars pictures from the rover?
A giant gerbil.
Yeah.
Do you see what you started incorporating with your silliness?
It was confirmed. I'll find the picture of it for you. I'll present the evidence.
That must be straight out of the
It's almost like the scar that's on the surface of Mars. And I was looking at a study on this. It's very similar to the kind of scarring you get from electrical, like electric shocks. You know, like. No, seriously, man. This one guy did a whole experiment on like he made like this machine that creates an electric shock on a rocky surface. And it made, on a much smaller scale, obviously, it made identical scarring to the scarring that you see on the surface of Mars. It's almost like someone attacked Mars with lightning rays, and it just like scarred up the whole planet. Because those aren't canyons; they're scars.
Can you see my screen?
The Christian Science Monitor. You gotta be shitting me.
Yeah, can you see my screen there, Gus?
Yeah, I can see that. That looks like a gopher, not a gerbil, first of all.
Okay, it's a gopher. There's a gopher on Mars. Hold on, I'll show you the bigger picture of it where it zooms in on that one.
It's just a rock.
That one says it's an iguana. It doesn't even know what the fuck it is.
It's like
we don't because it's alien.
Up in the clouds. Come on.
Right there's the rock and then it zoomed in on and.
It's a giant gerbiguana.
Yep, from Mars.
Why is it the same color as? Like, why are all these things that they supposedly spot in these photographs the same color as the background?
So it blends in with the other rocks, man.
Not everything on Earth is.
Now, hold on. Let me say this. Let me address Gus and everyone else in here. Now, the link that I just posted, if you look at it, it has a transcript of radio intermissions between Neil Armstrong and NASA when he was on the moon.
Considering it's about Buzz Aldrin, I don't know why it's got done it.
Classified, and he was speaking about going to the moon and seeing. Now I'll go ahead and just quickly read over for you. It's only take 2
for the
seconds.
Christian Science Monitor.
So it says astronaut 1, but what is
the National Enquirer?
Astronaut 2, do you have an explanation? Houston, do not worry, stick to the program. Astronaut 1, my God, it's amazing. That's great. Do not you could ever imagine. Houston, we know this. Go to the other side. Astronaut 1, what the hell is that? It's amazing. God, but what is it? So you tell me, Houston, change frequency. Use Astronaut 1. Then it is a form of life. That one. Okay, yeah. Houston, change frequency.
My God. First of all, the astronauts in Mission Control would never have talked to each other like that. That's not how they talk to each other, okay? It's first of all, second of all, anybody could have fucking made that up. Just because they say it's a transcript doesn't mean that it's what was actually said. It doesn't mean that it's word for word correct. It doesn't even mean that it came from fucking NASA. It could have been dreamt up by some dude in his fucking garage someplace.
Well, you know what?
And the fact that it comes from the Christian Science Monitor, I mean, hello.
You would have
This one can't be disputed though. This is some Martian crab on Mars.
What the fuck is that? But wait a minute, you guys would have a lot more luck. This argument would have a lot more scientific weight to it if you were bringing up instances of astronauts who have made public statements, which these statements exist. There are a lot of astronauts who have made public statements that they saw and observed things in space that cannot be explained. So why are we talking about secondhand information? Just bring up whoever it is that's arguing for this. I don't know exactly who it is. Why don't you bring up the astronauts that have made deathbed confessions, signed and notarized statements, and public speaking statements on this subject?
They make statements about the Dark Knight thing all the time, right?
I know, but I
No, so I'm saying so they should
tells
make
you
a
your
news
face
as
something.
well.
You should listen to what they're saying. These are serious people.
Why don't you skip that? You can just go on YouTube. You can actually see the interviews with the aliens. You can just see with your own eyes.
Come on, man. I'm trying to be serious about this. I'm not
Nero, you bring up the genetic fallacy. You know what? That might be great for the debate team. But if you think that, for instance, the fucking National Enquirer is going to tell you anything straight, you go ahead and wait. I'll wait with you, okay?
Dude.
Bring chips. Bring chips.
Dude,
Yeah, you can't just dismiss it because who it came from, but
we were
but it
debating
casts a big shadow of
feminism.
doubt when it comes from a source like that.
I can debate I can cast a gigantic shadow of doubt. Gigantic shadow of doubt.
Yesterday about feminism, he was like, "Oh, that source is wrong because it's from Breitbart.com." That's an
Breitbart,
obvious
yeah.
example of a genetic fallacy.
No, it's only a
so it
genetic
doesn't
fallacy
destroy correct.
if he says it can be dismissed because it's wrong because it's from that source. It's not to say that I'm not going to trust just that source because it's from that source.
I mean, if little lying Tyler comes up and tells you 100 times something, and every time it's a fucking lie, you are justified in expecting that the 101st thing he tells you is going to be a lie.
Well,
now, I understand that doesn't go over with philosophical types. For those of us down here, in that fucking out here in the fields where we fight for our meals, that's good enough for us.
Okay,
Yeah, I think in philosophy that'd be fine.
The only thing that matters to me is can I confirm what I'm reading. That's the source is relevant to me. So I put a link into the room to a website that looks very very UFO-y. But if you look at the list here, these astronauts, and then you cross-reference what's said in these quotes. Like, for instance, it says that Donald Slayton, an astronaut, said in an interview in public that he saw UFOs in 1951.
Donald Slayton?
Incorporated.
What I'm saying is that this is stuff. These if an astronaut said something in public, then it's there in public forever. So it doesn't matter where you read it, on what website you read it on. If it's true, it's true.
Yes, but we have no verification.
It doesn't make what he said true. It doesn't make it just because it comes from the astronaut. Doesn't make it true.
The fact that he said it true.
Right.
Another thing.
Wait a minute, Incorporated. Do you believe the moon landing was a hoax? Do you honestly
I
believe
believe it was real. However, I mean, how do you explain this, Gus? There was an astronaut who, I mean, there's evidence.
Does that source come from News Biscuit? Is that what you're about to tell me now? Does that come from News Biscuit?
How do you explain this, guys?
Does that come from News Biscuit? What you're about to tell me right now? No. The answer is yes or no.
Yes,
Does it come from
News Biscuit?
Thank you. That'll be all. Thank you. That'll be all.
He went on the first moon mission.
And if you don't think that getting your news from a place called News Biscuit,
left behind
by
Neil
fucking mind.
Now let me go ahead and read the quote. It says,
Jesus.
It said,
if you already put the link up, Incorporated.
Here's the quote. Here's the quote.
If you already put up the link, we don't need to hear it again. You're just wasting
time. Okay, but
time.
just let me read a quick sentence.
See, now I know you didn't listen to what I said. If you already put the link up, we don't need you to read it out. It's already there. I mean, if we wanted to hear it, then certainly we could tell you go ahead and read it. And I've done that myself with con permiso of the room. But I don't want to first of all, it comes from fucking News Biscuit, okay? Not CBC News Biscuit or CNN News Biscuit or even HuffPost News Biscuit or even fucking Weekly World News Biscuit, but fucking News Biscuit. What the fuck is a News Biscuit? I don't know these people from the fucking the lint that I pull out of my fucking belly. I have no fucking idea.
Okay, well,
how do you know it's not a site like the Onion?
I just want to go ahead and interject real quickly into this.
You want to go ahead and interject? Okay, well, there's your interjection. Enjoy yourself.
I don't want to hear the quote.
I wanted to ask Von Helton Jr. a quick question.
Go ahead.
Rather than ask him,
Yeah,
if you
I just want to ask you,
ask the fucking question,
seriously,
ignoramus.
I mean, so what's going to end up happening with you? I mean, are you going to end up having a big lightsaber battle with your dad in the end, or I mean, what's going to end up happening between you and him?
Do you really care, Incorporated?
Well, let me just point out the fact that I've been coming in here recently, and I never mention it when I come in here usually. So let me point out the fact that this person brought it up. That's number one. I'm not trying to promote anything or troll or anything like that. It's a true story. The answer to your question is that it's entirely up to him. I've already challenged him to a DNA test, and if he wants to do that test in a way that's fair and unequivocally irrefutable, if he wants to do that, then he can do that. I've offered to pay for it. The only reason he would refuse is because he knows what I'm saying is true.
By the way, Incorporated, going back to this link that you fucking put up here, okay? Some of the other articles in News Biscuit, Google self-drive car will allow hands-free racism for Top Gear. Last non-ironic greeting card withdrawn from sale. British porn industry to hold economic union mass debate. Godzilla versus Romanian movie in the pipeline. Families of gorgeous Bollywood couple happily accept their relationship. James Bond resigns from MI5 citing too much paperwork. And you fucking Are you off your fucking nut, Incorporated? Like,
okay, but like
did you guys hear about the idea of having a female James Bond?
Like I said, I didn't say any of the evidence I was going to present was set in stone. It was simply open for interpretation.
Set in stone? Are you on crack? It's a fucking spoof website.
With that, I'm going to go ahead and make my exit, and you guys have a good night.
The top fucking article.
While we're talking about this, can I just say, report the fact? Can I report some news while we're talking about this? There's a riot breaking out.
Where at? Steven, where at?
There's a riot breaking out in San Jose at a Trump protest right now. They're attacking Trump supporters with rocks and throwing objects. So I just thought I'd report the breaking news, but back to your silly discussion.
Okay, well, thank you, Sam Donaldson. You keep us
That's
up to
only
date on
going
that
to
shit.
make Trump look better and to win him some more votes, so that's great, I guess.
You know, I have a webpage here that says Incorporated has 2 brain cells. He could rub them together to be a third, but I don't have any more reporting on it but that. It's on this website here. Let me get you a link.
The Trump supporters are retreating. They're running. But they're outnumbered like 20-1. Why not? I would run. Okay, they're throwing eggs and rocks, and they're throwing... Oh, yeah, it's getting real nasty.
You just see the riots in Greece. You have these anarchist teenagers blowing up the place.
Who cares about Greece? That's not America.
Says the Canadian. Who cares about Canada?
You know what? Just look at this, man. Okay, so every time Trump has had an event in the past week, and anywhere in the Southwest or in the West, there's been violent protests. I can only imagine what the convention's going to be like. There's going to be, bring your fucking gas mask if you're going to that thing. I'll tell you right now.
Yeah, but violent protests, that's on the bad side of the protesters, right?
You know what? That's relative and debatable. I'm not going to debate the morality of violence.
Well, if you show up at an event and you protest it violently, that's on you. That's not on the people.
I'm not sure that I'm not sure that we still live in a country where nonviolent protest is effective.
I don't know what that means.
Well,
What do you mean you don't know what that means?
It's a pretty clear statement. What do you mean you don't know what that means? I'm not sure if we still live in a country where...
What does it mean, candy bar?
No, like, if I just take that literally, like, I guess I could understand what you're saying, but are you trying to say that means people should engage in unlawful behavior? Like, what? There's no point in just saying that.
Well, you know what? The unlawful assembly statutes that the government has come out with basically already make protesting illegal anyway, according to the whims of police anytime they want to declare anything an unlawful assembly. So under that situation, it really begs the question, can you have peaceful protests anymore? And I really don't think that you can, and I really don't think that it's effective anymore, to tell you the truth.
So you just want everybody to go out on the street and beat the shit out of each other. That's kind of what you're saying.
Well,
Isn't that Friday night for
human.
you?
That's a human thing. It's not inhuman to have to.
No, it's pretty animalistic.
It's not unusual to kick shit from
Not
anyone.
unusual to throw rocks at Trump.
At anyone. It's not unusual to bang rocks at anyone.
All I have to say is I find it interesting that the only person who's getting violent protest is the lefties against Trump people. All the Trump people actually have a civility to not violently protest the other people.
Oh, you're funny.
They have civility. Come on.
Well, look. Okay, so wait. Do you have any videos of a Bernie rally or a Hillary rally
what
where there
about
was
that? What about
violence?
that?
Like
no.
Trump
You don't
protests?
get to shift the goalposts like that. You said
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's my.
I have a video of I have a video of Trump supporters starting a riot.
Hang on.
But it's usually Hillary supporters doing that.
There are videos of. There's video. I remember specifically videos of one dude at a Trump rally. Okay, he was a black dude, and he was walking up the fucking walkway because he'd been sent out of the place. Okay. And this middle-aged fucking dude, this big middle-aged dude, fucking tripped him as he was fucking walking, and then shoved him to the fucking ground.
Right, and the funny
Who
thing
gives a
is
fuck
that
about the
probably
context?
quite
You don't put your hands on other
But if it
people.
was a black life,
And there's also plenty. There are plenty of videos on YouTube of Trump. Yes, it's a Trump rally, but they're Trump supporters starting riot or battles
it's funny because a lot of these protesters seem to actually be picked up on Craigslist and paid by George Soros and the Hillary campaign to start these protests.
Yeah, how do you know that?
And
Is
Soros.
that a conspiracy
They're
or?
literally these ads on Craigslist. They say, "Come protest. We'll pay you money."
But show me the link between those ads and the people that are showing up.
Oh, come on.
How come no one brought up George Soros?
What do you mean, come on? That's a huge accusation to be making.
I know, I understand, but still, I'm just saying that these ads exist, and there is someone, which I'm guessing it's George Soros, who is paying for a lot of these protests to go and pick fights.
So you don't know for sure, but you're speculating.
No, but
as long as you're speculating, that's fine. We can all speculate.
Yeah, but even with the Tea Partiers, that same thing happened with them. They had people who were purposely trying to create havoc and make it look like it was the other side. So I don't put it past them.
They notice that you provocateurs. I mean, this is a classic tactic.
Right.
Okay, so here's what I think.
It may be a classic tactic, but you still have to fucking prove it's happening.
Well, the majority of violent protests in the past week have been majority Hispanics in these, because he's been on the West and in the Southwest, and they literally believe that this man wants to put together a deportation force and go into their home and rip their family away from them.
And that
and therefore, to them, that's a violent act. To them, that is a violent threat.
And that deportation.
Yeah, that's what happens when you break the law and you illegally trespass.
It doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Why are they responding violently?
That deportation force will have its own fucking
the law is not always just.
Jesus Christ.
You guys asked for proof. Here you
It's
go.
like a
Washington,
fucking Italian firing squad in here.
Yeah, look at his link.
Washington Times. Move on raising funds for Trump protests. Warns there will be more disruption. There you go. Washington Times saying that George Soros is funding Trump protesters. You asked for proof. I gave it to you.
We disagree with that. And I don't think anybody disagreed that the ads
The
were
Washington Times or Moonies. It's the Moonies.
Who cares?
there. And I don't think anybody disagreed that the ads are there.
Right. Yeah, but Gus was saying, oh, is there this connection? Is it really?
Right.
No, I asked for the connection as well.
Yeah,
I asked for the
okay.
connection
I'm gonna talk to this like he says I talk, because that's more comical. Oh.
Well,
You
so,
got me.
okay, so we've got these ads and we've got these violent protesters. I wonder if there's a connection.
You got me.
It's probably
There you go.
Antifa.
Fair enough.
Is it Antifa? The anti-fascists, the black bloc kind of people.
I don't know why these people can't fucking, is there not one aspiring pitcher among them to throw a decent rock at Trump and fucking end this already, or what?
Sorry, are you
Man, I
encouraging violence or assassination against a presidential candidate?
Am I encouraging violence or assassination against a presidential candidate?
Canadian. They're not going to do nothing to him anyway. Go ahead. Don't be afraid, Gus. Go ahead.
What do you want from me, man? I mean, they're obviously there to do the guy fucking harm. So, you know, at least they could do is aim a decent fucking rock and stop screwing around.
I mean, you can't miss him. He's a big orange orangutan.
Wow. Wow.
Right. Gus
Yeah,
is
I mean that's a dreadful breach of law ability in the
A
democratic
dreadful
process, I
breach of law. Shut up, my fellow Canadian.
Gus is just
What
commenting.
difference does it make what two Canadians say? No, they fucking leave. Okay?
Well,
It doesn't
I would
make a
never
shit.
say.
I would never
like
say
Trudeau.
such a.
I don't like Trudeau.
I would
but I
never
would
say
never tell
such a
somebody
thing.
to kill Trudeau.
I'll
just
say that
because I
black
disagree
people
with
are.
him politically.
I'll say that black people are stupider than white people, and they should have their own communities. But I won't talk about another country and assassination. You fucking.
Right, but I don't say assassinate.
Climb off the fucking
I
horse.
disagree with them
Climb
politically
off
and let
your
their aim job.
yeah. Climb off your horse, Siren, because when it suits you, you've said that and worse.
Yeah.
No, it's a question of legality, right? Because
Oh,
if we're
shut
going to
up.
throw those
Question
rules,
it.
rules
Okay,
out the window,
my
it's worse for
God.
black people. It's
Hold
worse
on. Would
for
you have a
minorities.
problem if Gus had have worded it? I wish someone would take
You're
a
the-
rock and end this.
I don't give a fuck. You know what? You're the one.
That's not a threat, and that's
you're
not
one
an
of the people.
incitement.
Okay, Xbox, but you know what, Iron? You're the one that complains that the fucking voters are feeling frustrated because they can't get anything out of the democratic system. So what the fuck do you expect them to fucking do?
Gus, it's a question of what's better for the people, right? So, like, if minorities,
you don't give a shit what's better. You don't give a shit what's better for the
that is
people.
better for them than
You're
if
a
it's through an
fascist. You don't give a
unlawful
shit
system.
what's better for the people. You're a fascist. You don't give a shit what's better for the fucking people.
That's the entire point of the political ideology.
Oh, bullshit.
Okay, they're making a bonfire out of Trump memorabilia, which makes me very happy. I'm loving this.
So, you know, fucking please dismount.
You know what this does is this makes them look like BLM. When BLM was just rampaging in the streets, people thought those people were ridiculous. They didn't take them seriously anymore. You're just making Trump's position even stronger when you act like that.
He's got a point.
Do you know who disregarded the seriousness of Black Lives Matter? Stupid people. That's who disregarded the seriousness
That's
of
not
Black
true.
Lives Matter.
I agree. I agree, Gus.
You're
I
right.
Totally
You're
agree.
absolutely right, Nero. And unlike people who fucking decide to have society debates, I am in the trenches and I rip pockets, snatch jewels, and cut throats in a fucking discussion. So I don't care if you're going to run away with your hands in the air yelling for the fucking linesman to come and throw a red card. Because unlike you, I know that the linesman doesn't exist. And at the end of the day, I'm still right.
Yeah, and
Gus,
look,
there's
guys,
a lot of BLM that was legitimate, that could have gotten a point across, that was behaving peacefully, that had peaceful protests, and
What
they
you
got
think
completely drowned out in mainstream media
bullshit.
by the people who are
Bullshit.
rampaging and setting things on fire.
Bullshit.
BLM is about police violence against black people in this country, and we got a big problem here, Iron. We do.
I don't doubt that.
I just find it so insincere when like white people feel like they need to be like the SJWs and speak for black people. To me, it just seems like
No, that's not what I'm doing, Dial. It's just it's the way it's what I see. It's how I
You know
feel,
when,
bro.
Dionysius, you know when you're allowed to fucking accuse me of that? Is the day that Psycho or Airmean or some such would fucking speak up and I would shush them down so I could speak instead of them.
Right.
That's when you'd be allowed to fucking say that. Until then, what I'm doing, it's called being an ally, okay? And an ally speaks in a manner that is complementary to the person I'm allied with. I understand that that's not familiar to you, having no allies of your own. I get it. But this is how it fucking works, okay? And not only that, but has it ever occurred to you that the fucking people of color who come into this community may be a little bit tired of constantly having to fucking fight you dumb fucking crackers and get their point across? And so they would happily sit back and allow some allies to step in and keep fighting the fight while they rest up a bit?
Well said, Gus.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't see how that's really relevant.
I know. The fucking the Jack fucking Angstreich Nuremberg defense. I don't see how that's relevant.
Yeah, you know, skepticism does not entail doubting everything, right? Skepticism is questioning everything, whether you believe in it or not. radical doubt is ridiculous. Just point that out.
Yeah, Nero makes a good point in the side. Boy,
Cartesian doubt.
I tell you,
global
man.
Right, reasonable doubt. Yeah.
I tell you, man, if all of a sudden there was a rule in both Canadian and American cities that the police were only allowed to stop a certain number of people, an identical number from each race group. Okay, they're only allowed to stop and search and stop and frisk, and no matter what the probable cause was, just an artificial fucking experiment for about 2 years. I guarantee you that the representations of all races in the prisons would be completely fucking equal. I guarantee you.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be equal
Okay, here
to
come the
crime
police.
that would be going on, right? So that would just mean there would be more natives and other minorities on the streets committing crimes, not getting arrested.
Yeah, I knew you'd miss the point, Iron. But good go. Well, what were you saying, Stephen?
I was just saying a little update. The police have finally arrived. It's a little late because all the Trump protests, all the Trump supporters are already gone. They've already gotten beat up and all that, so they're a little late for that. But the police are now here now that only one side remains. And by the way, I was a part of OWS. Okay, entrenched in it. I slept in a park for several months. Living practically as a homeless person. OWS did nothing. We accomplished nothing. We got nothing. Did nothing. Got nothing. We should have been violent. We should have been violent while we had the numbers.
You never had the numbers. That's why I don't want you to be violent, right? It's like I don't support genocide. I
supported Occupy Wall
that the
Street.
Holocaust was real. I don't want to see it again. So don't open up the can of worms to this violence because you'll lose and you'll lose very hard.
Yeah. I mean,
for anybody.
I supported Occupy at the beginning, especially it being an anti-bank bailout thing. But when it started getting, as soon as they got to the point where they had their list of 10 or some odd demands, it just started going downhill from there.
No,
The problem was the horizontal power structure. It wasn't a vertical power structure. It's horizontal. That's the issue. That's why it failed because there were no distinctive leaders. You have to have distinct leaders. That's number one. You have to have at least one or two, or just one good leader that can be the face of your message.
Here, what do you mean by violence, though? Like physical violence?
Yeah, I mean physical violence. Yes.
Yeah. See, I don't think that's ever justified, except for maybe in self-defense.
Instead of camping out in Zuccotti Park, when they had 20,000 people on the streets on Wall Street, instead of camping out, they should have fucking invaded Wall Street.
What would that have done, though?
It would have, if people would have gotten the natural consequences, since they can't get the practical consequences.
Well, Stephen,
who are you to bring justice?
Yeah,
on?
Stephen, run in and kill a secretary that makes like fucking $12 an hour to feed her kids that works in Wall Street. You're fucking
because that's exactly
Jesus
who OWS
Christ, can't
would
get a
have.
word in.
That's exactly who OWS would have fucking targeted too. They would have chased down all the
They wouldn't have
secretaries.
beat up a poor secretary. They would have gone straight up to the top floor and dealt out the punishment.
Stephen, honestly, do you think you're gonna walk into Wall Street like fucking Bane and just like take shit over? It's like it can't work that way.
And I'm not sure how violence is ever deserved.
Jay, Rev, could you imagine? Could you imagine if Bane ran OWS? We want the horizontal power structure taken apart.
I go by Wall Street all the time.
Well done.
What case can you make for that violence can be deserved in that way?
Yeah, I even see the bull with the bus goes past it and stuff. Go ahead.
You could see the Merrill Lynch bull.
Yeah. I mean, I'm in New York. Go ahead.
You don't get tempted. You don't get tempted at night to go out and have a little bit of King Minos' wife action with that bull out there. Come on, it's a strong bull, It's a big, strong bull,
Yeah, that's right. I want a picture of Nadia riding the bull there in Manhattan. That's what I want.
There we go.
It's actually kind of big. I don't think I can get on it.
I'm sure that's a arrestable offense.
You were caught riding
if I had like a ladder or something, I could probably sit on it, but I don't think I can climb up it.
You were caught riding the bull. I gave birth to the bull.
No, I mean Nadia. Listen, you'd be fulfilling, what is it? Revelation chapter 13, the woman riding the beast. I mean, come on, Nadia, go for it.
Here we go. Here we go. And the second a picture of Nadia riding a big brass bull is sent around the world, the fucking Israel and Palestine go at it again. But
there it is.
You'll have Hillbilly denying it because he's not a woman.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I actually went down there because I think the place I got my social security card done in my
what, Palestine?
I guess current name and such. It's like a social security building. It's not far from the stop, and I actually like walked past it nearby. I think I took a picture on Foursquare.
You imagine Bane as a civil
Just
servant?
want to break in really quick. So the guy on MSNBC that's on the street, he picks a guy out of the crowd to interview. It's a Mexican, of course, because the Hispanics are the ones that are upset at Trump right now. And he's wearing a sombrero, and he has a stupid T-shirt on. Out of the hundreds of people in the crowd, this is the guy they should talk to. And then also I want to point out the fact that the first question out of the reporter's mouth was about blocking traffic. Like, who the fuck cares about traffic? Really? Why is that always something people are concentrating on? You're blocking traffic. People need to get around. It's like, dude, this is not traffic isn't important, man. I could care less how long you have to wait.
Traffic represents law and order, and these people represent tantrums. They're like children flailing around in the supermarket, stopping everybody else from buying their groceries.
Yeah.
That's the point of the protest, though, is to cause unrest.
No, you're acting like children by doing that.
I don't necessarily.
There's a BMW. He can't get through. He can't get through the intersection with his $50,000 car. Trying to leave the Trump rally.
Well, I mean, shouldn't you be proud of the fact that man was able to accomplish so much in his life?
Why should I care about him?
I'm not saying that you should in general, but gosh, I mean, if someone's successful enough to be able to own a BMW, I mean, he must be doing something right.
No, I'm just saying that's like traffic is not important.
Necessarily follows.
I'm not saying it does. I mean, yeah, there's assholes.
Okay, right on.
If you're a reporter, why are you asking?
If they work hard.
You don't get my point. My point is if you're a reporter and you're the only one there, and you're in the middle of this protest, and you single someone out to talk to them, why would the first thing out of your mouth be about the traffic? I mean, why are you asking that?
That's what the majority of people care about, is whether or not they can get to work, or whether or not they're going to be physically assaulted by a rampaging gang of goons.
Yeah, and it's not just the traffic; it's the people acting like children. I mean, these people could peacefully protest on the sidewalk, but no. Instead, they have to interrupt people's day, and it's just.
Oh, I know. It's terrible.
Oh my God, I feel so bad.
No.
Some people have real lives. They can't.
Oh yes, I know. That's right. The only people who have real lives are the ones that have BMWs, folks. You heard it here first.
Dude, they can't go around. I mean, there's like streets everywhere. Go around the fuck. I mean, you're trying to drive right through something. I mean, it's like people who drive into the flood. Like when you see the floods happening in Texas, and like you see someone's Jeep
overwhelmed by the crowd, and sometimes people have work right inside where the crowd is congregating.
But that's what you're trying to do. Yeah, but you're trying to have civil disruption enough to get notice, but without actually harming anyone.
But again, why is civil disruption the goal? Wouldn't you want to just get your message out, and wouldn't it be just simply as effective as maybe possibly being
what do you do
a courteous citizen by protesting on the sidewalk?
Oh Lord, are you kidding?
Yes, of course.
You think it's just as effective to protest from the sidewalk as it is to stop traffic?
I think it is actually less effective to protest in the street because you're going to scare people away from your movement.
I don't agree.
If we was protesting in the street, we wouldn't even be having this conversation right now. So that's bullshit. And all this, they acting like spoiled children. You apologetics are the ones acting like spoiled children. Oh, poor people got home an hour late. Who cares? Am I really supposed to care about all that?
See, that's why we don't want you. That's why I don't want people like you to live with
us. It just shows a fundamental lack of empathy for other people.
Yeah, imagine if Martin
We're actually trying to build a civilization. We have people like you just wanting to fucking break everything.
Yeah,
I know. Like some of the details about how it's run. It's ridiculous.
Imagine if Martin Luther King in Selma, Alabama had listened when they said, Martin, you should just get, you're inconveniencing people. Get out of the street. Get out of there. I
Yeah,
mean,
that's
you're being
exactly
a
right,
pain in the
Gus.
ass.
That's right, Gus. And I just
move to one side, would you? You uppity fuckers, just move to one side. I'm trying
Right.
to get uppity niggers.
And I want to add this really quick. I want to say, Aestus, I do tend to agree with you a lot, but we have to remember, the spirit of this country is about protest, and if they're blocking streets,
No,
hey,
it's not.
it happens.
The spirit
It
of this
happens,
country
man.
is pioneering and inventiveness.
Yeah, and what was the
Yankee
first thing?
ingenuity.
What was the first thing you guys did in order to be able to unleash your pioneering inventiveness?
Well,
What was
I mean,
the first thing that you did?
Tied up in its own wars. I mean, we barely
Yeah.
barely won the
Nice
Revolutionary
try.
War.
Answer the question straight. What's the first thing you did in order to get your own ability to chart your own path?
Like I said, the U.S. barely won the Revolutionary War. I mean, it was.
Doesn't matter.
That's not the point.
Stop
That's the.
throwing up chaff. You know the
Yeah.
answer to my question.
Come, Aestus, just admit it. Admit it. Gus got you there. Aestus, Aestus, he got you, man.
Let me.
No, not a fucking chance, because you're fucking the dog.
The rebellion was over taxes.
Yeah.
You know,
It
the
doesn't
Boston
matter.
Tea
It doesn't
Party and those
matter.
kind of
It
things. But
doesn't
while
matter.
you guys are
It doesn't
protesting
matter.
for
Doesn't
higher
matter. A protest is a protest. A protest is a protest.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't
An apple
matter.
is an orange.
It doesn't matter.
Gus wins. Fatality.
A protest is a protest. Sorry, buddy.
Not really.
Yes,
I mean,
you
your
don't
entire-
understand though.
Your entire country.
What was the result of that protest?
Your
Gus?
entire country was founded on protesting.
Exactly.
Now, you see, iron I can understand, because iron is descended from the United Empire Loyalists. That was the people who left the United States and came to Canada because they didn't mind being ruled by an insane king, okay? It didn't bother them at all. They thought, king's crazy, but we don't really mind. After all, there's probably more land up in Canada anyhow. So I can understand why Iron would think the way that he does. But Aestus, as an American citizen who doesn't understand that his very country, the first fucking act they did as a nation was to break away, was to protest and break away from another country.
Right, and you guys are protesting for higher taxes and more regulation.
Actually, wasn't the protest about not being represented in the parliament and stuff like that?
Yeah, but taxation. It was taxation without representation. But to them, they saw that issue as an issue of justice.
Right,
Okay,
but you can't use black and
it wasn't just about paying
representatives in parliament.
It wasn't just about paying a few more pennies on tea. It was what they believed was a question of fairness and justice.
Right, but there's a black caucus, so that doesn't follow. Like, that's not a good comparison.
I don't know what the fuck the black caucus has to do with any fucking thing.
And
What
a
the hell does that
Hispanic
have to do with
caucus.
anything
Or a
right now?
Hispanic, what are you guys calling that, representatives?
What are you
seriously.
talking about?
I understand that these rampaging protests aren't equivalent to the earlier protests that Gus is talking about.
So
because you guys have
jumping on top of the ship and ramshacking the ship and throwing all the tea overboard, that's not a rampaging protest? What are you talking about right now?
No, they should. No, they should have been on the sidewalk and not throwing the tea on.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
exactly.
okay, let's look at Ferguson.
What are you
Let's
talking
look at how big of a train wreck that is, and how.
Oh yeah, let's run right to fucking Ferguson. Let's go
They
away
will
from
and
OWS.
They will never recover from what happened to them. No sane businessman is ever going to open up a business in Ferguson. Ferguson is screwed.
Oh Lord.
Bullshit.
And it's
North
majority
went through
black,
riots.
so that sucks.
North went through way worse riots in '67, and North and plenty of businesses are coming out here right now. So that's bullshit.
Really like.
I'm sure there's like fire cleanup businesses that are going on.
Maybe I missed the relevance to any of that.
Oh my God, really? You're on a cable station that's not even regulated by the FCC, and you're covering real life event, and you gotta take time to apologize for people saying "fuck Trump" every 5 minutes? Really?
They should just beep it like they fucking do with
They
Deadliest
shouldn't
Catch.
do anything. They shouldn't pretend like reality isn't real. This is the way, like people
Yes,
don't say
but you don't understand, man. Like little old ladies could like grab their pearls and stuff.
Well, we're supposed to have civil discourse, right? Like, the idea is that swearing is uncouth, and that's not something you want to promote on mass media.
Uncouth.
Oh, really? Well, every time they go off the air.
Like, do you use utensils when you eat, or do you just like stuff your face into the food and just swirl around?
I'm sorry.
I don't understand why these
I do use utensils when I eat, but I don't use them when I talk. So I don't know what the fuck you're on about.
And it wholly depends on the situation, what it calls for.
They don't have a chance. The police don't have a chance. They're so outnumbered. I don't know if you guys are watching the pictures. If anyone's watching right now, what's going on?
Well, don't say that too fucking loud. They'll send the MRAP in there.
They're bringing in fire trucks right now. They're going to probably fucking spray these people.
If the situation calls for emphatic swearing, then damn well I'm going to emphatically swear.
This program is rated
Well, I mean, like, I'm sure the people on the street are going to swear they're in a charged environment, but the idea that we should just promote swearing on TV and consider that to be acceptable, that's just a...
Wouldn't that have been fun if Walter Cronkite had been a cusser, eh? What it is, what it was, what the fuck it ever could have been.
And it's not about promoting swearing. It's about, like he said, not denying reality. That showing the emphasis and people's emotions. It's what most of these words are used to convey in that kind of context.
Hey, Stephen, where are you watching this going down, by the way?
I just got MSNBC on right now.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks, man.
I'm sure it's on all the major cable news channels.
Now, if you're offended by reality, I mean, don't watch reality. Don't.
What's going on? It's in San Jose, California. I mean, Trump is just an idiot. He shouldn't even be appearing anywhere around there. California, he doesn't have a chance to win California in the general election. It's never going to happen anyway, so why is he even there? They should ban him from the state. The majority of the state...
That's mature. That's really mature.
Listen, the majority demographic in California is not even white. It's like one of the few states where the majority is Hispanic.
But what reason do they have for banning him from the state?
Yeah, majority.
He's an asshole.
Campaign is about hate for Hispanics.
Illegals.
Right, but just because someone's an asshole or professes asshole-ish things, I don't think they should.
Look what's happening. If you never went there, this wouldn't be happening, would it?
No, they'd just be stewing in their leftist propaganda, crying all over themselves for some white person to blame for everything.
Whatever. You can say whatever funny thing you want to say, but they wouldn't be rioting in the streets right now.
Yeah. If white people weren't in society, it would be so much better. You can go look at all those non-white societies and how great they're doing for themselves.
Reason. That's all I'm saying. He doesn't have any real political reason to be holding any rallies in California.
Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter, and I agree with Stephen, actually. I mean, Trump already has a fucking nomination. It's
So
like,
are people
why
showing
bother?
up? Are people showing up?
To what?
To a riot, obviously.
To his rally. Are people showing up at the rally?
Yeah, a very small amount of people showed up, and when they left...
Right. So there's people who support him, who would like to see him and listen to him speak, so why shouldn't he do it?
Hey, listen, we could get 50,
they get attacked.
If we exhumed
It's
Joseph
not about
Goebbels,
why he shouldn't do it.
If we exhumed Joseph Goebbels, we could get 50 or 60 people would want to see him, too. Does that mean that he gets a chance
Well,
to
you
speak?
have to ask yourself...
Well, in the United States of
you have to
America,
ask
he would
yourself
be
a
allowed to
legitimate
speak.
question, and that is Trump holding a rally in California, now the third one in as many days? Is he holding it so those small little amount of people can get to see his rally, or is he doing it so that this happens? So that because somehow he believes it's good for his campaign.
Keep in mind,
Well,
folks, that there was
for his campaign.
Keep in mind, folks, that like fucking musicians get hauled off stage all the time if they're going on concert would start a riot. So why should Trump be any different?
I'm just questioning his motives. I really believe that he's only doing it so that we see this protest on TV right now.
Yeah, that would be a smart political move.
And so you admit he doesn't give a shit about his supporters who got attacked because
No, I'm not saying that. I think he's doing both at the same time.
They'd be safe in their homes right now, just watching him on Fox News like they always do, and they wouldn't be getting attacked by people if he didn't decide to hold these rallies.
Yeah,
right.
I would
the
just...
country is seeing that if you're a white person that steps out of line in a liberal-controlled area, you can expect
Why do you bring up white people, Iron? Why are you bringing up white people? I was just about to support you and say, yeah, there's people in California that support Trump. They want to see him speak. But now all of a sudden you inject white people into this again. Dude,
you see, Iron is one of those rare Canadians that wishes he lived in a place where race mattered. You know, like he really wishes he lived
It's
in
a
a place where race
statistical
mattered.
reality that most of the people supporting Trump are white, and so I don't see why bringing whiteness into it is controversial.
See,
Sorry,
this,
I
is,
just I don't
this is
understand.
the thing. It kind of bothers Iron because Iron lives in a country where basically, I mean, generally speaking, race doesn't matter that much up here. I mean,
I wish I lived there. I want to live there.
well, so I mean, it's you don't have to worry about. There are some exceptions. There are some places that you probably shouldn't go if you look like X or Y. But generally speaking, you can, you know,
Hey,
there
that's
isn't the
racist
same-
to talk about that.
Canada makes it so hard for
there isn't the same level of racial divide up here by any stretch.
How come
There is-
Canada
Well, unless you're white
so
and
hard
native.
for Americans to immigrate?
Well, I mean, you know, when in doubt, bring money. We like money.
No, I mean I've legitimately looked into this, and I've actually tried to do it a couple years ago. You have no I don't think most Canadians know how hard it is to immigrate to Canada as an American. It's way easier to do it as anything other than an American. They especially make it hard for Americans.
Well, you Yanks don't make it
That's
easy
two
for
things.
Canadians.
One is that we hate you, and two is that your
You gotta build
government
a
makes it
fence
more
and make the
difficult.
Canadians pay for it.
You know, the other thing too is that you Yanks don't make it fucking easy for Canadians to immigrate down there neither.
Why the fuck would you want to?
Well, I mean, in my case, since my mother is American, I could apply for dual citizenship and then apply for naturalization that way.
Well, okay,
Yeah,
that's a different
I
story,
just
but
had
why
a
would you
girl. I just had a girl that I know who got her green card after living here in the U.S. for 8 years. So it's possible. It's
I can
For
see why
80
someone like
years,
Iron would
Oasis
want
likes
to.
them all.
He just said it was tough. He didn't say it was impossible.
Oh, of course. I'm just saying that it's a fact that, you know, I know someone, actually two people who just got their green cards. Actually, no, I know quite a few people, actually.
Yeah, I know plenty of people here, but
Okay.
it's not an easy task.
Oh, of course not. But you know, the thing is that the government needs to know that you are not a person who's going to cause trouble in the country.
Yes,
And if
Aestus,
your
I
waiting
understand
period
that.
is
Oh
rather
my
acceptable
God.
for such a thing.
He's teaching us to suck eggs. Like, is there anybody on this? Oh, God. I swear to God. And in the next news, Aestus will now read us another chapter from the Book of the Obvious.
From the phone book. I'll just read the phone book to you.
Can you, if you can
Okay,
find, if you
John
can,
Tergoff, Rodney King.
shut up. If you can find a phone book in this day and age, Aestus, you're a better man than I. I don't think they exist anymore.
Hey, listen for 1 second. This is a serious question for the Canadians in here. I mean, I'm ignorant
I'm sorry, but it's past office hours. I don't know if we can answer it seriously.
All right. Well, I know you're not an official representation of Canadian immigration, but is it true that Cape Breton is going to let Americans come there under refugee status if Trump wins the presidency?
I hadn't heard anything like that. I would be very surprised if any province in Canada treated Americans as refugees under any circumstance that currently exists
Just
right now.
type
Yeah,
in.
I don't know. It might have political asylum or so. I don't know if they're actually doing the refugee thing. But
well,
I know that
political
a site got tied up.
Political asylum is one thing. I mean, that's like if, you know, Xbox comes running to the border and says, you know, if I don't come across the border and live, the fucking Trump guys are going to execute me in the street or whatever.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean,
That political asylum is one thing, and that's another thing that you're probably never going to get accepted into Canada for. Although it was something that we did with the draft dodgers back in Vietnam. Although it's ironic because about 340 some odd Canadians fought during the Vietnam War. We couldn't go as a Canadian unit, but if you wanted to go, you could either sign up with the Australians, or you could go down south and sign up with an American unit. And
But isn't it true that Canadians won't extradite someone who's under threat of execution?
Yes, that's true.
Unfortunately, that is true.
Why is it unfortunately true?
Because some of the people that should be executed deserve it.
Yeah, but
I don't know how you get to that. Hold on, I don't know how you get to people should be executed. But that aside, have you seen statistics, but of how many people get executed that are innocent, or are on death row that are innocent?
That's the point. These people.
Where are you talking about? Are you talking about the U.S.?
They believe that the innocent people are worthy sacrifices to be able to.
I've looked into this before, and there is a bit of a snag, but most of the people that have been executed improperly was prior to DNA evidence being widespread. So we can actually resolve that issue with technological advancements.
Yeah,
that's not principle.
Yeah, that's not the case.
In a legal system,
technological.
oh my God!
That's
In a
not the
legal
case.
system where you get all the justice you could pay for, and not an ounce more, they should not be executing anybody.
Thank you. And in any justice system, there's no such thing as an infallible justice system. It's a given
Right,
fact.
but that's not a principal objection. That's just a question of technology.
No, it's not. You're just asserting that it had to do with DNA.
Nadia, can you hear me?
No, you can look into it. You can. Most of the people that were executed in that fashion, it's prior to the 80s, which is also prior to DNA evidence, which changed criminology completely.
Can you see my comment in the side chat there, Tia Nadia?
Yeah, I see.
Okay, just consider it.
The capital punishment all the time without DNA evidence to this day. So that it hasn't.
Right. Yeah. It has nothing to do with the technology. Yes, there are a bunch of cases that people were put to death prior to DNA evidence. That DNA evidence would have cleared them.
I mean, the
But
fact is,
but that's not the whole of the case, and that's not what keeps happening.
the fact is, in the United States, if you are poor, you are much more likely to end up executed than if you are not poor. That's
sure, and that's a different argument that would require a different.
no, it's not a different argument. The fact is that the fact that can happen means that if you have a death penalty, then the likelihood that you're going to be putting people to death that haven't done anything is statistically significant. Okay, and if that's
but that argument applies to all criminal justice.
But even without that factor.
Yeah, but the difference is that with other criminal justice punishments, you can, well, except for the obituary, but the other criminal justice punishments you can conceivably walk out after. It's very hard to walk away from being dead after your sentence.
Right.
Right, but you could leverage the argument that you can't get the time back just because you get paid or reimbursed. It doesn't equal the time of your life you spent. If you did like
That pales in comparison to not coming back from the dead.
The line of demarcation has to be set somewhere, okay? And I am fucking satisfied with demarcating it at death, all right? Because
that's fine, but that's a
where
cultural
there's
thing,
life,
right?
where there's life, there's hope, okay?
Oh.
The other thing too is if I sentence Xbox, if I say, well, a couple of neighbors saw Xbox buggering a goat, and I sentence him to 25 years, and then the DNA evidence comes back later on that his lawyer was on crack, the judge was on fucking bath salts, and nobody knew how to fight. Everybody was holding the court documents upside down. Then I can release him after that. I can't do that if he's dead.
I understand that, but that's a cultural issue. So it depends on what values you have.
Cultural issue. Death penalty is not a
Basically, wait a minute. Here's what I think. I'm going to make this simple. Do you believe that innocent people should be executed? If you don't believe that innocent people should be executed,
what kind of question is that? I believe they should be executed if it could be avoided, obviously.
What's the average amount of years before a person's found guilty and sentenced to death to the moment that they die? It's pretty it's probably at least 10 years, right?
No, it's longer than that.
It depends on the state.
It does depend, yeah. I mean, Texas has got an express aisle on their fucking death penalty.
Yep.
Fucking
Yep,
8
they
items
do.
or less, man. Bam, bam, bam. Fuck. They'll execute you faster than a motherfucker.
Yeah, they.
I think the dangers of the death penalty are overplayed, right? Like Singapore has the death penalty.
Oh,
Singapore has the death penalty. It's one of the best countries in the world that a person could live in. So I'm not really seeing.
People don't tend to complain, right?
Did you just say Singapore is a good country?
Yeah.
I will say this for Singapore, though. No, hang on,
Oh
Nero.
my
I will
fucking
say,
God.
I will just a sec, Nero. I know where you're going, man. I will say this for Singapore, though. When that American student got caught in the early 90s for vandalizing with a spray can, and they sentenced him to get caned, I fucking agree. Fucking cane the little bastard. Fucking cane him was our
Have you looked at the statistics for Singapore? It's amazingly functional and
Singapore is one of the worst countries in the world.
The death penalty, and if innocent people can be executed, then to me that means that we shouldn't have the death penalty. And until you can show me a perfect justice system that never convicts innocent people, I'm always going to say no death penalty.
Yeah. You can live in an immoral state that functions great. That people don't do a lot of crime and things like that. If you want to,
I mean, hey, one of the quickest ways to keep a fucking country crime free is instant death penalty for any crime. What the fuck, man? Just do it like the judges.
Not even that would do it.
Or just
it's not a deterrent at all.
Hey, oh no, never mind the deterrent. I
Iron.
mean, you'd be sure of no recidivism, right? Fucking boom, dead. That's it.
Hey, Iron. Do you believe in replacing the police with the military?
Oh Jesus.
What do you mean? Like, I'm not sure what you're trying to get at.
Like, and replace them with soldiers with big guns, armed like John Rambo to the teeth, literally killing
it depends
anyone
on the
who's committing a
circumstances,
crime.
right? Sometimes it's
already have
necessary
big
to
guns.
use. Sometimes it's necessary, and sometimes it
necessary.
isn't.
Okay.
I live in Canada, and the RCMP is a paramilitary organization. So
The
this isn't a
RCMP
foreign
is not
kind of
a
phenomenon.
paramilitary
Yes, it
organization.
is, Gus. Look it up.
No, they are not a paramilitary
Yes,
organization.
they are, Gus. Look it up.
They are a police force that have two distinctive.
Look it up, Gus.
They are a police force that have two distinctive branches that go beyond the usual fucking mandate of a police force. One of whom is the original SWAT team, because it used to be in this country. If you wanted a SWAT team, you had to call the fucking Mounties, because most cities didn't have their own SWAT team. So they were the original SWAT team, and they've been refining that for quite some time. The other thing is intelligence and counterterrorism. They are not a paramilitary organization. There's nothing paramilitary about them.
Yes, they are. Gus, look it up.
Yeah, they are, Xbox. Look it up.
I don't know who they are or what they.
And plus, Singapore is not a good country. I mean, have you heard of MOCE? That kid got arrested for making fun of Islam and Christianity.
I bet
that doesn't
they
sound like a
caned the
decent
shit
country.
right out of him. Did they cane him? Did they fucking cane him? They cane him. They
fucking cane him.
Hey, get your arse over the beam. But and you know the thing was, they put you in a protective diaper, right? When they go to cane you, like they put you in a protective padded diaper that you can still feel the cane through. But it's so that when the fucking lunatic that they get to swing the cane hits your ass, it doesn't fall right off your body, right? Because they showed the guy, like the high caner, like it's kind of like the high executioner. I remember this. I was watching this on TV in the '90s. They showed the dude that was this guy was like 5'5" and fucking 3 feet wide. He was all fucking muscle, and he's sitting there with this grin on his face, and they were asking him through an interpreter, "Oh, do you like caning people?" "Oh, yes, I like it very much." He caned this stuffed dummy, and the fucking stuffed dummy exploded. I'm like, that poor little fucker. His arse is just gonna fall right off. He's gonna have to give him a fucking arsectomy. They're gonna a strap a butt to me or something, because his tuchus fell right off. I'm telling you. But I bet they caned him too, the little bastard. You know what? I don't believe in corporal punishment for kids, though, but I believe in it for adults. Oh my God. Oh.
Yeah, I've actually come around on that, because I don't necessarily like punishment systems, but I've come to recognize that some adults are just big kids, mentally. And I don't mean necessarily retarded or anything, but
All right, so the definition of paramilitary is an organization which has structure, training, culture, etc., in line with military fashion that isn't actually part of the military. If you look at the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, you can look at a variety of different classes of police officers, such as staff sergeants, corporals, and other such things, as well as the weapons that they have at their disposal, the other equipment, would make them a paramilitary force.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, by the way, so would most urban police forces under that broad categorization.
Right.
Because most urban police forces have staff sergeants. They've had them for years.
Militias are paramilitary, right?
Most urban police forces have access to shotguns, okay, which in many ways are more versatile than rifles. Most urban police forces have access to single-shot submachine guns, and most urban police forces have access to extremely high-powered long-range rifles. So, and now, even in Canada, the odd police force has access to a heavy vehicle. So by that point of view, you know, the police forces are also a paramilitary organization. But to me, I think that's too wide a net, frankly.
Yeah, Gus, I'm sorry. All right, Jesus. 1 second, guys. All right, just point of moderation. Yes, MMA, we heard you. You're good to go. Sorry, guys. Go ahead.
I can just imagine Iron's ideal society would replace police cars with Humvees.
Humvees? Fuck that shit. MRAPs, baby. But actually, you know what? Actual ground-based patrolling, that shit's passé. And you don't want those people to be touched by the fucking plebeians. No, you don't want that.
I don't
you
understand the
You want
objection.
drones. You want drones
soldiers on
flying
the
over
streets, to be
top.
honest.
You want drones flying over top and fucking monitoring everybody and.
Oh, come on. Trudeau Sr. put soldiers on the streets, and people confronted him, and
Put
he said,
soldiers on the streets because of apprehended insurrection in Quebec. It was the fucking October crisis, dingbat.
no, I understand that. I'm just making the point that, I mean, he was a liberal, and he put them on the streets, and people weren't that worried about it.
It was the one and only time the War Measures Act was fucking activated. And by the way, a lot of people were fucking really incensed over that. The butthurt over that has faded in time, but a lot of people were really pissed off. And one of the things we also discovered when the War Measures Act was fucking engaged was that all of those lovely little, safeguards against the police doing weird shit, like just coming in your house and looking around whenever they wanted to. I mean, the War Measures Act in Canada was that was the original Patriot Act, and it was even worse than the fucking Patriot Act. And that's why in all the years since it was created, it's only ever been enacted one time.
Yeah, but we also have the notwithstanding clause, so I'm not particularly driven by the idea that,
what
oh
the
no, our civil rights are going to be infringed upon.
What the fuck does the notwithstanding clause have to do with the War Measures Act?
Well, you're saying that there's this idea we had a Patriot Act come in that suppressed our civil liberties. We've had our civil liberties suppressed since we had the Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
Do you think the notwithstanding clause would have any effect on the fucking War Measures Act? Do you think
I'm
Quebec
saying
could have opted
that
out
I'm
of the
saying
War
that
Measures
because
Act?
the notwithstanding clause came with the drafting of the original document, bringing up the War Measures Act is like this idea that it tramples on civil liberties is silly.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about because the Charter of Rights and Freedoms do guarantee a number of rights.
Which can be overridden with the notwithstanding clause.
The notwithstanding clause cannot override the entirety of the Charter. The notwithstanding clause. The notwithstanding clause. The notwithstanding clause. No, that's not what the notwithstanding clause is for. And not only that.
Look it up. I researched this in high school extensively.
Oh, I'm glad you did. You're not the only fucking one. And I don't know what the fuck you read, but you read it wrong. The notwithstanding clause cannot fucking exempt any province from having to observe the entirety of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The notwithstanding clause was originally dreamt up as a fucking measure to get Quebec to come into the Constitution. Okay? Everybody understood that there was no way on earth any other province was ever going to fucking use it for anything. And in fact, no other province has ever used the notwithstanding clause for anything. And the only time Quebec ever fucking used it was for Bill 101, which was a language law.
I'm not talking about how it's been used historically. I'm talking about how it could be used.
I guess you didn't read enough. You're probably one of those people that thinks...
No, I have read about it, actually.
You're probably one of those people that thinks the Governor General can actually refuse to form a parliament, too. You probably think that, too.
Technically,
no,
they could.
They can't, because if you think they could, I suggest you go back and read something called the King Byng Affair. Back in the fucking 40s.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Fucking notwithstanding clause. Fuck me sideways.
Just because it hasn't been used for that doesn't mean it can't be. Like that's not a fair objection, or it's not even an accurate objection.
You probably think the fucking Queen can actually refuse to fucking allow a parliament to dissolve, don't you?
I mean, technically she can, unless they make a law to make that not the case, right?
Right.
Do I think that would practically happen? No, but is it technically the law as it's written right now? Yes.
Help me, Jesus, help me. I'm going to convert to Christianity just so that God will protect me from people like you.
Well, if you just read the documents as they are, that's what they indicate.
But you can't just read the documents as they are, divorced from fucking real politics. You can't do that.
Right, but I'm talking about a hypothetical where this situation...
Yeah, but okay, well, hypothetically, schmypothetically, it doesn't fucking matter. Yes, technically you're correct. Technically, the Governor General, when approached by the Prime Minister, could refuse to allow a Prime Minister with a clear majority to form a government. 16 seconds later, this guy would be replaced by somebody else who would say, why, yes, Mr. Prime Minister, into fucking 24 Sussex you go. 24 Sussex is our version of the White House, by the way, just for them what don't know.
I understand what
Well,
you're saying.
yes, it's not just you in the fucking joint, okay? So
No, I'm saying that I understand what you're saying in the sense that they would be replaced, not the Sussex thing.
Gus, didn't you hear me earlier? You already got the fatality, man.
Well, this is a new opponent, though, and I'm not really going for fatality. Iron bugs the fuck out of me sometimes because he's Canadian. He should fucking know better.
Well, the story is fuck Canadians.
You know, Nero, there are easier ways to start up a conversation. I'm just saying.
I was not the one who said that.
Yeah, that was actually Jason. Welcome, Jason.
That was me. Hi.
Oh, I forgot. Okay, just a minute.
Hi, Rev. How are you?
Right, so I just want to quickly chime in.
I saw nothing like him.
I just want to quickly jump in here. So, the Act of Provision therefore shall operate notwithstanding a provision included in sections 2, 7, or sections 2 or 7 to 15, and then section 7, right to life, liberty, and security of the person. Right, so right there, if the notwithstanding clause was invoked by the government in a hypothetical situation, they could.
Which government?
take your life.
The notwithstanding clause can't be invoked by the federal government. It can only be invoked by the provinces.
But there's a provincial government.
Yeah. And once again, you have got to get
I'm just saying that we have the legal framework built into our Constitution for people to be killed by the government.
Yeah,
legally.
the Supreme Court would step in and say no.
The Supreme Court can't go against that.
Yes, they can go against that. They can interpret. That's what the courts do. They interpret the laws and they interpret the charter. That's what they do.
It's necessary that the Supreme Court consents to the use of the notwithstanding clause, but they can't go after the fact and change it.
Well, they can't go. They can't change the clause, but they can refuse the use of the clause in specific instances, and that's where something like that would end up. It would end up in a Supreme Court challenge, and the Supreme Court justices would go, "That's not what the fucking notwithstanding clause was purposed for when it was created."
Right. They wouldn't want to start a president of that.
Theoretically, that's the case.
I mean, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. The notwithstanding clause was a fucking lollipop to get René Lévesque to bring his fucking Quebec caucus. Oh, hello. Was a lollipop to get Quebec to bring its ass into Confederation. They made a deal with René Lévesque and said, okay, we'll give you guys a notwithstanding clause. Nobody else has ever used it since, except for Quebec, who used it one time over a language issue, Bill 101.
Right, but I prefer to have vision. I don't like, oh, nobody else has done it before you, therefore you can't do it. That is no value to me.
The best indicator of future behavior is past behavior.
Yep.
Your opinion on Quebec seceding from Canada?
Let them fucking try it. Let them try it. That is part of my country. Just like Ottawa belongs to every Quebecer. Just like fucking Manitoba belongs to every Quebecer. Just like BC belongs to every Quebecer. Fucking Quebec belongs to everybody in the country. You can't just take a chunk of it and fucking walk away. Fuck you. We are one country, indivisible, and that's that.
Fuck yeah, democracy.
Democracy is not about being able to put a gun to your own head and pull the trigger.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Amen to that, brother.
I don't
As
think
a
that's
half Canadian.
true, right? Like we have the laws on the books that any province can succeed.
We have laws on the books that any province can secede. No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
There is no mechanism in the Constitution for the separation
there
of
is.
provinces. Oh, where?
I could look it up for you, but it requires a consensus amongst the other provinces. But yeah, it's in there.
A consensus amongst other provinces to allow a province to secede?
I've heard of that.
It effectively becomes like a referendum,
Ireland is the
so
whole
it requires a majority.
Well, okay, but just because they have a majority doesn't mean that they're going to be allowed to secede.
Right,
No, that's what it
You're
means.
talking about everybody getting together and kicking someone out, not the place
No,
itself.
a
moving
province
itself.
can petition for secession, and then the
Yeah, they can
provinces
petition for
convene and decide whether or not they want it to secede, and then it can.
Yeah, well, how do you think that's going to fucking go?
I don't know, Gus. I'm just saying that the law is designed in such a way that if the provinces want to leave and the other provinces say it's okay, then it's possible.
Well, I have never saw that anywhere in the Constitution, but if you can find it, let me know. But once again, we're probably going to be looking at another case between what's written down on paper and what actually happened.
Sorry. Isn't that the whole point of the process of confederation, is that you have these smaller, effective, almost states coming together under the federal government? Like, I might be wrong.
The United States considers itself a republic. Do you really think they're a republic anymore?
I'm not 100% sure on the definition of a republic.
We're just a republic in title.
I mean, what does North Korea call itself? The People's Republic of North Korea or something like that? The
Democratic Republic.
Yeah, they're democratic as a motherfucker. You'll be just fine as long as you take your daily ration of grass, fresh air, and vote for the leader.
Yep. Singapore, same way.
Gus, have you heard of this man named Jason Unruh? He believes North Korea is a utopia.
Good, send him there.
Oh, he says
it is a utopia for the supreme leader.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean,
you have a funny
Jason,
hairdo and a fucking green onesie, you're all set.
Jason also believes that the victims of 9/11 deserve to die.
Oh, well, you know what? Honestly, Nero, you sound like a young guy with a lot of energy, okay? Life is too short to pay attention to fucking overt retards, okay? Best to stand back and let them walk into open man covers and have done with it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, can I be heard now? Okay.
Yep.
I actually follow Jason Ubra. I don't think that's entirely accurate as far as what he thinks of North Korea or various other issues. My understanding of what he says about North Korea is that there is...
series on it.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
He did an entire video series debunking so-called misconceptions about the DPRK. Like he said that they...
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm fucking
sure. They certainly do.
Is he breaking up or am I?
I think we're all broken up these days.
We'll go on Nadia.
Yeah, he's breaking up. Nadia,
okay.
It's not you.
Okay. Well, whenever he comes through again, I don't know. He needs to repeat himself. Yeah, my understanding of Jason Unruh's stance on North Korea.
What were you saying about Jason?
I was saying, my understanding of his stance on North Korea is that they are misrepresented in what's in effect, propaganda from opposed countries and so on, which doesn't mean that they're all that great of opposed government or system of rule. However, one can exaggerate the faults of people who are genuinely bad. Go ahead.
Hey Nadia, I've got to jump out of here, but I wanted to say thanks for the combo tonight. Absolutely. And good luck on the fundraiser. You know, if I had money, I'd definitely send it your way.
See you, Nick. Take
Good
care,
have a
buddy.
good night.
Good man, Nick. Take care.
Yeah.
Stay safe, man. Don't yell at any passersby.
Well, I mean, one kind of instance is, one might say, okay, well, let's consider Jeffrey Dahmer or somebody bad like that. I mean, might say, oh well, Jeffrey Dahmer is like the worst person ever. He killed 1 million people. Well, he killed some people, but not quite 1 million. So. He's not a good guy. Real sicko, but no, the number isn't 1 million, right? Go ahead. That's my impression of the kind of... Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to get back to Gus and say that he was half right, now he's half right. It's the Clarity Act, which outlines how a province can go towards succession, but it does require an amendment to the Constitution. So, sorry, go back to what you were saying.
Yeah, the Clarity Act. I heard something about that. Oh yeah, the like 15 minutes after the fucking conservatives passed it, they fucking broke their own. It had something to do with a codicil in the Clarity Act that didn't necessarily have anything to do with Quebec separation. But I'm telling you, man, there are fucking rules in this country that are often honored more in the breach than the observance. I tell you that for nothing.
I'm kind of confused. If the Bloc Québécois win, and somehow, and the whatever his name is gets into office, what is he gonna do? Make Montreal the capital of Canada, secede and fuck off? I don't get.
Well, Montreal would likely be the capital of Quebec. Quebec would be its own sovereign country.
Yeah, but if you're the Prime Minister of Canada, I don't see how that makes sense.
What?
Like, if you're the Prime Minister of Canada and you make Quebec secede, or will he, like, make Quebec
No, wait. Shh. Take a sip of whatever you're drinking there for a second. Listen to me now. In Quebec, the Quebec provincial government, okay, if a majority of Bloc Québécois or Parti Québécois or there's another one, I can't remember what the fuck they're called. One of these hairhead fucking dingbats that thinks that Quebec would be better off on its own. They will attempt to unilaterally declare separation, or they will attempt to do something called sovereignty association, which is kind of like you saying that you're going to move out of your parents' place, but you're still going to live there, eat all their food, and use their electricity. In any case, at that point, the federal government will have to decide what it's going to do. I believe that it wouldn't cause that much trouble for the federal government to say, nope, you ain't going no place. And that's how I would fucking do it. Now, there's other people who think there'd have to be negotiations and there'd have to be a big foo-for-ah. I don't think so. I don't think that one country can simply decide to unilaterally leave and that's that. No more than I think a whole bunch of provinces could get together and decide to expel one province.
I honestly think the Bloc Québécois are a bunch of arrogant douchebags.
Oh, okay. Well,
That's true of most French Canadians, though.
Oh, jeez.
Fucking classic Iron.
There we go.
I know two French Canadians.
Sounds like a guy who lives on the left coast.
Yeah, they don't care about. They don't have a political opinion, and they're very.
There's a lot of people in Quebec that don't give a shit about separation. There's a lot of people in Quebec that are smart enough to know they're better off in confederation than they are trying to separate. But there's always been sort of a die-hard group, kind of, I don't know, maybe 20-30% of the population has fluctuated up and down over the years, and sometimes they crest and sometimes they fall away. And every now and then some fucking idiot in the press has the nuts to say, oh, well, separatism is dead, and then all the separatists get their fucking balls in an uproar and decide to start something just to prove they're not dead anymore.
Yeah, it's funny, the Bloc Québécois actually won more districts in Ontario than they did in Quebec.
The Bloc Québécois ran in Ontario? I don't think so.
Yeah, nationally.
Oh, yeah.
Literally, yeah. So, Gus, what do you think about the recent change? I don't know if you even give a shit, but about the provincial government change in Manitoba.
What did they do?
The Progressive Conservatives won.
Oh, fuck. I feel sorry for the fucking Manitobans.
I mean, from my perspective, they ain't too bad.
There is nothing progressive about the fucking Progressive Conservatives.
I know, it's two fucking contradictions. Progressive conservatives. I'm like, what?
Nothing at all progressive. But this is what happens, when...
Well, come on, they're conservatives that don't hate gay people. That's progressive.
Yeah, they're conservatives.
The other parties, it's kind of like
conservatives that openly don't hate gay people. A bit of a horse of a different color.
It's like which turd tastes the least shitty. This turd, the NDP turd, lied to us and fucking raised our GDP without our not GDP, fuck the taxes, without any fucking consensual vote. And then these guys.
I don't blame them. Do you think anybody would have voted to raise taxes? This is the problem in California. This is the problem. This is the problem in California, by the way. And this is one of the reasons why California is in such deep shit. Is because everybody down there likes their social programs, but every time you can't raise taxes without a fucking plebiscite. And every time they try to raise taxes a little bit to help pay for all the social programs everybody wants, everybody goes, no taxes, no taxes, no taxes.
Yeah, but we live in a democracy, and if the populace is now counted in, then that isn't a democracy anymore.
Yeah, but Ilya, you've got to keep your eye on the ball, okay? If you have a population that's demanding social programs, listen, I'm a socialist, but I'm not fucking stupid, okay? These social programs have to be paid for somehow. And if you can't, if you don't have access to the fucking revenue, then that revenue has to come from someplace, right? So you can't just pull the money out of your fucking gazoo. You have to pay for those programs, and if you want them, but this is part of the problem. And Bob Ray, actually, now I don't think much of Bob Ray, but he did say a couple of things right. And one of the things he said is that Canadians and North Americans in general want European-style social programs and fucking pre-1940s American-style taxation. Well, it doesn't fucking work that way.
The problem is that the NDP, like, they're spending more and more into education, more and more into healthcare, but it's getting more and more shitty. They're raising our taxes, and without our knowledge, or not knowledge, but without our consent, and everything's getting shittier, you know? What the fuck? And then the progressive conservatives come in. All the liberal and the Green Party, they're just wackos. I mean, the Green Party is decent, but no one's gonna vote for them. And the Liberal Party is just their leaders incompetent. So it's PC. Basically, cut the fat. We're douchebags, but we're gonna cut the fat. You know, you're gonna stop paying as much money for these shitty programs. Or there's the NDP, which, oh, I'm gonna fucking lie to you. Raise your taxes. You know, put more money into education, but education's gonna get worse. You know.
Well, I don't know, but I can tell you right now, the fucking PC idea of coming along and slashing anything that moves isn't gonna help either.
Yeah, indeed.
Why do people find the idea of the state providing university education to be so incomprehensible? I can easily see our taxes being put to good use.
Well, the entire post-secondary education system in North America needs to be seriously fucking overhauled. It has got to be moved away from a purely consumer product orientation, which is what it is now. And it's more, not only that, but more emphasis has to be placed on apprenticeships. More emphasis has to be placed on bringing back the trades, bringing back manufacturing jobs, bringing back, mid-level jobs, pulling them back away from fucking places like China and Mexico, and bringing them back into North America so that fucking dumb people have jobs too.
How when the job market is moving towards automation? How do you do that? How is that feasible?
Quality job science.
You know what, Jason? Automation.
No, Gus. I agree with you.
Well, no, I'm trying to answer you.
Okay.
I'm trying to answer you, mate. I mean, automation. You got a really good point. Automation, provides employers with a lot of freedoms and a lot of versatilities. But the nice thing about humans is that, honestly, compared to machines, they're relatively cheap. When you amortize them out over a longer period of time, it's ultimately cheaper to have people than it is to have machines. And there are a lot more
fine, but not every company in America has good foresight. Okay, just look at the fucking.
Sounds like a them problem.
Look at the Great Recession, fucking 6-8 years ago. Hello.
Yeah,
nobody in America has foresight.
Sure, that's great.
Going back to the state-paid medicine or provincial-paid medicine, whatever. If that happened, none of it, the people wouldn't even be going to elementary. Fuck.
Well, I mean, again, there's, I think part of the problem is that somebody somewhere is going to have to sit, the post-secondary education fucking people down, and they're going to have to sit the fucking medicine people down. They're going to have to say, listen, explain to me why it is that if I buy a table that's designed to fit over a bed and raises and lowers, if I buy that as a civilian model, it'll cost me $100. But if I buy the exact same, and I must emphasize those words, exact same model, okay, and that's sold to me by a company that specializes in selling stuff to hospitals and doctors' offices, suddenly the markup on that is sometimes 250%. Why is that? Why is so much of the medical world stupidly expensive for no good reason? And there's a lot of medicine is expensive for very good reason. Absolutely. Nobody doubts that. But a lot of the stuff that goes on, you got to ask questions, Why are they spending this much money? The same thing with fucking post-secondary education institutions. Why is the average post-secondary education institution more concerned about, how many athletes they can draw to their athletic program than they are about how many scholars they're putting in?
As going back to education reform, as a person who's experiencing, the meat of, education, secondary education, whatever, middle school, I can tell you that it's incredibly shitty. Like, I don't know how they were able to do it, but they've drained every energy out of every bit of fun out of learning. When you go to grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4, all that shit. Oh yeah, fuck yeah, it's science class. Woo! You go to middle school, boom. What the fuck is this? These teachers hate you. They want to yell at you. I don't know how they managed to do it. I honestly don't know how you can take the fun out of education.
Well, when you say middle school, what grades are you talking about?
7, 8, 9.
Well, it's not the teacher's fault. A lot of the stress when you say the teachers hate you guys.
I don't think Gus was talking about high school. I'm pretty sure we're talking about college.
Okay.
Post-secondary education.
Post-secondary.
I don't think anybody's worried about Thomas W. Jefferson's fucking middle school varsity program. I'm sure they got a great place kicker, and I'm sure they'll go far in the intramurals. But I don't think anybody's.
However,
okay,
this isn't to say though. This isn't to say that high school doesn't need reform either, because it does.
That's true.
High school needs serious reform, and Common Core standards are bullshit, and we need to get rid of them.
All right. Has anybody been in the classroom besides me in this discussion?
No, nobody here has ever seen the inside of a classroom.
No,
What the fuck it looks like.
As a teacher.
That's
Okay,
to pee in,
can I
right?
speak
You
for a
use one of
second?
those to pee in?
Okay, can I speak for a second? Okay, first of all, what the
Well,
problem,
that's a stupid question. You can talk all you fucking want to.
one of the main problems that's happened in the education system is that you're having these businesses come through and try to sell different programs for us to teach. There's one called TAP or LTAP, and so that goes for like every 2 or 3 years, and you'll have another one that will come through. So the teacher constantly have to relearn these different methods, and really all it is capitalism. It's just these businesses that are trying to pawn off this new teaching scheme that doesn't really work in the first place. So the teachers get frustrated because they constantly have to learn these new strategies that really don't work in the first place. And if you just leave the teachers alone and let them teach, it's not that fucking hard to teach chemistry, but when you start adding all these other stupid things to the mix, then it becomes very stressful. So that's
It's hard to teach chemistry. It's hard to teach chemistry when every other chemistry teacher in the high school teaches the exact same thing as you do. That's what makes it fucking hard. Is the teachers lose motivation. Teachers get paid less. They lose motivation. Education becomes more and more shittier.
They're not getting paid less. We're getting paid quite a lot, actually. My last teaching on
in Washington, I live in Washington State. I see fucking terrible wages for teachers.
I was making $50,000 a year, and that's in Louisiana. So that's a pretty good salary. Now.
I didn't hear what you said. What did you say, 15?
One of the other problems is the lawsuits. Now, I know for chemistry, for example, they even took out our gas. So we can even use methane. And methane is harmless. But yeah, people are so afraid of being sued. That's the reason why people go into a chemistry closet.
Methane is harmless. Fuck.
Right.
There's nothing but like dust and stuff on the experiments that the old chemistry teachers used to do, because when you had desegregation and you had the different races mixed, and you had to worry about lawsuits because the race that was coming in was in poverty, and so it was making them a lot less likely to sue the teacher if something went wrong in the at least we felt that way. And so they started to kind of get rid of all the experiments that we used to do that were maybe a little bit more fun, but maybe also a little bit more riskier as well.
Throw a canister of methane in your fireplace.
Methane's harmless, dude. Methane is not.
It's not explosive or anything.
Methane doesn't burn at a very high temperature.
Yeah, but it explodes.
It doesn't matter if it burns at a high temperature. It's volatile, ding. But how the fuck did you manage to teach chemistry to
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, guys. So you better.
You're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. I have no idea what methane.
Hydrogen is not very dangerous as well.
Oh my God! The fucking Hindenburg. The Hindenburg was full of fucking full of fucking hydrogen.
If you're in a room full of oxygen, you light a spark, you're fucked.
Hold a second.
Methane's used as fuel, dipshit.
You idiots. Hold on a second. No one died from burns from that crash. People survived that. The reason
my chemistry teacher put some hydrogen into a balloon and then he set on fire. That's pretty cool. Like nobody died. As long as it's controlled, it's fine.
You thinks the fucking people survived the Hindenburg.
I know. That's shocking, Dio. I don't know how you can say that you taught chemistry.
No one died from flames.
No one.
No one died from
Shoot
flames.
methane into your fireplace, dude. That's all I
Well,
gotta say.
considering flames were the reason for it burning in the air and falling to the ground, then I would say technically anyone who did die in that died from flames.
Go ask any chemistry teacher how dangerous hydrogen is. I'm not saying if you put it in like some type of if you put it under I'm not saying if you put it under pressure, but if you're dealing with like a basic chemistry setup like in a lab, it's not
Wait, guys, give me 2 seconds.
Gus,
Ever seen a rocket?
let me meet this guy on his own playing field. No.
Pressure is dangerous.
No.
Rocket is running
Shush.
on liquid methane.
Shush. Let me meet this guy on his own ground. All right, so just from Google alone, methane's flash point is 266 degrees less in Celsius than ethanol, and you're telling me methane isn't dangerous?
It's not that dangerous. No.
It has a flash point of negative.
Let me show you something real quick.
Celsius.
1 second. Let me show you something real quick. 1 second.
Look up methane's flash point. You
Make it your chemistry degree first, could you?
You know what we do? One of the experiments that we do is we take methane and we take a tube and we put it in an upside down 2-liter bottle with full of bubbles, right? And we bubble the methane through it, and then the bubbles capture the methane and they float. And what my students would do is we put the bubbles on their hand, we light it on fire because the temperature would not. The temperature did not. I can show you the experiment. 1 second.
I think I know why he's not teaching chemistry anymore.
Yeah. I'll go with the
the nitric acid or whatever experiment on the sugar where you make the carbon towers more dangerous than like the hydrogen little balloon popping with fire.
Another thing we used to do is we take like oxygen and hydrogen and we would put it in the perfect balance stoichiometric equation, like 2 to 3. You put it in the right amount and we put it in balloons, and we take like a fuse and we tape it onto the balloon, light the fuse, and the balloon would float up. And by the time it got high enough,
I remember another experiment where it was electrolysis, and you were separating that oxygen from hydrogen, and you were putting hydrogen into upside down test tubes. And in order to prove that there was hydrogen in there, you had to put a lit test strip in there, and then it would go pop. Why would it go pop, Dionysius?
I also remember a science experiment. I went to Miami and I saw a space shuttle go up in space on liquid methane. So.
I'm pretty sure that's liquid
oxygen. Masanta, you are an idiot. A hydrogen is a diatomic molecule. It can't exist by itself. So you're
it's used for rocket fuel. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm pretty sure it was liquid oxygen.
Mm-hmm.
No, he just put hydrogen.
That's the end product with combustion.
Well, your equation is all fucked up.
The full one is this.
I was just saying.
Do you know how balancing equations work?
Don't be a fucking moron with me. I just told you hydrogen doesn't exist by itself. It's diatomic in your equation. That's what I was pointing out.
That's the end product.
Look at it, motherfucker. It's right there.
That's the end product.
Yeah, shut up.
The full thing is like 19 steps for its combustion.
MMA, no, Dio's right on this one. He's saying your equation isn't balanced because hydrogen's diatomic.
Yes, but that's the last point, though, of this combustion process.
It doesn't matter.
If your equation isn't balanced, if your equation isn't balanced, then the equation doesn't exist.
The NFPA rates it at a level 4, which means the methane will rapidly vaporize, and if you light a match in that room, it will burn. That's the level it rates it at. Level 4. That's the highest level of flammability. You're telling me that's bullshit?
No, the reason why he said methane wasn't dangerous in his example was the methane bubble experiment, which is relatively not dangerous because the methane is contained in the bubble. We're talking like you and I are talking about methane just strictly in the atmosphere as a gas, which is obviously is highly flammable and has a flash point of negative 188 degrees Celsius, which obviously it's dangerous, obviously.
I say fuck it. Let's
feed the cow. Okay,
what Dionysus was talking about, don't interrupt me, was that there are some experiments that you can do in a lab strictly safely because the methane is contained. Okay, Dionysus wasn't wrong about that. Saying that methane is safe, he's dead wrong. But there are some experiments where you can handle it safely.
Oh, sure. I mean, you can put
You can handle
methane
uranium
into it.
safely too, motherfucker. Does that mean it's safe?
You
Yeah,
can put
we
methane.
don't give fucking high school chemistry students radioactive material. Sorry.
Oh, but what fun we'd have if we did.
Okay.
Here you go. Snort this. You'll feel a lot better.
The experiments in the science guy.
What was that movie where they built the nuke in the
Methane
garage?
doesn't burn very hot, though. I mean, I remember doing an experiment, and it didn't feel like it got very hot. I don't know what the and you just said the flash point. I don't know.
But heat doesn't necessarily have anything to do with volatility.
The only thing the flashpoint means is the point of ignition.
Yeah, I know that.
Not the temperature at which it
What
burns.
is the what is it called? The 1 second.
The flashpoint is just the point at which it ignites.
Oh, I know what the flash
Good,
point is.
science
A lot of things have a low flash point. There's hydrogen.
Feed a
But,
cow some laxavids and light a match behind it. Methane's pretty flammable. You'll find out.
We know methane is flammable, dude. Shut up. Fuck.
Doesn't that mean it's dangerous?
No, it doesn't.
That doesn't
What
inherently
the
make
fuck?
dangerous.
Are in large concentrations, and if you fuck up, yes. But
Well,
no,
obviously, that's why every
Yeah.
fucking experiment has precautions. That's why you
Well,
don't
yeah, but
check for
Jason-
kinks in your tube before you use your fucking Bunsen burners.
Yes, dear, but Jason, go back to what he originally said. His original fucking statement was that methane isn't dangerous.
It's not dangerous in the sense
And then-
that
and then-
hold on a
and then
second.
you-
Take
and then
my
you
words
went-
out of
and then-
context. If you're in a lab, there's no reason why.
And then as we ribbed him, he slowly started modifying that.
No,
Okay, all right, Gus. Well, let me go back to you and say you immediately fucking interrupted him and didn't allow him to provide some context as soon as you started yelling at him.
Well, that's because that.
Well,
you know
of
what?
course methane is flammable and dangerous. Fuck
And then
you,
he got-
Dionysus.
and-
You
and
don't know
then-
what the
and
fuck
then
you're
Jay-
talking about.
Well, he
I'm
didn't.
Gus, and I have a
Well, he
PhD in
didn't.
chemistry, by the way.
He didn't. He didn't know what the fuck he was talking about, and you proved it there. And the only time you stepped in to help him out was when he started quantifying what he said. And that was after he said that hydrogen wasn't dangerous either.
I was playing devil's advocate. I was being a nice guy.
Uh-huh.
Go fuck yourself, Gus.
Uh-huh.
I mean,
You don't
gosh,
have to be a
methane and
fucking
hydrogen are
condescending
like
cynical
probably
piece of shit every night.
All right, metronome. No problem, metronome. Just keep.
Methane and
Guys,
hydrogen are
guys,
probably the
guys.
the least dangerous chemicals in the laboratory. I mean, there's many much more dangerous chemicals.
I'd
in the
rather have a room
laboratory.
fucking filled with methane than fucking hydrofluoric acid.
Exactly.
Yesterday, I lit some thermite up, and I have to say it's flammable, but it's completely safe. Don't worry, thermite, that shit's fucking safe.
Yeah, how
dude.
about you put some fucking
Make a
thermite on
bubble
your
out of that shit, light it up.
Put some fucking thermite all over your mom's tits and light it, please.
I mean, if I put methane all over my mom's tits and light it, do you think that's gonna be safe?
It's this type of mentality that caused people to get rid of our methane because they think, oh, because it's flammable, therefore it's dangerous.
It's not the.
That's the fucking mentality that we got.
It's not
going
the
on.
flammability that's the problem. The problem is the volatility. The same thing with hydrogen. The same
You can
reason
also,
why,
just like carbon
why-
monoxide, you can easily asphyxiate on methane too.
What I'm trying to say is that the methane, if you blow, like if you catch methane on fire and let's say it's all over your clothes, it's not going to get hot enough to catch your clothes on fire.
But
That's
the
what I'm trying to tell
fucking
you.
flammability is no. Oh, never fucking mind.
It's not going to catch your clothes on fire.
I never fucking said that it
You put methane
was.
all over your hands and
I
light it on
never
fire.
said
It
that
doesn't
it
get
was.
very hot.
It's fucking
It doesn't burn very
microcephalic. I never said that it was. I said the problem with methane was its volatility, not its fucking flammability.
So why would that be dangerous? I mean, can you explain? Give me an experiment, a situation in which that would be dangerous.
Rocket fuel, dude. You stand up, go to Miami, stand under the fucking rocket and see what happens, buddy.
Anything that you put, I already meant
That's a stupid fucking. That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. What if you have to come up with such a fucking outlandish, fucking
Well, that's methane, dude. They don't use
outlandish
fucking wood,
context?
They use methane because of its flammability.
Yeah,
How easy it can
and
light on
liquid
fire.
hydrogen too. I don't stand under a fucking liquid hydrogen fueled rocket.
Exactly, it's
Dumbass
not
bitch.
safe. It's not safe, dude.
Yeah, it just so happens to include methane. That doesn't mean methane will inherently kill you.
It happens to include methane. It's called
Yeah.
liquid
Yeah,
methane.
you happen to be a
pure.
dipshit.
Everybody was kung fu fighting.
Jesus fuck. What did you say you were in 7th grade?
No, I didn't say which grade I was in, but nice assumption there, bub.
And Jason's a
I didn't
little
make an
bit
assumption.
proud.
I asked you a question.
Oh, well, it's not important what grade I'm in.
You fucking waterhead, dude.
Waterhead.
Okay.
Fucking waterhead, he says.
Brett Keane, is that you?
Yeah, it's me, Brett Keane.
Well, you know, hydrogen is a difficult situation.
Methane is a really safe situation because I laid it up in a bubble and it didn't kill me.
Yeah, actually, the methane bubble experiment is relatively safe as long as there's no holes in your tubes.
Well, probably. I mean, look, I'm sure that in relatively small, experimental amounts, that's fine. Just like in that little thing when we did electrolysis, and we separated hydrogen from oxygen, put the oxygen in the little tube, and made the little lit thing, the little lit splint go and go poot. Well, we obviously were going to blow. That's the noise it made. Dionysius, I'm fucking talking, you fucking noodle. You take the little lit splint, you put it in, it goes poot, and then it didn't explode in your hand. So yeah, we're not worried about small amounts of this stuff.
Okay, do you understand explosions happen because things are under pressure, right? That's what an explosion is, right?
Right, and also the propagation speed of the wavefront. That's actually much more important than I forgot what's the expansion rate, right? That's really the most important part of an explosion is how fast the wavefront propagates.
I'm sure you guys could find all sorts of substances that are more dangerous than methane and hydrogen. I'm not arguing that with you.
Yeah, like whatever this fucking Bernie supporter's made of. That's some dangerous shit.
No, don't whip out your dick unless you want to fuck.
Oh shit, man, yo, I got hurt by that real bad.
Thomas, I like you.
Thank you. I like me too. I think I'm a great fucking guy.
There's two of yous.
Hey, you know what's really funny, Gus? In the past week, I've had 3 different people who were completely qualified and didn't know each other to tell me to see a therapist.
Well, the difference between me and them is that I will never fucking comment directly on your mental state, you fucking psycho.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Gus.
Yeah.
I'm glad you care about me enough to not, say such terrible things like, please go see a therapist.
Yeah, Nevin, the noise in the test tube went poop. That's what it went, poop.
Yeah, poot.
You did it. It's what you put. I remember to this day because we sat there giggling like kids, right? We're just like, hey, watch, you put this in there. No, wait, this way. It's like, it blows the splint out, dude. I watch it. Mind you, I went to school with orangutans, so they were easily fucking amused. I mean, I had some real bright ones. There's a guy I went to school with named Nasser, and we were presented with 4 powders, saying there's 4 powders that we were supposed to use various chemical tests to identify. And fucking Nasser is tasting each one of them. Fucking
Jesus fuck.
By lunch period, he's like, Gus, I don't feel very good. Yeah, because you've been fucking sampling each one of the... Get down to the fucking nurses.
Yeah, this one's copper chlorate. Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's great for you. Oh, is that your arsehole? Why do you say that? Well, it's on the floor over here. They sent him down to the office, and that's where I first found out about something called the oil of ipecac. Now, if anybody doesn't know about the oil of ipecac, the oil of ipecac is an emetic. Anybody know what an emetic is? No? It makes you chunder.
What's this one, Mr. Lee? That's cyanide.
It makes you shout groceries. So they gave Buddy this little tiny capful of oil of ipecac, and then they rushed him to the bathroom. And literally, Nasser was like, I don't know why I'm in here, Gus. I feel blah. I swear to God, it was like a fucking meatloaf solo. It was terrible. I'm like, Jesus Christ, Nasser, are you okay? He says, I don't know. Blah. Fuck. Oh, he was okay after that though. Once they got that out of his system and they gave him some stuff to counteract it.
So I overdosed on sulfur.
It's just, oh my God, man! It was fucking crazy. He's like, guys, what am I gonna do? I'm like, fucking don't taste no white powders in the future, man. That's what you're gonna do. Damn fool.
Speaking of orangutans and apes, that bullshit, that I accidentally threw my kid in a gorilla exhibit thing. Anyone want to comment on that?
I do feel bad for that poor gorilla, but what were they supposed to do, right?
I mean, dude, they should have let that gorilla fucking rape that kid.
No,
shut up. Great fucking daytime television, dude.
Oh, you know that's not Come on.
Well,
Honestly, I don't give a
speaking of
shit.
animals, my dog just ate the crab cake I was about to eat. Now I had the marinara sauce ready and everything, and now the crab cake's gone.
Ace puts it on the table, and the dog's like, yoink! Fucking zoom, zoom,
Yeah, exactly.
zoom.
Literally, I ran up to my room for about 2 seconds, and I come down, and it's gone.
What kind of dog have you got?
Smack that fucking dog.
You might have seen pictures of her. I had her as my profile picture for a while. It's a half pit bull, half some terrier mix. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that would. The fucking the pitties and the staffies, boy. If it looks like food, they're gonna see if they can get at it.
Oh yeah, she's adorable though. I mean, she's a cute dog.
And because dogs have memory worse than a fucking goldfish, you'd sit there and go, "Why'd you eat that crab cake?" And the fucking
No. I caught her. I mean, the crab cake was totally gone. It was I could hear her gulping it actually as I was coming down the stairs. She's like, "Oh, get it down faster before
You know she's choking on it or something.
Yeah, exactly.
He's puking it out on the ground. She brings it back to you.
Nice.
Well, now I've got marinara sauce and curry.
You've got marinara sauce and curry and nothing to put in it.
Well, I might as well just eat
the dog. The dog ate your last crab cake. Now there's a country song in the making if ever there was one.
Yeah, exactly. Well, at least I have curry. Oh, and I have shatibushchus, which is a traditional Lithuanian beet soup. It's violently pink.
It's violently pink.
Yes, it
if you
is.
stare too long at the shibush soup, it fucking punches you in the eye.
Shatibushchus.
Punches you in the eye.
Shatibushchus.
Yes, it literally means cold beets. Cold beets.
Oh, it sounds like a fucking delicacy. I can't wait to get some of that.
It is actually very delicious.
It's like, hey,
It's like a
Gus,
shitty 1990s rapper.
It's like, it's like, hey, Gus, do you like beets? No. Well, then you're gonna love cold beets and water. Oh, that sounds like a motherfucker.
Well, it's got buttermilk in it, dill, eggs, sour cream, salt, pepper. It's rather boring, bland European dish, but
It's like something a peasant in Stalingrad would eat in 1945.
Oh,
Are
pretty
you
much.
kidding? In Stalingrad, they wouldn't get all that shit to eat. in Stalingrad.
Exactly. They wouldn't get something that nice.
You know what?
They'd pick a dead fly off. They'd eat the fucking tank tracks.
I know the more common
do you
word.
know what
It's
they were
also known
making?
as borscht.
I'm
actually.
Russian, dude. What the fuck you on about?
Yeah, it's called borscht in Russian.
You know what they were baking into the rations of fucking bread for people at Stalingrad? They were baking brick dust into the bread.
Hell yeah!
To help make the wheat go further. Yeah, Stalin was like, fuck it, man. You got a shoe? Eat that shit, Bucky. We got no food, bitches. Shoot them Germans. We got no food. I'm pretty fucking sure, man, there's a couple of Germans who got shot and then their bodies got conspicuously not patriated, if you know what I mean.
The term eagle.
Wasn't there like a whole bunch of them that
Stalingrad.
didn't have shoes? Or is that just in the movies? I don't remember. It's like half of them didn't have shoes.
Well, I see. I saw this. I saw this one film footage of the prisoners from when Stalingrad's German attackers surrendered, and one guy was walking through the snow all by himself with baskets for shoes. He literally had little picnic baskets strapped to the bottoms of his feet. I'm like, dude, you're dead, right? Like, just lie down.
You know what was the coolest thing I recently found was these little Panzer tank knitted booties. So you're walking around with little Panzer tanks on your feet. It's awesome.
Yeah, I'm sure the Russians like, oh, that's very cute. Shoot me, fucker. You know. Oh, you mean that stuff is called borscht? Oh God, is that what borscht is?
Yeah, exactly.
Wait,
Borscht
you're
is
eating borscht. You couldn't have just said fucking borscht.
Well,
Yeah,
because
but
it's
you're
not
not
the
gonna call it
Lithuanian word for it. It's shatibushchus in
Ew,
Lithuanian.
fuck Lithuania is like, it's like Ukraine but worse.
No, what the heck? No, Lithuania is not even ethnically similar to the Ukraine. The Ukrainians are Slavs. Lithuanians are actually closer to the Latvians and the Estonians because they're Balts. The languages
they're
are
all
fundamentally... No, the Lithuanians are Balts. The language is fundamentally different. The culture is fundamentally different.
They're all fucking
Annex that
Slavs.
motherfucker.
They're all Slavs. Annex that shit. Stalin's great world.
Okay, I really appreciate that you guys find it funny that my relatives died in Siberia and are still
Listen,
laying.
dude, if you go looking far enough back, everybody's fucking relatives died someplace. Trust me.
They were put on trains and shipped to Siberia to work till they died in the freezing cold.
Hey, listen, you know what? The West has never cared about that shit, so why should anybody start?
Yeah, all we need is guns and oil, bitch. Guns and oil.
Guns and
Don't worry,
oil.
communism's gonna work this time.
America, dude, guns and oil.
Communism's gonna work this.
Yeah, let's start the ovens this time for real.
20th time's the charm. No, you know what? The communists never shoved people into ovens. They were never that sophisticated. They just
The communists couldn't afford ovens.
They surrounded the fucking Ukraine with tanks and said, and everybody inside the Ukraine was like, hey, there's no food here. And the tank commanders were like, yeah, funny that, eh? Yeah. Can we get out? Not so much.
Well,
Yeah, the only
What do you
thing
say?
that the Russian commander did in Stalingrad is just draw a big fucking circle around
What?
the city.
what kind of principle would you say? I suppose you're referring to the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China. What kind of principle do you say they used to? Yeah, what kind of principle would you say they used to distribute goods and services? Go ahead.
Pillaging and raping of the productive.
Okay. Well.
But dude, rape culture though.
No, really. I mean, the Soviets raped many people in the Baltics and in the Ukraine.
Okay. Well, that doesn't sound very good. Mm.
Is it rape if the girl comes?
Yes,
It can be. It can be.
It
but
can
still.
be, it is.
Well-
Actually, didn't they have socialized sex with their own women? Like, women could get basically forced to have sex with like a bunch of different dudes in Russia.
Not that I'm aware of, but anyway, I think at least people like myself are advocating that the principle underlying and according to which goods and services should be distributed be that well, you should do what you can for who needs it. Good.
Wait, what?
To each according to their need, right, Nadia?
Sorry.
Well, that's the typical Marxist phrase when it comes to that.
To each according to their needs.
Sure.
Yeah. To each according to their need, but in the Soviet Union...
But everybody forgets the first part, which is from each according to their own ability. So the people who are more able get more of it taken away from them.
Yeah, you know, Soviet Union ran by that principle, and my grandfather had to drive 72 fucking miles to find a pair of underwear for my grandma, so good job, Marx.
Yeah, it's really tough.
Would you say they adhered to that principle?
Did they adhere to that principle? I mean, they were kind of forced to, fuck. They'd be shot if they said anything else.
Well, why are you a Bernie supporter? Bernie thinks that the bread lines were a brilliant idea and that we should have them here in the U.S.
Bread lines? I mean, in times of memes...
Bernie does not think that bread lines are a good idea.
Yes, he did. Go look on YouTube, type in Bernie Sanders bread lines.
Oh my god.
Okay, let me
Here
lay
comes
this
the
down for
fucking
you.
anti-Bernie propaganda. Here it comes, folks.
Let me lay you down Bernie's grandparents Polish, hate Russians. He grew up poor. He's an American. He grew up not liking communists too. And then he's gonna say, communists did it right. Use the fucking bread lines. That's all good.
No, literally, look it up. Go on YouTube right now, type in Bernie Sanders bread lines.
Oh, Jesus.
Hey, Astis, or however the fuck you say your name.
You got it, Istis.
Istis. All right, cool. Do me a favor. Go to Google, and type in "go fuck yourself."
Okay. What am I supposed to look? What am I supposed to look for?
Right. Go to images. Google images. Google.images.com. And type in "go fuck yourself."
Yeah. Okay.
And then there's gonna be some signs. Some shirts, a bunch of different posters, stuff that says "go fuck yourself." Maybe some middle fingers.
You are just a Bernie sycophant, aren't you?
No, I don't really like Bernie that much.
Good, me neither.
But just follow that. Follow those instructions.
Okay, I did.
Perfect. No, follow the new instructions.
I did. I'm on Google Images. Go fuck yourself.
Right.
There's a blonde kid fucking himself. That's funny.
No, like actually go fuck yourself.
What?
Like literally.
I feel like bread lines already exist in America. They're
what?
called the Salvation Army. Yo, Astis, bread lines already exist in America, don't you think?
Thomas, did I induce some cognitive dissonance? Did I?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But Ace,
You hope you get over it quickly.
what intelligent problems do you have against Bernie?
Actually, to be honest, I actually like Bernie pretty much because of the fact that he's a populist and that kind of stuff. But to be honest, I actually don't think that most of his economic solutions are really all that well put together. And the other thing is that he's fundamentally also against nuclear power. I'm actually very pro-nuclear power, actually in particular thorium. So if he was going to come in, that would be a bit of a trouble. But
wait, what the fuck makes you think thorium is a good idea?
Why do you think it's a bad idea? Let's start with that.
Wait, no, don't turn this around on me, nigga. What makes you think it's a good idea?
Man, you're really mature. Okay, fine. I'll go through some of the benefits. So one of the things is that it runs actually at room pressure. So the construction of uranium power plants requires that the piping and all the vessels that are contained to be able to cope with multiple thousands of atmospheric pressures for over 40 years. So the construction of the actual power plant, you have to actually completely cast the vessel in one piece, and it's extremely expensive. So that's one really big benefit. It would actually be much more cheaper to construct. The second really big benefit is actually that thorium is highly abundant. So the isotope of uranium that we use in nuclear power plants is about as abundant as platinum. Imagine burning platinum for energy. Thorium is about as abundant as lead. Actually, you could hold a lifetime supply of thorium energy, or thorium, that could power your lifetime's energy budget in the palm of your hand. It would be about an inch in diameter, a sphere in diameter. So there's plenty of benefits. Actually, in particular, I'm an advocate for what's known as the lifters, which are liquid fluoride thorium reactors. So what they use is actually a fluoride salt, which is both the medium for the fuel and also the medium for the cooling system. There's a lot of benefits. But so yeah, I don't know.
All right. Well, listen. I've got so many fucking people at my college who in the clubs I associate with who are definitely I believe everything I'm told on the internet, and I see a viral YouTube video and just assume it's true. Hold on, no, let me finish. This is important. Like solar roadways.
Oh God, yeah, no, that's dumb.
Like that share these ideas because they think they're wonderful. And one of them was the thorium-powered car.
No, I agree. That's a scam. That was an absolute scam.
Yeah, I'm not right, but I'm not going to talk about the thorium-powered car. We're talking about thorium. So one of the big things that would lead to is lots of people looking up thorium and why would thorium be a good idea to power a car. And the thing about thorium nuclear power is thorium is very dangerous.
No,
Thorium,
it's not in its
yes, it is. Well, okay. Well, thorium's decay is a lot more dangerous than uranium.
It's decay chain. Actually, if you were to read up a little bit about this, 90% of it is gone in about 10 years, and then the last 10% is gone in about 300.
I'm not talking about its half-life. I'm not talking about its half-life. I'm talking about the resulting substances are much more dangerous than uranium.
No, they're lighter isotopes. They're actually less dangerous because thorium is lighter than uranium, so its decay products are actually lighter and they decay faster. I don't know where you're hearing this from.
I see the thorium uranium cycle as uranium-232, titanium-208, and bismuth-212.
Wow. Okay. It shows that you really don't know. Actually, thorium energy doesn't actually use the thorium cycle. It uses
Don't be fucking insulting me. All right. If my source is wrong, my source is wrong.
Okay. Fair enough.
If that's not the actual chain, then just say that's not the actual chain. Don't tell me I don't know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
All right.
My apologies.
The site that I'm looking at, right, is University of California. All right. The University of California. This is a blog post from a professor. I don't have his name here. I'll get the fucking name in a second. But this is University of California talking about thorium versus uranium power. All right. Irradiated thorium decay. Obviously, it has the half-life here, and the decay cycle, and the resulting substances.
Yeah, it's mostly lead and stuff, and bismuth.
This one says uranium-232, titanium-208, bismuth-212. Right.
Okay, well, so there's you got to remember that the thorium cycle is actually different than the actual thorium energy. The cycle that it actually uses, or the decay chain, is actually the plutonium decay chain. It actually pops in about 2 spots under plutonium.
Right. I'm not. So far, I'm not disagreeing with you.
Ace, really, really, really quickly. You said that Bernie's plans couldn't, like, economic plans you're not sure of.
All right. I'm willing to go back to Bernie. Fuck thorium.
Yeah. Really quickly, I posted in the group chat where a PhD. This guy got his PhD from Harvard, an economist, and now he does an analysis on Bernie Sanders and his plans, and he concludes that the GDP would rise 2 times under his rule.
Oh gosh, that's.
Oh yeah. Gonna laugh at a Harvard scientist, dipshit?
Yeah, I am. Paul Krugman, who has a Nobel Prize, is an idiot.
His name isn't Paul Krugman.
I know. I'm just saying that there are plenty of people who have esteemed titles that really have no understanding of how if the economy works. Actually,
A
to be honest,
PhD professor that has a PhD in economy doesn't know how economics works.
Yeah, exactly. You can actually you can hyper focus on one part of the economy and actually be completely blindsided by major effects happening on in different sectors of the economy. So yeah, and the funny thing is John Maynard Keynes even says this, that the economy can be irrational longer than you can be solvent. So yeah, I mean, that's the funny thing, is that the economy is so highly complex and varied, especially our modern economy, that to assume that we can really have a linear relation between certain variables, like if we do this, then this will happen, is very doubtful. And so a lot of these kind of analyses, I'm going to take a look at it after we talk, but I'm, like I said, very doubtful of a lot of this stuff.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
Why don't you read it first?
Valium.
I mean, this involves many
I
scientists.
will.
This involves around 50 scientists, and you're just gonna blatantly say with your I don't know what your education is.
Part of the problem is that higher economics, a lot of it is theoretical, and it gets into these nuanced things that don't really apply to like.
But Iron, don't worry. Ace, he knows what the fuck is up. He's smarter than all these guys. Well, then read it, dude.
Well, no. What I'm simply saying is that economists look. I would trust economists if they actually gave like stock tips, and they actually had a long-term success of picking successful stocks. Most of these economists just sit in their desk all day and just write computer simulations, and that's perfectly fine. But that has nothing to do with reality or anything to do with the actual economy as it is.
You know why they run computer simulations, dude? It's to visualize the world.
Look,
I suggest instead of speaking out of your ass, you read this thing.
I've been a computer programmer for over a decade now. I understand how fallible computer simulations can be.
All right, dude, but you shouldn't assume that they used all this shit you're telling me they used. Why don't you go read it really quickly? Not quickly. It's pretty.
I won't read it quickly. No, I'll read it after we're done. I've got it saved in a tab.
All right, good. So we should stop our circle jerk here, our circle fuck of. Oh my God, they can't be right.
Hey, somebody said circle fuck. I'm in.
I'm not saying they can't be right. I'm just incredulous to your claims.
All right, cool shit.
It's not that they can't be right. It's that sometimes when they're right, they're putting forward ideas like negative interest, and it just gets into the weeds of these crazy economic ideas that don't work for the average person, which is what the national economy is supposed to serve.
I mean, in this it shows that the average GDP, average income for a person would go up by $20,000, which honestly.
Are you familiar with negative interest rates?
No, I'm not. I'm fucking in grade 8. I don't know none of this shit.
No, I'm not trying to mock you. It's an economic idea that's crazy talk, but it makes sense.
I just answered your question. No, I don't.
Okay, well, it's basically like instead of getting interest, you lose money. Now, I don't know anybody that would want to do that, but it makes sense in their economic models in the higher studies that they do, I guess.
Okay.
I
continue.
do you support abolishing or raising or lowering the minimum wage in your country?
No. Oh, fuck no.
That depends. I'd have to look at. I think it's more of like a regional thing. I'd have to look at the numbers.
Okay, well that goes with that. Let's see. Any Canadians here other than Iron and me?
Let me just read off this.
Yeah, and Nevin. I know you're
ISIS
Canadian.
and you, ISIS, or however the fuck you say your stupid name.
ISIS.
Yeah, ISIS.
Just imagine
Sorry.
the A is silent. Actually, it's not really true. It's the I modifies the A, but who cares?
Istis.
No,
Right.
ISIS.
Right. All right, ISIS. Let me just read this to you, and you can tell me whether or not you agree with this. Some studies show that actinide losses and find that actinide waste dominate the thorium fuel cycle. Does actinide waste fucking dominate thorium fuel cycle? Because if so, I mean these.
Well, yes, I agree, but there's much less transuranics. I mean, the transuranics are the issue. The actinides actually can be separated and actually sold to the medical industry. So one of them, I think, is a bismuth 1. I'm not going to guess. I think it's like 131. I forget what it is. But there's actually specific actinides that can be separated and then sold to multiple industries. So another one actually is xenon, which
This one says bismuth 212.
Oh, bismuth 212, yeah. Which, yes, can be extracted. So, no, the actinides are not the problem. It's the transuranics that are the problem. And so uranium is the one that has a lot of transuranics. Well, thorium...
But you said that it follows the
Did I
plutonium.
hear trans?
You said that thorium follows the plutonium cycle.
Yes.
Didn't you?
Or no,
was
or
it
is it
plutonium that you said?
Is it the plutonium or the polonium cycle?
Because
it's been a while
this one
since I
says
looked into all
this
this.
one says that thorium fuel follows the radium 228 cycle.
Here, let me just. I'll
I
look
have
it up.
this one as the base. I have
There's
radium 228 as the base.
Right. There's 4 main decay cycles. There's the uranium, the plutonium, I think the polonium, and then one more. I'll be right back. I'll get it for you.
Okay.
Uranium, it's a very good form of energy. I think it's not very wasteful, though the waste it creates is
Good, I agree.
permanent. But as much as uranium is a good source of energy, it is not renewable.
Oh, sorry, no, it's the Neptunium cycle that.
What the? Oh, dude,
that
none of us
okay,
know
that
what
makes
that
more sense. Thank you.
There you go. Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
Neptunium.
I was gonna say because fucking
while.
like polonium, that's not the polonium cycle.
Yeah, no, it's been a while since I looked at it. Yeah, it's a Neptunium cycle, and Birdie supported. What's your name? Ilya.
Yeah, Russian name.
Yeah, well, Bernie's very anti-nuclear. That's one of the problems that I have. with
Yeah, and I'm not. I'm kind of in the middle. I'm in the middle of it. As I said, it's not renewable.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah,
I don't know how to say your name either. Is it Ilya?
Yeah, oh, you just nailed it, dude.
Ilya, perfect. All right. The thing about nuclear power is the people that are educated in it typically support it, and the people that aren't typically don't. So
That sounds like a straw man.
No, that tends to be the case.
That's
a lot
actually
of
the truth. The people that are most scared, about radiation, are the people that are least educated about it. That's been the history of America.
Dude,
in the history of fucking America.
Nuclear power. If we can't switch it to solar or wind power, it's 10 times better than anything.
I agree that wind is a good fucking. I agree that wind power is a good investment.
So like 1% of the base load that we need.
Just the thing is, nuclear power is not renewable, and it creates this waste that lasts, thousands of years. Canada, I think, on its own is around 70% of its power is from hydroelectricity. So I think that we could move on to something better than nuclear energy. Nuclear energy is good, but there's things that are viable and that are better.
Look at France, and they're running at 70% nuclear energy, and there's still a lot of that
Indeed, but
over
we slowly but surely have to switch over to something like solar or wind.
Not really.
No, it's solar. Okay, look, it's the difference between energy capture. So you're trying to capture dispersed energy versus basically exploiting highly concentrated energy. So it's much more easier and economically efficient to exploit highly concentrated forms of energy rather than to build massive energy capturing systems that are capturing small amounts of highly
I go
dispersed
back on my
energy.
point. Uranium isn't going to be here forever. I know that we have a shit ton of it. We have a shit ton of it. But imagine if the world converts to it. Imagine how much people would be able to receive energy. We'll build more nuclear stations, and our nuclear, waste and our nuclear want for uranium would rise incredibly. It would probably run out of uranium.
Look, the nuclear waste is tiny compared to the waste generated by the solar and wind industries. I mean, they produce massive amounts of waste.
I'm not sure of that.
Look, the solar panels are extremely toxic, and they need to be properly disposed, which most of the time they're not.
There's also platinum and gold in the solar panels too, which is definitely not a renewable resource.
Yeah, and I mean,
we definitely don't have loads of platinum to just go around.
I mean, peak uranium's definitely a thing, but the thing is when uranium becomes more expensive, right now it's dirt cheap, but when it becomes more expensive, certain extraction processes will become more economic. So extracting uranium from seawater and that kind of stuff. But plus, I mean, I think that uranium is only a stepping stone. Like I said, I think that thorium is really the 1,000-year solution that we're all actually looking for.
The quote-unquote 1,000-year solution. What do you mean by that? It is gonna everything we need energy that is renewable. Yes, the things that they are made out of is not renewable, but you think that if we start investing a lot of money into solar sciences, renewable energy sciences, these solar panels, these wind farms will have equipment and will have the materials to make them. The materials are made out of renewable.
Like I said, they're extremely wasteful, and it's just never going to work.
For now, that's why we need to invest into them.
He's talking about in a perfect world, right?
Yeah, well, we don't live in a perfect world.
In a perfect world,
we should invest into renewable energy.
In a perfect world, right?
Look, I mean, he can live in his own masturbatory fantasy, that's fine, but I mean, when it comes to engineers actually solving real problems, we have fundamental constraints to our construction.
Oh my god, dude, that's why we need to invest into renewable energies. That's why it's not viable right now.
They are investing into it.
We're not investing enough, obviously.
Well, then that's why you're.
All right. Know how much money they invest?
All right, Mr. Social Change. All right, Mr. Social Change.
I'm not sure.
Fuck.
Well, then why are you spouting your mouth like you do?
Well, because it seems that it's green, it's renewable. Most of it is one of the safest thing. It's one of the safest forms of energy. One of the most renewable forms of energy.
Solar and wind are definitely not green. They produce a lot of waste and they cause a lot of environmental impact.
That's not what all these eco-scientists say, dude. I don't know what the fuck you're spouting.
Look, I've been doing.
Do you know where like all the minerals for solar
energy
panels come
for
from? Like,
many years.
Okay, well, let me give you an example, Ilya. Let me give you an example of why solar isn't a good idea. I think wind is a good idea. I don't think solar is. When you fill, the best ideas are filling deserts, right? Deserted areas with solar panels. And not only is that a bad idea because of the distance to large populations of people, right? It would be better to put them on top of buildings because it's closer to people because you don't have transporting energy is very expensive. And so, but the other part though is that when you fill deserts with solar panels, you make reforestation impossible and you ruin the climate of the area. You ruin the climate of the area completely.
If you make deserts can't reforest. What the fuck
No. When you fill deserts with solar panels, when you fill desert areas with solar panels, you make reforestation impossible.
Yeah, and you're literally taking bulldozers and leveling pristine desert ground to make an eyesore of a solar panel factory.
No, I don't give a shit about that.
I never said that we're gonna flat deserts. I said that solar panels.
No,
I didn't say that. Solar panels are pretty good for shit like putting it on your house, putting it in.
A desert is the best place to put solar power.
Yeah.
You get fucking maximal sun exposure.
Yeah, and putting it on your roof is actually highly inefficient because of two reasons. One, you can't track the sun like you can in the desert, and the other one is that most of the time, especially if it's on a flat roof, you're getting losses from it not being pointed directly at the sun either.
Can't you make them rotatable?
Well, that's much more expensive.
Yeah,
Oh,
and you
well,
also have
that's
to
why
make
we
them.
should invest
That's
in them.
expensive.
You know, you can make a solar panel out of water bottles or something like that. Yeah,
Look,
there's this kid that makes solar panels out of, I think,
I'll
cola
put that right
cans.
next to my refillable water bottle too.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
yeah, bullshit. No, but you're telling me that there's no possible way, there's no scientific way that solar panels can become an efficient source of energy.
And not at the moment, no.
Well, that's why we need to invest into it, dude.
Where's the money gonna come from?
The 1.5
Taxes.
Oh, wait,
Yeah.
Ilya, you realize that
Taxes.
a part of the word investment is the word invest, which requires money.
Yeah, yeah. You know, at least in America, America spends $1.5 trillion on these jets. Even the military says we don't fucking want. I think that can go into science.
I don't disagree with you.
Exactly. Well, there we go. That's where the money's coming from.
Well,
The money is
level.
coming from so the money is coming from military offshoots. What we used to spend on the military and are now going to spend on research. Fine, we got the money. So we have the money. What sort of groundbreaking research are you going to propose that would make fucking solar power efficient? Like, how do you replace transistors that are made out of gold with energy efficient ones and time efficient ones and money efficient ones? How do you? I don't get it. Like, what?
Do I look like a fucking mechanical engineer to you, buddy?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's
No,
why we
you
definitely
invest.
don't. You
I'm saying
definitely
that
don't.
even the best of the best, don't even have a fucking clue how to make these more energy efficient.
That's why
But
we.
also though,
There's no chance. There's no discoveries
hold on.
left to make. We're
That's
done.
not what
Alright,
I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
a little nitpick I do have is that the military defense actually does have a lot of R&D into this type of technology. So they are quite a lot of the driving force behind modern technology, right? That can't be refuted. And so the solar technology, even wearable technology, DARPA especially is really pushing for that. So in a sense, we're already looking into these types of problems.
Alright, but these jets, they're incredibly, what's it called? They're marketed up incredibly, so, like, I'm not
We're not
against
talking about
buying
jets.
jets.
I'm not talking about jets, but DARPA and these other companies and others within the defense are actually looking at modern upgrading in technology, right? That does include like solar energy. That does include wearable technology, smart clothing, and all this type of shit, right? So
DARPA science.
So you have
invest into them too. Yeah, completely. I agree. Military science is science. Invest into that shit.
Yeah, and yeah. So I just had to nitpick on a little jab at the military, where it's like, yeah, those science departments like DARPA and whatnot do focus in on this shit. And then what comes from that can be bled off into the into normal commerce.
Thomas, you said that the best of the best can't find the answers, right? We're giving money to these guys.
Not the answers. I'm talking about all of the viable ways to make it more time, money, and energy efficient.
I can't see the
solar
future.
power. Listen. Solar power is renewable, right? Our sun is not going to fucking blow up for like 8 more billion years, right? So we've got this sun that's going to do some work for us. So that we got renewable energy, quote unquote renewable. But all of the structures required to make solar power are not renewable. We are going to eventually run out of gold and platinum. Okay, let me. I could give you a list right now of metals that make great conductors, and none of them are as good as gold in this context. Gold is used for a reason. Gold is used because it has always been used, because it's great. It's used in fucking everything. We need it for everything. Gold is a very good conductor, okay?
Absolutely.
So we need to come up with a magic metal, okay? A magic fucking metal that is going to be that we can get a lot more of that we can of gold or platinum, and somehow.
I gotta go, so let me finish off. Alan Turing, the guy who technically started this whole kind of computer revolution, he made a computer and it was a room big. You think you could ever picture the fact that we now have computers like 20,000 times more powerful than his in our hands? Do you think that it is not possible that there could be a technology, some sort of way that science could figure out to make these solar panels renewable? That's what I have to end on.
Of course, I'm not saying that it's not possible, but I'm saying that right now, in this very moment, is it time efficient? Is it energy efficient? Is it money efficient? No, it's not.
Yeah, science is never exactly efficient monetarily. It is science. We discover. Okay?
I don't think getting metals and stuff like resources off of like asteroids or comets, or not probably comets, but asteroids. I don't think that's too far fetched in the future. I think that's probably something very
And
reasonable.
sorry, I hate
We get our
this
gold
basic
from we get our gold
research.
from asteroids.
I hate this basic research non sequitur. I mean, most fundamental discoveries that have been commercialized were done by commercial entities. I mean, a lot of this kind of stuff that was found in basic research hasn't done anything. I mean, what has the LHC or CERN ever done to change your life? Not to say that they're interesting projects fundamentally, but
I
again,
don't know, CERN. I don't want you to fucking diminish CERN's accomplishments.
No, I'm not. But I'm just saying, in a practical scale, I mean, most fundamentally
the point of
important
theoretical
things
physics
have
is
been
not to make
created.
Yeah, I mean,
the point of
finding the
theoretical
Higgs
physics
boson-
is not to make good solar power.
Proving the Higgs boson, we don't know where that's going to lead. So I think that was probably pretty important. But practicality, for practical purposes, probably not so much.
Yeah, CERN isn't about practical research.
No, that's what I'm saying. Is that but that's what Ilya left. What he was saying, oh, we need to do this research. We need to do this basic research. We just need to throw more money at scientists. If you actually look at the empirical results that have happened when you're comparing basic research done by scientists and market research and actual commercialized research done by companies, overwhelmingly the amount of products that have actually helped humanity as a whole have all basically come out of commercial research. Very little has come out of basic research on its own.
I don't know anybody that would disagree with you.
Cool. Okay.
At least in this call, it's just Ilya. Listen, dude.
Oh, I
he's
disagree.
fucking young. He's
growing.
passionate, dude. He's
Yeah.
he's passionate, dude.
Yeah.
He wants Bernie, and I want Bernie too over Trump any day. But I don't see the feasibility of it.
Yeah, no, Trump's gonna be president.
Well, yeah, I agree with you that Trump is going to be president, but I would rather have Bernie. But that doesn't mean that I'm absolutely pro Bernie.
Yeah, I mean, Bernie, in my mind, even as someone who's definitely pretty much right wing, I think that Bernie's far and ahead basically anybody else on the stage. I mean, Hillary or any of the other Republicans.
Yeah, Hillary or any other Republican. That was a good joke. I like that one. God. Like most modern day Republicans today would say anything but Hillary, but Hillary fucking fits the Republican narrative so well.
Hillary's just an establishmentarianist. I mean, that's all she is basically.
Right, which is what Republicans want.
No, they want limited government and lower taxation. Most of them, at least, except like the Bible thumping ones. They just
You don't think they want an establishment Democrat like Hillary?
What's going on, guys?
Republicans?
Yeah. Well, welcome, Jacob.
Like I'm not talking about like quote unquote Republicans, like on Fox News, figurehead Republicans. I'm talking about a normal everyday American Republican. Even though they say something like anything but Hillary, she speaks the fucking Republican narrative so well. She emulates every good Republican politician.
Well, yeah. I mean, gosh. I mean, she was the first wife, first lady.
Oh, well, if you wondering about Christopher Hitchens, what I read in that video I show everybody regarding what I look like before my thyroid failed. It's a passage from Why Orwell Matters by Christopher Hitchens.
You know, I really liked Christopher Hitchens, even as a Christian theist. I was really sad when he died. He was like one of the first outspoken atheists that I was aware of back when I first started getting Christian apologetics.
Okay, I miss all the fucking screaming. We need another screaming argument between two people. Come on.
Trump, 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 Trump.
Yeah,
Trump.
where the fuck is Gus?
Yeah, thank God he's gone. I like him in small doses when he's not angry.
I like Gus when he's not angry, when he's not being a condescending prick.
Yeah.
I think
But
that's
that's what makes
just
his
me, though.
hangouts entertaining. That's what makes his
that's just
hangouts
me, though.
entertaining. It's his style.
Well, not always. Sometimes it can be extremely frustrating because like he can take somebody who knows what they're talking about and make them seem like they're an idiot, and it's a lot of sophistry.
And that's entertaining.
He can try to do that
to
with me.
To be fair, you didn't exactly explain yourself about methane very well. You kind of just left it at methane is dangerous and then stopped talking.
Well, I'm just saying it wasn't that dangerous. Well, if you put it in the context in which we were talking about, as you know, the fact that people came into a classroom or chemistry classrooms and have ripped out all our methane, so we can no longer do experiments. That's bullshit. Like methane is not like something that, in my opinion, is not something that's legitimately to be worried about in a classroom. It never had been until only recently.
Well, do you know what? You got the text on my, I guess, live meme is?
Who's that?
I'll take that as a no. I'll take that as a no.
I didn't hear the question, Nadia.
You know what the text in my live meme means?
Oh, no, I don't.
Alright. Ni Dieu ni maître is neither God nor master, or no gods, no masters, in the original French. And, well, the, League of Militant Atheists from the Soviet Union had a motto that I slightly modified. They said that, well, the struggle for socialism was struggle against religion was a struggle for socialism. And I have here, Borba protiv religii za komunizm и feminism, which is, of course, that the struggle against religion is for communism and feminism. Right? So, I think I have, what is it, a few different contentious issues here.
Isn't Christianity socialist, though?
Speaking of feminism, I was listening to NPR today.
Yeah, actually, some people say that the roots of cultural Marxism can be traced back to Christianity, which is kind of interesting to think about.
No, a common misconception is that Christian theism is socialist because it advocates the welfare, the good welfare of other
widows and
people.
orphans.
But what it doesn't advocate is the welfare of the people being taken care of specifically by the government through entitlements.
The Bible says that rich people will not
It taxes people through tithing at like the 10% or whatever, and then redistributes those tithes through its services to people. That's functionally the same thing, just in theocratic form.
No, but it's not in governmental form. I'm interested in socialism with regard to the governmental form.
The Bible says that rich people will not go to heaven, though.
No, it doesn't.
It's easier for a rich man to pass through an eye of a needle.
Yeah, it wasn't saying that rich men don't go to heaven. It was expounding on the state of rich men and their hearts, as opposed to the heart.
Yeah, he
of
was
the
cracking down on greed. He was saying that rich people shouldn't be greedy bastards.
Yeah, but he wasn't saying that rich people don't go to heaven. That's what you originally said.
Well, in the
yeah,
case
but the
of
Bible does have lines
world,
telling you to sell all your stuff and give it to the poor. So I would say if you're fighting against Christianity, I think you're fighting against socialism. I wouldn't understand why you'd want to do that.
Well, while I am not a strict adherent of Karl Marx, because of course I might take a bit from others like Kropotkin, Proudhon, Malatesta, and such. Marx did have a few good lines. Things like, well, that the abolition of religion as the illusory happiness of the people is the demand for the real happiness, right? So,
yeah,
it's not,
I'm
if
fascinated
that's,
by.
I don't think that's making Christianity compatible with these kinds of ideas. Go ahead.
I'm actually quite fascinated by Marx's work, but in regards to one quote he made called "religion is the opium of the masses," he wasn't saying it as if it's a negative thing. He was just simply saying that religion is a way of keeping people of the working class, how would you say, comfortable. Because from Marx's perspective, you had two classes, the working class and the bourgeoisie. And the bourgeoisie is making life very hard for the working class. Like, you have to work 15 hours a day, 7 days a week, you get barely fed, you can barely make the ends meet. It's basically a living hell for you. Wouldn't you want to die and then go to a better place without all that shit? That's what Marx was referring to.
There are a few different strata. I mean, there's the capitalist class, the bourgeois, the petty bourgeois, the proletariat, and the lumpen proletariat, and such, right?
Aren't petty bourgeois basically people who are in between the working class and the super rich industrial capitalists, such as like small business owners?
I think I don't think that's the way the distinction cuts, but go ahead.
And that's all I had to say right there. I was just pointing out that Karl Marx did not actually oppose religion. I mean, he wanted to see a world without religion, but he just simply said that religion's a way of keeping the working class comfortable. You know, that's why he compared it to opium. He didn't want to go out and abolish religion like the Soviets tried to do.
Well, my idea of how to abolish religion is
education.
Yeah, and of course various kinds of tendencies involving existential insecurity and developing that kind of response. You know, resolve the existential insecurity, right? And of course, there may be further kinds of guides to, I suppose, preventing the kind of psychological phenomenon of, I guess, attributing falsely mental states, agency, intention to the inanimate and the abstract. Go ahead. Yeah, I'm serious about
education. I mean, Einstein considered himself religious, and
he wasn't religious.
He
was a deist.
So
Einstein was a deist. He was in no way religious. He
that has no impact on. Well, that has no impact on my idea of well, going about. I
mean, Albert Einstein was a socialist.
Not just. I'm not. I don't think the quote unquote law. Well, not that I'm really a big fan of there being laws, is a way to go about getting the religion out of the world. I mean, what I have is that theism and such should not exist in any heart or any mind of any living person.
Right, and I'm just saying that that's impossible. I mean, you could try and get rid of it, but it's not going to happen. You're just going to replace it with something else, like state veneration or cult of personality or something like that.
Well, I'm an anarcho-communist. State would be compatible. Right?
Yeah,
in fact, was a veneration of something as a master or
Iron was
kind of elevated thing is against the anarchism. The anarchy rather, is guess what? It's not a state or a government. It's a ruler.
It's like a democratic community where people come together and they vote on their own laws and how to enforce them within their respective territory, basically.
Well, that can be further clarified.
Like consensus democracy, so like you don't have the tyranny of the majority, so to speak.
Well, there's a bit of that. I think the idea of a territory and laws and such are probably not exactly the way it goes, but go ahead.
Just to further the discussion, doesn't anyone here find it hilarious how some people, especially people on the far right, love to use terms like cultural Marxism, yet they can't even describe what Marxism actually is, like the labor theory of value.
What?
They never even read the first page of Das Kapital.
I have. I've read the
Yeah,
Communist Manifesto as well. No, I mean, cultural
Okay.
Marxism is usually exemplified by the Frankfurt School, with the Theodor Adorno as his head.
I think there should be more cultural Marxism.
Right, we were just talking about this yesterday. With,
I
Nadia
endorse
and Joe.
cultural Marxism. I endorse cultural Marxism.
Yeah, so Nero, I don't know where you're coming from with this. I mean, I thought it's pretty uncontroversial.
No, I mean, it's like when it's blown out of proportion. Like when you're describing social justice warriors who, like, take sane ideas and put it to the extreme. I can understand why you would call that cultural Marxism. For example, legal equality for all racial groups in America. That is a sane idea. It's perfectly reasonable for all people to have equal rights regardless of your skin color. But then you have people on the cultural Marxist side, I guess you could say, who blow it way out of proportion, like saying that white people are all oppressing black people, how all white people are evil, they're all racist, they all have privilege, you know.
Oh, how many times has racism has to be...
That's not extreme, though. That's baseline Marxism. When you use cultural Marxism to make black people and white people into different classes, and then you have everything's pawned off to patriarchy or oppression and that kind of crap. That's baseline Marxism. That's not extreme.
I don't think Marx
MMA doesn't
on
want to talk about anything involving race. Okay. Okay, what about
I don't think Marx
sexism?
It's been so covered. Oh, fuck.
I mean, like, what about sexism? I mean, should women and men...
Let's do that one.
Women and men should have equal rights.
No, but cultural Marxism does the same thing.
I mean, but cultural Marxism would be like...
And it asserts that males as a class dominate women as a class.
Yeah, but that we call that third wave feminism and radical feminism.
Third wave.
About the feminism
hang
stuff.
Hang on. If I can clarify, that's Marxist feminism.
Nadia, are you talking about the fourth wave? I've never even heard of the third wave.
No, it's not particular to waves.
Yeah.
Right, it's cutting along a different direction. It's the
Okay. So what's this fourth wave that people
analysis? Oh, well, the third wave incorporates black feminist intersectionality analysis, and also goes about repudiating the anti-side of the feminist sex wars.
In the
So,
fourth
for
wave?
instance, no, the third wave.
Oh, I thought about this fourth wave that I keep hearing about.
Yeah, the fourth wave is, I guess, incorporating post-colonial kinds of feminism from a broader global international context as opposed to
I think
European and American, and also it's a more individualized and dispersed kind of organizational pattern. Go ahead.
Nadia, very quickly, have you ever read The Soul of Man Under Socialism by Oscar Wilde?
A very, very long time ago. It's also Nadia. Sorry.
Sorry about that. I think
dude, it's Nadia. Your name is Nadia, dude.
Well,
okay, that was
say that, but it's basically repeating a mistake.
Oh. Well, I probably was a mistake.
You were?
Yeah, probably.
Why are we called pigs? Pigs are adorable and intelligent animals.
Well, I mean, is that supposed to be an insult when people call us white pigs?
We're called pigs because Psycho is a racist. That's why.
Shh.
You should see what happened yesterday.
Dude, we're called pigs because fucking Psycho's racist. He hates everyone.
No, dude. Not you, John. But you said pigs are cops. All right, dummy. But the Japanese were yelling at these. Yesterday, I saw a video of Japanese yelling to some white tourists to go home, white pigs. So no. Like, why is that like a racial thing? It seems to be one.
besides cracker, right? But that's not really a racial. That's not really an insult, right? It's like Louis C.K. says, but you bring me back to the days where I used to have slaves. Oh, that's what insult is that? But
I don't think anyone wants to return to slavery except Iron.
Dude, slavery, dude, those were the days, man. Those were the days.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever advocated for slavery. I don't really appreciate when people say things like that.
Right, Iron, am I right? Those were the days, right, Iron? Right?
I would advise you, though, that it's actually not gone. That condition of forced servitude and similar is merely conditional upon conviction for a crime. Well, no, I'm speaking of United States law. Go ahead.
You mean like wage labor? The idea that okay. Do you
I'm
agree with the
speaking of prison labor.
Like, do you agree with the concept that if I have to survive, I'm gonna have to go to a restaurant or some other place of work, and I have to ask my employer for a job, and because of the fact that if I didn't agree, let me rephrase that. If I didn't work for someone else in this society, then I would starve to death. Therefore, wage labor is a form of slavery, because no one is voluntarily, in a sense, agreeing to work for an evil capitalist scumbag, I guess. I mean, do you agree with that?
I don't. I think that's bullcrap.
I would say some kind of distinction needs to be made.
I mean, that was the entire basis of anarcho-communism and Marxism, that you're forced to work for capitalists or else you'll starve. Therefore, capitalists are literally enslaving us, and therefore the working class should have the right to rise up and overthrow the bourgeoisie.
Well, one of the thoughts, though, is while it is done under duress and there is coercion being applied, one might still deem it a distinct phenomenon from, well, the historical serfdom and outright enslavement and such, right? Go ahead.
So, Iron, what makes fascism superior to Marxism, in your eyes?
The fact that it's realistic and practical and can actually be applied to the world without collapsing inherently.
Hasn't every fascist society collapsed by now due to war or some other factors?
Well,
I mean, when Franco died,
in a war, but that's not the same thing.
When Franco died, the Republic was basically reestablished. The monarchy was kicked out. I mean, and now there's like the leftist parties being voted in Spain. And Pinochet, when he died, democracy returned. Now Chile is this free market paradise, apparently. I mean, hasn't every fascist government been abolished by now?
Yeah, it's fallen out of favor, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything, really. Like it hasn't really hasn't collapsed under its own weight necessarily. Like you could pick out some.
Neither is communism.
Yeah, well, it definitely has.
What? In some cases, communism failed due to external factors. I mean, let's face it, the Soviet Union would have never collapsed if it weren't for Reagan.
That's bullshit.
You can't just point at passive external factors or things like outside of invasions and whatnot, and then just point it
the
out that
Soviet
way.
Union was insolvent for a long time before it collapsed. There's no way that it was inevitable that it was going to collapse. Reagan was just the final straw in the back.
Okay, I can agree with that.
Command economies are vastly more efficient and stable than.
Give a good example, Nadia. What's a
economies?
good command economy that's really efficient?
Well, for quite a number of reasons. people generally voluntarily move to
No, I
exchange-based
said
economies.
give
or
an
command economies.
example of an
After
economy that is a command economy that is efficient. Give me an example, not just.
there are not that many extant nation-states that would represent command economies.
Yeah, exactly. They
By
all
and large.
failed.
No, it failed. You understand
One
the...
could point towards.
Sorry?
One could point towards when the public sector increased under Hugo Chavez at the beginning of his stewardship, and that means just look at GDP growth before and after Hugo Chavez came to power, because you will find that, sure, he probably overextended the public sector eventually, but he did demonstrate that you could hypothetically, not hypothetically, just like Denmark, Sweden, Norway has demonstrated, you need to have a strong public sector alongside a strong private sector in order for you to have a good economy. And a part of the public sector is price controls. And while it can work for a certain period of time in poverty, I mean, go on.
Well, MMA brought up an extremely good point about this, where the reason that these economies are able to go so well is because of the fact that the U.S.'s military is willing to protect most of Europe. MMA,
Yeah.
are you here? You'd be able to speak a little bit more on that.
Yeah, well, with a lot of Northern Europe, their militaries are obviously smaller because of their population size. And with the European Command that's pretty much in charge from the US, they have 400,000 US troops there or something close to that number. And with that, you get a lot of US military gear and support. So these nations can spend a lot less on military and more on other social things like healthcare, education, all that fun stuff. And not need to worry about the military so much because they have the American forces there. Yeah, that's the point, and that should be rather obvious to anyone.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just contacting. Was anything addressed at me? I was going to note that quite a number of organizations, well, do not operate their internal economies on the basis of exchange. Right?
Yeah, this is just to Astus, what was that to exactly when you brought me in there? Normally I keep out of economics because that's not so much my forte.
Right, it was, Nero was talking about social systems in Europe.
Oh, okay, yeah. So yeah, in Europe, yeah, it's mostly because of the American forces there. Yeah.
So you're saying it's nothing to do with their economics in general?
No, like Norway.
Well, that plays a big factor.
Example where the high amount of oil that the oil reserves that Norway has is willing to pay for its massive social programs. It is not the same for every single country in Europe, but on average, Europe is mostly protected by the American forces. So countries that wouldn't be able to have large social programs can, because they don't have to invest so much in their military.
Right, but doesn't military spending actually benefit the economy? Even preparing for war would benefit the economy. Because here's the thing. If we were to prepare, we already are prepared basically, but if we were to go a step further and keep preparing more to fight ISIS right now, you would need jobs to build the technology necessary to beat the living shit out of ISIS. I mean, doesn't that benefit the economy? Doesn't increasing military size overall benefit the economy? I think Iron could agree with me on that.
Yeah, I'd agree with that too. But those nations just spend less on their military because they have a large number of US forces in those areas. But yes, spending more on the military would help them out, definitely. But yeah.
But that's militarism, and militarism's fascism, therefore it's evil.
I know, right? I hate that. I don't really have any gripes against fascism, like just for the authoritarian grounds in which it speaks, as the basal definition. I don't have any gripes against that.
My only concern is that, just like with some Roman emperors, if you're going to give someone complete power, and that person is not accountable to anyone except hypothetically the people, but then again, they can take back their promise. What happens if a dictator becomes corrupt under a fascist system? Can you explain that, Iron?
Ideally, it would be kind of like the old monarchy system where you have like lower level of elites that keep the power of the leader in check, like nominally. Well, not explicitly, rather. Sorry, I'm tired. But yeah, I mean, every system has its flaws, right? So I'm not going to paint a picture like fascism is invincible. If you have a cult of personality and that personality turns out to be a dick who wants to like rape and murder people, that's going to be a second situation.
Yeah, there's another problem as well. It seems like you're suggesting that, a major weakness of fascism is corrupt people, which, yeah, it's true. But it's a weakness of any system of government that you can put forward in front of anybody.
True.
Like, every single one. So saying that that's a weakness against fascism is a meaningless standard. It's not actually a criticism of fascism.
Could you say that'd be the same for communist states?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you have communism, it kind of leans on people acting in a certain way, and if people don't act in that certain way, you no longer have a communist system. It becomes something else, pretty quickly. As is the case with Stalin's Russia. Stalin's Russia is not really a communist system; it's an authoritarian system.
I mean, true communism is basically a stateless and classless society based on common ownership of the means of production.
Right. And that's not what Russia was. That's not what Cuba was. That's not what China is.
Yeah.
None of those things are actually true communist systems. They are attempting to were attempting to use communist ideology and move toward that end, assumedly. But you also have corrupt leaders in each of those situations that prevented the actual coming of the final society.
Democracy also has that flaw too. I mean,
people. At least with fascism, you have a situation in which those people that are clinging to power are supposed to be doing things that are for the effectiveness of the state. Fascist leaders are supposed to be pragmatic people that create effective societies, which, honestly, the history of fascism has people like that. They just wind up getting very militaristic. Honestly, as far as Hitler is concerned, if you consider Hitler a fascist, some people do, some people don't. But if you consider Hitler a fascist, the guy was fighting. The only reason why his regime lost was because he was fighting a two-front war and was heavily outnumbered. And if he wasn't doing that, he could have. It wasn't because of fascism that he failed. It's because he made too many enemies.
Let's not forget that he was also having to deal with Northern Africa, and he also tried to invade Scandinavian countries as well.
Well, Finland was his ally.
He was taking shit from everywhere.
Finland was his ally. I think Norway was his ally too. Sweden was neutral. He wasn't really going up there too much.
Yeah, I mean, National Socialism.
I think that Norway was invaded. Anyway, the point is that two of the three Scandinavian countries I can confirm were either neutral or Axis. So invading Scandinavia wasn't really a problem for him. It was invading Russia that fucked him over because he invaded at the wrong time of day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, he's studying Napoleon, yet he still decides to invade the Soviets during the winter.
It wasn't the initial plan. The initial plan was to invade in the fall. Or not the fall, but the spring.
Yes, but they still carried out the plan too early.
Well, no, they carried it out too late. It was delayed. So anyway, the problem is that America started mounting an attack, and then they had to delay their plans. And then when they decided it was the time to attack, winter was coming already. The idea was that they could get to Moscow before winter started, but they were stopped in Kiev and Stalingrad. So
yeah, they were trying to go for the oil refineries.
Baku, yes.
And also the Leningrad siege took way too long. So they had all kinds of problems. Things did not go according to plan. They wound up taking winters settled in while they were in Russia, and then it was a whole different mistake. Napoleon had a completely different problem that he invaded, and then the Russians started retreating all the way back to Moscow in the middle of the winter, so that Napoleon lost like half his forces, then got there, and then got screwed over by Alexander burning down Moscow. But Hitler's mistakes were subtly different. As a lot of people can point at it and laugh, but the mistakes were made in a different way. Hitler was trying to do something that could have been successful, but it wasn't because of some snags in the plan.
Ocean, what's your opinion on Holocaust denial?
Well, Holocaust denial is silliness.
Okay, I'm glad we agree on that.
Right. I mean, I'll disagree with you on the effectiveness of fascism, but not on points of historical fact.
I mean, a democracy can be just as corrupt. If, like, 80% of the people are highly corrupt, they're probably going to elect officials who are just as much, if not more, corrupt than they are. So the same criticism can apply.
Right. That's the thing about corruption, is it's a criticism that goes round every single method of government that there is. Monarchy, constitutional monarchy, fascism, communism, everything. It's if you stray outside of it, you're going into political ideologies that don't have a government, and even then, once you have corrupt people that seize power in a powerless situation, where you could define as corruption according to the political system, like anarcho-communism.
Yeah.
For example.
What's that?
Well, I mean, Nadia, we think we had this conversation, which you agree with me that really the only way to have anarcho-communism really work is to fundamentally change human beings as to what they are, and that you are more open to changing human beings from a biological perspective to fit the system rather than try and build a system that fits humanity.
Not sure what you mean there, but it's okay.
Like genetic engineering in order to build a human being that would work well in anarcho-communism, because anarcho-communism is a good system. Does that make sense? That was something you agreed with last time we talked about this. I don't know if you remember it.
We change human nature all the time. Consciously directing the changes is not really that remarkable.
Give me an example. I mean, how am I able to switch out hemoglobin for something else in my blood? I mean,
it's a human property. I don't know.
Well, it's human nature to have hemoglobin in our blood. I mean, how do I change the fundamental?
She's talking about attitudes, like public attitudes.
Well, then that's not nature. That's attitude.
Well, that's a part of nature.
I doubt that.
Usually,
when
people talk about human nature, they're talking about attitudes. You're talking about human biology, which is something a little bit different.
Right. I mean, I would say that attitude has some biological basis, but it's mostly psychological. So I'm just wondering what parts
psychological
of human nature can be changed.
Every time I've heard human nature, it's talking about behavioral.
Nature
it's just human nature. You're really fucked up, you know.
Nature
behavior is biology.
A wide facet of variables with regard to any cognizer. You can talk about the physical nature, the mental nature, but all of it really just coalesces into one thing.
Fair enough. I think the way Nadia is talking about...
Yeah, it's kind of like talking about the human condition.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think what Nadia is talking about is more about human behavior. Is what I'm talking about anyway.
Okay, well, I think it might be more insightful to say behavior rather than nature, because when I think about nature, I mean, I think about function and form, not really attitude.
You can talk about just changing human behavior.
Well, if you wanted to get that change of behavior in a standard format across a large population, you'd have to change the biology. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, because that's what I'm saying. Is I think that there's certain parts of human nature that is highly immutable. One of the things we talked about last night was sex. It's a highly immutable thing.
Well, by human nature, what people typically mean, or at least what I understand it to mean, is that there is some kind of set of behavioral dispositions. So, you mean something else?
I was just clarifying.
Yeah, but can you clarify what your idea of human nature is?
Well, it would be a universal that all humans have. So a really good example is sexual dimorphism. Another good one is language. These are things that are universal across all human cultures. Those are things that I would consider human nature. Otherwise, anything else that is unique to a specific culture is, a cultural construction.
Well,
So
I
these
think
are
it depends on where you really want to draw the line with regard to speaking about human nature in generalities. Can't say the word. So, for example, one might say that it's human nature to be sexually active, but there is a portion of the population who has no desire to engage in any sort of sexual activity, even though it's small. Uh, so I think it'd be a matter of nailing down aspects of human nature that are, in fact, universal to all humans, if any of those variables even exist.
But aren't there outliers?
You were discussing. Quickly, Isis, you were mentioning, I guess, cultural universals. Is that right?
Sure.
Okay. And Nero, you were going to say?
But aren't there basically outliers in almost every case involving human nature? I mean, wouldn't you say that empathy is something common to men, making it human nature?
It's common, but it's not a universal. There are some people who are born without the ability to empathize with other people, right? So
Yeah, exactly. There's certain
sociopaths.
Right, there's certain survival strategies that actually don't require empathy. While the most common human survival strategy is empathizing.
Some people, it can be totally about the brain. Some parts are formed and so forth, and there's like empathy and all that fun stuff.
Yeah.
But generally, it's universal.
I don't think so. Wouldn't you say that it's kind of like a cultural thing that's like learned?
What is a cultural thing?
Well, empathy on some levels.
No, we have mirror neurons and that kind of stuff. These kind of things, I think, point to a biological basis in empathy.
I get that. I'm not saying that there's no empathy that I think is like a biological thing, but I'm just saying if you look at, for example, the difference between most places in North America, if you were to put a tire around somebody's neck, somebody who is caught stealing, and fill it with gasoline and light it on fire, typically most people would not want to see that and would be quite disgusted by that. Whereas in certain places in Africa, it's like a celebration, and all the kids and all the villages come around and like dance and sing watching somebody burn to death in a horribly gruesome way, and there's no empathy there. So
right. Well, there's no empathy there, but those same people. This is why I said it depends on where you draw the line, because those same people who are lighting those other people on fire will probably go home to their families that same night and love every single one of them, right? So the fact that you have, so in other words, my argument is not that there is some sort of issue with regard to empathy where you have folks who aren't interested in empathy in one area. My argument is that empathy itself is a universal for the most part, but on a smaller population sample, probably absent. I don't think it's culturally learned though.
No, I don't. Yeah, I don't think the whole thing is culturally learned. I think some does exist, just inherently within all of us, or most of us. But I've always like noted the differences, right? Or the differences in being able to go out into the city center and like watch somebody get beheaded horribly, and like that's a, I don't know. I would have thought before I saw so many videos of people doing that without looks of disgust on their faces that universally that would be something that most people wouldn't want to see, but that's not the case, obviously. So
yeah,
I don't know. It's interesting though.
Doesn't this all come down to the whole idea of nature versus nurture? I would say it's somewhere in between the two.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm sure if you were raised in a place where that is seen as a good thing and some sort of retribution for the horribly evil act of stealing an apple from someone selling it on the side of the road, then you probably wouldn't think that it's all that horrible a thing to do to someone.
By the way, when people make this distinction between gender and biological sex, by gender they mean gender roles as well as how people psychologically view themselves and representation of sex, correct?
My, I guess, canned phrase for it is the social roles, manners of expression, and manners of identification that are dependent on, determined by, or indicative of sex biological attributes. Go ahead.
Alright, so what's your thoughts on these non-binary people who have came out and about and say that they are spokespersons for the transgender movement?
What do you mean? That's like a really broad question. What do you mean? What do you think?
Like people who identify as gender queer, you know.
Yeah, that's
well,
fine.
I know, but what are you asking about it exactly?
I mean, do you view these people as special snowflakes, or do you think that they actually are transgender people?
My opinion is one that's not very popular, and I had expounded on this in this exact room not too long ago. I actually think that transgenderism is a form of a mental disorder. I'm not so sure that there are people who exist who are actually different genders than what they are assigned or are biologically. I think they are.
I think those are mutually exclusive statements.
What do you mean?
I think that if you're going to admit that it's a mental disorder, then you're saying that it exists. Why else would it be a mental disorder unless you have people that have a separate gender than like what they are biologically?
Yeah, that's ultimately what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that there are people who think they are a different gender than what they really are. But the contention seems to be that if a person thinks they are a certain gender, then they are that gender. That's where I'm drawing the line.
Let's assume that you're right for a second. Is the real disagreement, I think, comes down from a pragmatic perspective, is how to treat that mental disorder. Mm-hmm. Are you going to be advising that somebody treat the body to match the brain or the brain to match the body?
Well, I don't have any studies on this. This is just a pet theory of mine, and I would have no way to know how to treat it. If I had to guess, I would probably say it would have something to do with, and this is coming from a layman, it would probably have something to do with some sort of decreased functionality in a certain part of the brain, or maybe a chemical imbalance. I have no clue. But no, I would not be advising the treatment of these people because I would
usually there's a couple of arguments over whether or not it should be called a disorder, but there's recognition that it has to do with brain structure.
Right.
Which is biological, by the way. But then again, some mental illnesses do have a biological.
It's possibly has to do with development. Like any disorder is going to be biological. So like, schizophrenia is biological. That doesn't mean that it's something that we should be embracing. Mm-hmm. But with gender dysphoria being viewed as a disorder, you can be like, okay, well, we have a patient that has a disorder. What's the best way to treat it? Mm-hmm. And I think the way that I would see it is you have somebody they've got a mental disorder. You can look at the ways of treatment, what's more effective, what's not. Therapy doesn't seem to be as effective as just correcting the body to match the brain structure. And that seems to be the best approach. Now, I actually made this point earlier with a friend of mine, saying that it's part of kind of making that work is having a society that goes along with this and is accepting of it as part of the treatment. Just like you have ramps for people with wheelchairs, and we don't tell people with wheelchairs that they're unnatural. You have a wheelchair, that's not what you were born with. Why do you have it? It's obvious why they have it.
No, but people with wheelchairs also wheelchairs have been proven to greatly help people's happiness and their ability to get around and their everything about their disorder that's caused them to get a wheelchair in the first place, right? It's meant to improve their state of, like, their happiness with their life.
Well, for me, the question is...
Same thing happens with correcting the body to match the brain with the case.
No, that's incorrect, though, actually.
Well, see,
is that not the case?
Okay.
I've seen stuff saying that it is.
My
Okay,
issue
you tell
whether-
me.
is
I'll
whether-
show you. I'll show you.
My question is whether, okay, so if we're classifying this, if it's, let's assume it's classified as a mental disorder, that means that the brain is not operating in a way that it should, and the result of that is a person identifying as a gender different than what their body is. Now, my question would be, if this is a mental disorder, would we treat schizophrenia in the same way? Because in schizophrenia, for instance, people may have delusions, right, where they think they're something they're not. Same in bipolar disorder, type 2. So I don't think that indulging in the disorder itself or the delusion that someone is a different gender when they're actually not is any form of treatment. I mean, it certainly wouldn't be for schizophrenia, right?
Well, and it's like those people who believe that their right leg is unnatural and shouldn't be there. Should we allow doctors to cut off their right leg just because it might make them feel happier? It's clear that they have an issue in the brain rather than the fact, because it's obvious that their right leg should be there, you know?
Right.
And traditionally, we've had facilities for these kinds of people. I mean, there have been treatments where you play into a patient's fantasy or what have you, or delusions, but that has to be in a controlled environment and generally separate from like mainstream society.
And again, there's also what I brought up in the first part of the conversation. There's the question of whether or not this is even a disorder in the first place. As plenty of people there are professionals in this field making arguments for the fact, for the idea. Not the fact, the idea that it is not a disorder even in the first place, in the same way that homosexuality is not seen as a disorder anymore.
Yeah, but
it's simply just kind of part of the way humans develop sometimes.
Yeah, but homosexuality doesn't cause physical or mental discomfort.
But there's
you can make arguments that it does if you want.
No, but I think that's the wrong exit.
But there isn't a constant nagging thing of saying, oh, I'm in the wrong body. Homosexuals don't have that constant nagging, overarching
we don't.
of dysphoria.
Ocean, do you doubt, though, what's in, like, the DSM-5, like, for diagnostic criteria for, like, mental illness? It's put out by, like,
I don't necessarily know, but there are professionals that do. And
I would say most mental health professionals and healthcare professionals in general, I would say their views probably would fall in line with what the American Psychiatric Association.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
so
what I'm saying is it's not a fringe view, but it is a minority view. What you're talking about is right. The idea that it is a mental disorder is the majority view as it stands.
Yeah.
There are arguments but the idea that homosexuality is a mental disorder was the majority view, was 30, 40 years ago.
Well, like John Hopkins.
The gender dysphoria is going under the same sort of scrutiny right now, where there's a lot of arguments coming out and saying, no, this isn't actually a disorder. This is.
But the same thing's happening with pedophilia as well. And I hate to. I'm not bringing this up because they're at all the same thing. But I'm saying you could take that to very, very, like, sort of crazy extents, right?
Of course.
I'm
aware that the same thing is happening with pedophilia right now.
I would be very careful to classify homosexuality as a disorder in the same category as, say, transgenderism, right? Like, I think there's, and it may be, I don't know, but I think there's a direct difference between homosexuality, where someone has the attraction to the same sex, which I, like, as a Christian, view as unnatural, but on the other side of the fence, we have transgenderism, where it's not merely having an attraction to the same sex, it's literally identifying yourself as a different gender than what your body is, right? That falls under the same category as a dissociative disorder, at least in my opinion it does. So I think there's a big difference between homosexuality and transgenderism.
Nero said that was saying something about having a body identity issue as a homosexual. Is that the case? What were you saying about that? You said yes, we do.
I never said anything.
I thought you said yes, we do a little while ago.
Well, isn't it similar to, like, people who have, like, body dysmorphic disorder, for example. So somebody who is like 5'5" and weighs 90 pounds and thinks they're disgusting and fat, should we then give them stomach stapling surgery and to help with their mental, well, with their
It depends on what treatment is more effective.
Well,
That's
clearly,
what I was
would be
saying earlier.
that would be the least effective treatment. You know what I mean?
Of course. But if let's say that you had a series of studies in which it showed that doing that was far more effective of a treatment that and promoted the health of the person far more so than any other.
But it wouldn't.
I understand that it wouldn't, but let's take that aside for a second.
No, I'm also saying though, but in all of the studies that I could find, and I've asked Nadia for studies that show something different, and I still haven't been provided with a single one.
You're misreading the studies. This is safe studies.
Please point out where it shows that people who have undergone sexual reassignment surgery are happier than those who have not. And
well, also,
the same Swedish study you're misreading actually says that.
No,
Ocean.
no, it hasn't.
Ocean, this is
looking over these articles. What's up?
But you're misreading
the 30-year study.
comparing the post-op outcomes to the general population.
No, they were directly comparing it to people who were considered themselves to be transgendered who had chosen not to undergo sexual reassignment surgery.
This is very important too. Ocean, you keep throwing like the word treatment out, right? But at least from my understanding, in the psychiatric field, what you're describing is not treatment if it's a disorder. A treatment would be some way to remove the disorder or to lessen the symptoms of the disorder, not play into it. Playing into it is completely different. That's not treatment of the disorder. What you're talking about
treatment is solving the problem.
No, yeah, it's solving
sometimes solving the problem is just embracing what the issue is. And
not
to change one thing to match the other.
Not in the psychiatric field, it's not. In the psychiatric field, if someone has a mental disorder, they're using the word treatment to mean lessening the symptoms of the disorder or completely nixing out this disorder.
A lot of times treatment is actually making the disorder manageable rather than trying to
Right. Here's the problem is that the distinction is that they're trying to say that the disorder aspect is the pain and discomfort associated with it, not the actual like delusion, quote unquote. I'm not trying to be offensive, right?
Delusion is impossible to get rid of, if you want to call it delusion. Well, and it's like I was saying earlier, there are arguments against that, which I want to acknowledge. But it's what the objective is going to be when dealing with the disorder is to manage the disorder, especially if it's one you can't get rid of, which in this case it seems to be the case with gender dysphoria. It's either very difficult or impossible to get rid of.
Well, but like how many years ago was it impossible to lessen the symptoms of schizophrenia or bipolar disorder?
Right. If somebody finds a magical cure for gender dysphoria to correct the mind, so to speak, then fine, whatever, go for it. If people want to do that, then great. But it also depends on how expensive it is and how available it is, what it is. But right now we're talking about a hypothetical cure, one that doesn't exist right now.
But that's
how do you manage it? How do you manage a disorder like this with the tools that we have access to?
Well, okay. First of all, I don't think that gender corrective surgery is a management or treatment of the disorder. As I said before, I think that's a misuse of the terms. I mean, take this, if for the sake of argument we're calling this a disorder, let's say we have a schizophrenic or someone with bipolar disorder, but let's take bipolar disorder, right, type 2, or type 1 rather. So people with bipolar disorder type 1 can have a range of symptoms, one of them including them thinking that they're somebody they're not, right? Now, no person in therapy in their right mind would say, okay, this person thinks they're Batman, let's go ahead and dress them up so it lessens the stress on them going back and forth between them believing they're Batman and believing they are who they are. That's not treatment. What they would do instead, and I know we're talking about having the means to treat transgenderism, but what they would do instead is give them medications to lessen the chances for them to have those delusions. And regardless of the fact that we don't have a chemical way to treat transgenderism, I don't think it's a good thing. It's a good thing if it is a disorder to play along into the delusion. And sadly, I think that's what we're seeing in society right now.
With multiple personality disorders, part of the treatment is to actually acknowledge the other personalities.
Yeah,
well, they're create a manageable situation in which they can all be combined.
And I'm acknowledging.
Why do you think surgery? Why do you think surgery is such a terrible way to go?
Because I think that transgenderism is a form of delusion, ultimately, and I think allowing, well, that's a bad word. I think endorsing changing the gender of someone is playing into the disorder.
I think indulging is the word you're looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm not really seeing what you're on about. I mean, indulging disorders or whatever it is.
Yeah,
isn't really something that psychologists are not really concerned about.
Well, indulging delusions, like you said earlier, dressing someone in a Batman costume if he thinks it's Batman is not treatment.
Sometimes it is.
I doubt that.
It's not.
With NPD acknowledging the
No, there are historical examples where like you've played in delusions, but like I said, that's in facilities and controlled environments detached from.
It's still not getting to
general
the
population.
underlying cause of the.
Yeah, but that would be kind of like saying like makeup.
We also don't know what the underlying cause is.
That doesn't make
Okay, but exactly though, Ocean. So since we're saying that we don't know what the underlying cause is, then that would make sense that the last thing you'd want to do is put them through some irreversible like sex change, especially considering we don't know what the cause is.
We're presented with a series of options in which some people there have been records of satisfaction with the sex change. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Right. Well, part of the thing to keep in mind about gender reassignment surgery is that I'm echoing through somebody. Part of the reason that thing to keep in mind is that gender reassignment surgery is very primitive when compared to numerous other operations that have been around for a lot longer. And so, what I would like to see is I would really like to see a situation where we allow gender reassignment surgery to be developed and to be advanced as a procedure, and then 25, 30 years down the road, take another look at people who've had those surgeries and see if there is still a predilection to suicide amongst those people after the surgery or not.
Well, you gave me something like, what is it, a Williams study or something like that? And what it showed was that the, pre-op and post-op, lifetime suicide attempts were the same. I mean, after the sex reassignment surgery, their lifetime suicides didn't go up, which means they almost entirely stopped attempting.
Right? No, that's not what that means, Nadia. You're completely. That's not what that means. If after undergoing sexual reassignment surgery, it said that there was, for example, if on a whole, say if in 10 people, between all those 10 people before they underwent sex reassignment change, there was 50 suicide attempts. And after they underwent sex reassignment change, there was still 50 suicide attempts. I'm not saying that they necessarily have increased, but they're the same, which leads me and most other people to believe that it doesn't help because they've still tried to commit suicide the same amount of time.
Do you understand what lifetime suicide attempts are?
Suicide attempts over a lifetime, but they're looking at before or after the sex change. That's what they're studying, though, Nadia.
I wonder why they lump
the lifetime suicide attempts for the post-op population was including
no, it wasn't.
At the operation.
No, it wasn't. I'll come up with the paper again. I'll show you. That's not true.
I was going to say real quick too for those who.
And it wasn't a sample of 50 either.
I know it wasn't a sample. I just said as an example. I don't know the exact amount, Nadia.
For those who are advocating us granting that this was a disorder for the sake of argument, advocating sexual reassignment surgery for transgenderism and putting that on par with, say, some sort of treatment for schizophrenia where they play into the delusion, there's a big difference here. In society, for instance, the idea is to endorse sexual reassignment surgery as a way to condone transgenderism, to play into the delusion if it is a delusion. And the psychiatric aspect of things with regard to multiple personality disorder or schizophrenia, any attempts to play into the disorder by any sort of psychiatric branch was meant specifically for treatment to get rid of the disorder. Those are two completely different things.
Not necessarily. In some cases, and Iron spoke about this on a very limited basis, but he was correct in that in certain controlled situations, particularly if the person has to be permanently institutionalized because they're whatever it is that's wrong with them that you were talking about cannot ever be, and I'm waggling my fingers in quotes here, cured. Okay, it is sometimes considered acceptable to allow particularly non-violent overt displays or beliefs of, for instance, I'm Napoleon, right? If all the guy does is wander around with his coat and with his hand in his fucking shirt and a funny hat on, this is periodically tolerated under those circumstances because it creates an atmosphere of docility. It makes the patient easier to handle, and because they're not going to get better anyway, it's permitted. Okay, and
right, but it's
and there are actually numerous hard and soft medical instances where because the patient isn't going to get better anyway, certain things are permitted that in a patient that was expected to recover, we try to hustle them out of those behaviors as fast as possible.
Right, but it's not endorsed and celebrated as a thing to be run after, though. Correct?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think your language is a little incendiary here because I don't. I mean, nobody wants to be born with gender dysphoria, and I mean, people who have a problem seek a solution. Now, I'm sure that there have been numerous instances in the past where folks have used a cognitive therapeutic method to try to quote unquote cure this problem, and it hasn't worked then either. I don't see a broad body of study that says that that's worked either. So in the absence of an actual quote-unquote cure for this, we have to explore every avenue. And if gender reassignment surgery works for some people, and it does, then I think that's something that needs to be explored. But as a codicil to that, I will say again that currently, oh my God, that's a terrible buzzing. Currently gender reassignment surgery is about as advanced as if you lost an eye in an industrial accident, me fusing what's left of your eyelid shut and then painting an eye over top of it. That's the current state of gender reassignment surgery. So we really don't know. We really don't have enough of an alternative built into that so-called alternative to truly, affect what's going on. And particularly for people who are hoping that this will give them something that it won't.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, like I said before, my issue is, if we're granting for the sake of argument that this is an actual disorder, endorsing the disorder or going along with the disorder as something to be celebrated by society, right? That's my major issue. I personally,
I don't know. I have a real problem, Jacob, with you using the word celebrated. I think you're
But it is.
I think tolerated. I think the word here is tolerated and accepted. Celebrated.
Dude, really? Have you been to a rainbow rally recently?
When was the last? I'm sorry. I think there's a big difference between a rainbow rally that is ostensibly held mostly to promote celebration of homosexuality and lesbianism. When was the last time you guys saw a trans rally? When was the last time you guys saw a trans
rally? It definitely exists.
I can tell you right now, Caitlyn Jenner.
Okay, well,
I mean that's a good example. That's what I'm talking about.
Isn't she trying to reverse though? Isn't she trying to?
Yeah, she detransitioned.
No, she didn't detransition. That was incorrect.
That was? Oh, okay.
That was
story was incorrect.
Oh, was basically an outright lie, but okay. Sorry?
Nadia, there was something about the guy who wrote that article, right? It was also the same guy that reported on something else. It was a little silly.
A number of things that were pretty fishy, yeah.
He was a guy who had done a unauthorized biography of her, and it's been denied by her publicist as well as herself. So.
But whatever the case, she hasn't detransitioned. But I mean, I don't know. I don't see anybody spontaneously baking trans people cakes. You know, I mean, celebrated is a word that carries a lot of fucking baggage with it. That, you know, I'm very leery of its use here because I think that I think it has implications. I think it has implications, and it makes implications that I think are unfair.
I mean, the thing is that the gay thing is definitely, and I mean, the gays are constantly lumped in with the trans people.
Well, LGBTQ is a handy
Don't forget
shorthand.
A plus.
What's A plus? What the fuck is all that?
A is asexual.
The alphabet. Look at that alphabet soup is just a handy shorthand. That alphabet soup is a handy shorthand for cis people to refer to that group as a whole. That doesn't necessarily mean that those groups,
no. People
that doesn't necessarily mean that the people within those groups necessarily look at each other homogeneously.
No, but
I'm
you
not
could also
saying
say
that.
the same thing about being a professional victim, and I'm not saying it's the same thing, but I'm saying there's a similar correlation. Well, as most people would say, oh, it would suck to be a victim. Being a professional victim these days and being seen as someone who is oppressed can make a lot of money, and not only just financially, but in many other aspects for attention or for whatever. People seem to like victimhood status these days.
Hold on a second. Caitlin is going back to, she is transition from the
No,
article.
she's not, Dio.
You didn't see the article that I posted?
Oh, fuck around. Well,
Was it from WordPress again, Dionysus?
It says Caitlyn Jenner is getting man parts back and transitioning back, and it's from reportquickly.com. But I see there's no sources at the bottom.
Well, I actually heard, I thought where I first got the information from. I was listening to NPR, and I actually heard from NPR first.
Oh, well, you know what? This site isn't NPR. This site doesn't even have a fucking title bar anywhere on it.
No, this site doesn't even say where it's coming from.
I pulled the first one I found, but I listened to NPR. And NPR, that's where I first heard the news. I thought, well,
great. So go see it. Great. That's fantastic, Dio. You go find an article on NPR, or a place that actually has to be accountable for what it says, and we'll pay attention.
Reportquickly.com.
Yeah. So.
Oh yeah, you should have seen. Oh Christ, Ocean, you should have been here earlier when Incorporated sent an article from a place called mynewsbiscuits.com.
I got him bad one time when he was claiming that there was an Egyptian colony inside of the Grand Canyon.
What?
Yeah.
And yeah.
Clip him good.
Oh, I got it. Not only did I find the original newspaper article, I also found out that the find was not claiming to be Egyptian at all. It was claiming to be a Tibetan colony. And it was a hoax from somebody who had just moved a bunch of fucking artifacts into a cave.
I'm sure they would
Grand
post
Canyon
like
and started taking
the
pictures.
Onion.
Yeah, I embarrassed.
It was from the Arizona Herald or whatever it was, but it was that basically the guy who found it didn't even exist.
I embarrassed Incorporated so bad that after I showed him that essentially the newspaper, that mynewsbiscuits.com was essentially a fucking joke paper like the Onion or the Beaverton.
Yeah.
He fucked off out of the hangout like his nuts were on fire. It's like, well, I gotta go, goodbye.
He did the same thing to me when I showed him the article from IO9, basically detailing exactly what happened with the colony in the Grand Canyon.
Oh,
it's
man.
like, oh, fuck. And he just disappeared immediately, and then claimed that he was joking afterwards. I was like, no,
right.
No, you weren't, son.
Well, you see, the thing is, like, he'll put that up there. And if we let him get away with it, like, he'll just go, yeah, that's a site, no problem. And he knows full fucking well what he's doing. He cracks me up, him, sometimes. It drives me crazy.
What was the other one? The Christian Science magazine?
Yeah, the Christian Science Monitor. He's talking about the Christian Science Monitor magazine was talking about UFOs on the, what?
That's a regular site of his.
The article says that I see that I'm incorrect. The article said it was just rumors that were spread rapidly. So.
Thank you.
Well, with notitlebar.com, I'm sure that was a wonderfully reputable article.
It does have a title bar. It's just halfway through the page.
Halfway through, that's a great place to put a title bar.
I know, right?
Not exactly.
You gotta have the ad first,
Of course.
That's right, for fucking penis enlargement.
That's perfect.
For the longest
Remember to see
time, though.
Brian Fleming's new film, The Beast. That thing was an ad on so many sites for a long time, and then this movie never came out.
You know, it's funny, for a couple of years, all of my female friends would get spam promising them penis enlargement, and all my male friends would get spam promising them a lovely new set of tits. I'm just like, fellas, you just, you know.
Work that marketing algorithm a little bit harder.
Yeah, you might want to just tweak that. Just
take that home.
Just an ad. Flip that over. Quick while you can.
Tell that intern to take the work home with her.
That's right. That's right. Just give her a weekend off and tell her to come back and look at it with fresh eyes. Just, you know, give her some walk around money. Tell her to go get a hoagie. You know, have a nosh. Look up at the stars for a minute, then come back and check her math. I'm just saying. Just a thought. Yeah. We'll get sent to all kinds of weird sites, and the thing is that even me, like, I know myself when I'm checking a lot of sites out, and I'm like, okay, well, you know, somebody says, okay, prove this. I'm like, so I throw it into Google, and Google brings back, oh my God, like, you've got to be kidding me, you know, like half a dozen blogs written by guys in their boxer shorts in their basement, you know. Wow, is somebody in a hot air balloon?
I find the worst thing is, like, I don't read all these foreign newspapers, so when I go and Google these things, somebody's just like, oh, that's liberal, that's conservative, you can't use that. I'm like, oh, fuck off.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can't help it, though. When somebody comes to me with political commentary from Breitbart, I'm pretty sure I know what I'm going to get, right? Like, you know, Charles Krauthammer's fucking wet dream, right? It's just like...
Well, I tend to just, for the most part...
Yeah, but, you know, it's the same thing when I get something from HuffPo, you know?
Hey, you know what? I guess I can't blame you. It's just as long as one side can do it and the other side can do it, I guess
exactly.
It's fine.
Well, I think what matters is that we converge on the facts.
The Mary Sue,
I love it when
right?
someone
I mean,
cites
the Mary
BuzzFeed.
Sue. The Mary Sue.
God,
BuzzFeed.
I think NPR and BBC is pretty correct. I don't think they're pretty neutral, and I know conservatives will say that they're liberal, but I don't think NPR is very liberal. They actually took the time to answer questions about how much time they covered with conservative issues versus liberal issues, and they actually they covered them pretty equally. Well,
I actually agree. I think that it's pretty.
Hey, it's the BBC News.
What were you saying, Gus?
But what I love, though, is when I'm looking through scientific articles, and it takes me, because it's been a long time since I've done any science work. Like, I gave it up years ago for the paycheck trap. But I mean, I'm looking through one of these scientific papers, and it sometimes takes me a minute to go, hey, wait a minute. What the fuck is going on here? So,
thoughts on Al Jazeera?
I actually kind of like AJ Plus.
You know what? Al Jazeera is a lot fucking fairer than the United States government wants us to think they are.
I'll use them as.
I mean, if you're looking,
but I'm not a fan of them.
The Christian Scientist, Science Monitor is also very good, I think.
Oh Jesus! If you're looking for a news outlet that's got its head halfway up the butt of a fucking political whatever, Russian TV, man, RTV.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
I'm actually personally pretty partial to Haaretz. If you guys read it.
Haaretz isn't bad. Haaretz isn't bad. Just remember that Haaretz, it's all about Israel, right?
Well, that's the whole point.
Yeah. So it's not a problem. The problem isn't that it has the appropriate lights and shadows. It's the problem when you don't recognize that it's got the appropriate lights and shadows, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it's one of the few places where, like, you could have like the Jewish leadership really let their hair down and say how it really is. It's really an interesting.
Yeah, and they do, and they fucking do too.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, the thing is, when you're watching RT and you're watching who's that hot brunette chick on RT? Something about breaking the.
Is that like an obnoxious chick, right? That hates Sam Harris?
I think so.
Yeah. Fuck. I'm trying to think of her name as well.
But I mean, I'm watching her and I'm like, okay, well, she's got, she's opinionated. She's got strong opinions. But the station that she's fucking talking about should be called Putin TV. Like, seriously. You know, and it's like, oh, and what's going on in Chechnya? A perfectly valid conflict to bring back rebels to the fold. I'm like, oh my god, it's fucking Palpatine TV. You know? You're just like, yee. So, but again, you know, I mean, actually, what was really funny, and it's too bad it's not around anymore, because I'd love to show you guys examples of it, was what they used to call Fox News North or Sun TV. Oh my god, we tried our own version of Fox TV up here.
Yeah, it's turned into Rebel Media, but yeah, I don't know, someone's okay.
It didn't fly. It had good old...
God, Tom Hartman is on RT.
Yeah, ours had good old Eugene... no, was his first name Eugene?
We're talking about Sophie Chevard.
Abby Martin was who I was.
Abby Martin, that's
Abby
it. Abby
Martin.
Martin.
Okay.
Yeah. Break the...
Oh, she's horrible. Oh, I hate her.
Well, I mean, she's a stick insect, so whatever, right?
Sam Harris.
Yeah, she likes to talk
So,
shit
Gus,
about
you don't like Ezra Levant?
Oh, that's right. That's the fucker. I watched him in his so-called Human Rights Tribunal fucking hearing where that silly fucker knew goddamn well he was sitting in front of a mid-level government potentate who didn't have the... He didn't, like... He did...
The look on her face was priceless.
Yeah, the look on her face was like, are you fucking done yet? Because I've got shit to do. And Buddy's like, he's given the Gettysburg Address. He's given the fucking, he's given the speech from Independence Day. He's just everything. And he's like, look, just make your statement and, whatever. We're trying to work this out. And he's just like, well, I refute your authority to rule on anything. Oh, fuck right off. Honestly. Fucking Ezra Levant. That guy pisses and moans about, about being taken to court all the time, and yet it never causes him to hesitate for 2 seconds to grab somebody and drag him into court for this, that, or the other on his own. So, what a shitbird. Him and there's a couple of other there were a couple of female presenters they picked for Sun TV that I swear to God they picked specifically for their annoying factor, like just their ability to just drive you up the fucking wall. And there was another guy. There's two other people there that did that, and I can't remember anybody's fucking name tonight. Joe, I can't remember anybody's name tonight. Is this the beginning of Alzheimer's? Who are you again?
And there's a local girl, Lauren Southern. She's a libertarian, so in that way she's obviously wrong. But she does a bunch of stuff for Rebel Media and Ezra and stuff. It's pretty cool.
Does Tasha Carradine still work for Rebel Media? Do you know?
Oh, I'm not familiar with who that is off the top of my head.
Why she's Joe, sup, blah 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 blah. Well, let me jump in because my name's not Joe and talk about something.
You're turning into a snarko monster in your old age, Joe. I remember when Joe first got here, he was like, I'm bouncing on my ball. I want to talk to people. I want to talk
the earlier
to
videos with me, I talked very slow and just stupidly. I can't believe you guys actually stood.
We all thought you were a little retarded.
Like you stuck with me.
Hello, Gina.
You were really hard to follow for a little while. But
I mean, that's the reason why I started doing this, right? Because it's the crotch guy.
So the crotch. No, that's I can't remember anybody's name tonight. I shouldn't. You know what? I shouldn't have sex until this problem clears up, because the last thing I want is to go, oh my God, what's your name again?
Just call everyone Champ. Hey, Champ.
Champ. What are you drinking there, Joseph?
Coke. I'm not supposed to, though. I feel bad.
You're not supposed to drink Coke? Why aren't you supposed to drink Coke?
No sugar.
Oh, why can't you? Oh, are you having one of them pancreas things?
No, I lost a lot. Alexander, like a couple months ago, was like, try going a month without sugar. And I did, and I lost a lot of weight, so I'm trying to stick with it.
It's great stuff, isn't it? I had a friend who cut out the carbs, and so he did it really quickly. He didn't transition into it; just one day cut it. So he got a green urine actually, and a keto flu. Cause Yeah,
this turned sour quick.
Yeah, what happens is when you cut all the sugar out, all the bacteria in your gut that are used to eating all the sugar that you eat, die, and so all of those dead bacteria come out in your urine.
Awesome. I actually want to see that happen, so I'll try it.
I don't
It's
care
pretty
if
hardcore.
I wouldn't care if I pissed polka dots if it made me fucking healthy. I'd be like, hey, Mom, look at that, I pissed polka dots.
It is kind of metal, if you think about it. Peen green.
Yeah,
black.
Because think about it. You're peeing out millions of lives right there.
Like dead. All for vanity.
Exactly.
I love
and
listening.
health.
I love listening to Dionysius and MMA fucking hiss and spit at each other in the side chat. Go fuck yourself, MMA. No, you go fuck yourself. No, you go fuck yourself. Yeah, fuck you, you fucking
hobby.
MMA is asking for a dildo.
Yep.
Yeah, Nina
It's like, if you're going to tell me to go fuck myself, at least give me the tools to just feed.
You see, I mean, you can't just point out the problems. You got to come up with a solution.
Exactly.
Now, Nina Hatley was known for interracial.
Oh,
I love a good shot of Nina Hatley. Trouble is, they always put her.
My God, could just come all over that face.
The fascist left.
She's not into that.
What? She's not into getting.
She's not into. I mean, she'll take them, but it's rare. It's mostly like the chin area. When
did it become de rigueur to always fucking blast a bullet all over her face? That's what I want to know.
Blast a bullet all
over. Like why is the guy always trying to glue her eyelids shut? Like, what the hell is the deal with that? Like, why does it
just
have to
that
be?
part. I'm not into that. It's like then I'm just worried. I hope she's not like.
I tried.
Seems like a given.
Seriously, right? Like the guy, and if that shit dries because she can't wash it fast enough, she's got like a fucking glued eye hole, and you don't need that. Oh, that's terrible.
There's something about calling it an eye hole.
It really burns too. Not only when it dries, but it just burns.
I'll have to post a link in the side chat. Nina Hartley pretending to be Hillary Clinton, and she tries to get to minorities. It's just so good. It's just.
I can't look at it on this computer. This is my non-porn computer.
When I was about 32, I sat in a room full of women that I knew at a party because it was one of those things where all the guys had gone to the kitchen to talk fucking bullshit, and all the women had gone in the other direction. I'm like, I'm not sitting amongst a bunch of fucking hairy apes, man. I've come here to look at the ladies. So I'm sitting in a room full of women, and they're all a little bit tipsy. They're fucking drinking wine like crazy, and then one of them says, "You know what I hate?" I'm like, "Oh, I don't know. I hate giving blowjobs. I fucking hate." You get 6 girls all at once fucking talking shit about giving blowjobs, and I swear to God, I never wanted to ask a girl for a blowjob again by the time they were done. It was like, and I hate the way they take. Yeah, it's all salty and shit. Oh, and then the guy sometimes he fucking puts one in my eye. Oh, one guy got it in my ear. It was awful.
Vegetarian is supposed to be. I mean, pineapple vegetarian, I think is. I mean.
Yeah, I had a buddy of mine tell me that if you drank lots of apple juice, your schwitz tasted good, but your little swimmies, they tasted good.
Your little swimmies,
Could you imagine if there was like a creature that was like, I don't know, about the size
How much material are you like leveling on us right now? You've been waiting for this one.
Do you imagine if there was a creature about the size of a dolphin that was shaped like a sperm? Can you imagine? He's just walking around and just pops up on the back of the dock looking around, and you're like, you can't talk or anything, but you just know it's looking for an egg someplace. Go swim, be free.
Dino's gonna break someone right now. Oh God!
I love how all the swinging dicks on here, they all fight over Nevin. I could fuck Nevin really, really well. Wah!
She's very attractive.
I love how the Dionysus is the first one out when trying to do a helicopter with his dick. Hey, fucking look at this!
He just flies away? What the
He flies away. He flies off.
His penis just takes off into the sky.
That's right.
It's a more cartoonish helicopter noise. It's not the helicopter Huey noise from a Vietnam flick.
And the play Rise of the Valkyries or something?
It takes off like it takes off like it takes off like a wolf fucking.
That's my go-to song. It's either "Hit Me with Your Best Shot" or or "Flight of the Valkyries."
Dio, are you making fun of people based on
sex?
how long they've been doing Hangouts for? Really?
What the fuck?
Dionysus has countdown clocks for everything, eh? Like if you haven't had a girlfriend for over 5 years, you're a putz. If
That's
you're
me.
fucking if he doesn't think that you have sex every 15 minutes, that's a fucking paddling.
That's me.
That's a paddling.
That's a paddling.
That's a paddling.
I mean, Dio's got his lists of qualifications, eh? And if he can't tick the boxes off, you're not worth it. You're not.
I feel
worth
like
it.
what he's saying needs to be expressed to the people outside. So, could someone do a Dionysus impression?
Yes,
Yeah.
please, somebody.
It seems to have begun with. Oh wait, no, that's Ocean. Sorry, Dio.
No, scroll up a bit further than
Probably
that.
that's probably more like me.
You need to start at the
Ocean's
top.
like he's a
We need to go up
a
to the
clown.
top.
Like he comes in. Do, 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 do. No, you're
Yeah.
supposed to start laughing, Ocean.
Yeah, Ocean. When Ocean comes in, he puts a penny on that says "shit disturber" on it, and just sits there. He sits there like Stifler, going "fuckers, fuckers, fuckers," and just waits for somebody to open up on him because he's a pagan.
I think
What
it
I
should
love,
start-
what I loved, guys. If you guys haven't seen this, you should seek it out. I think it's a Helena Handbasket joint where she's talking to David Silverman from the American Atheist Society or whatever, and fucking Buddy looks at Ocean and says, Ocean says I'm a pagan, and Silverman was like, what? You're a shitbird. You're not even. Why are you kidding yourself? And poor Ocean was like, but no.
That's not my recollection of the conversation at all.
Well, it's
Ocean wasn't just like, well, you see,
no, it was
Pantheon.
He was
Odin.
trying to explain stuff, but the problem was that David Silverman was in his Fox News thing, right, where he's got he's got 3 minutes to make his point. He'll be sweetly goddamned if he lets you talk. You know, like that's,
yeah. Well, this is always my
I
problem
had
with
to
David.
brush him around in order to actually speak. It's true.
you had to fucking give him you had to throw Mjolnir right at him, boy.
Can I just say one thing about David Silverman?
No, don't say anything about David Silverman. Just sit
He
there.
sucks.
Well, here's my main issue with him. At heart, he's
Everybody
a
says
businessman.
no, and he just goes for it.
Yeah, at heart,
Well,
he's
he
really a businessman trying to prop up his own organization. I mean, when you really think about it, he's atheist Bill Donahue.
No, he's not an atheist.
Atheist Bill Donahue.
Oh wait.
Okay.
You mean Bill Donahue as in the leader of the Catholic League?
Yeah. Well,
right. That's Bill, not Phil Donahue. We got it mixed up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Bill Donahue is the guy who thought he could shut Christopher Hitchens up by saying that when an Irishman speaks, an Englishman has to stay quiet. Hitchens put up with that one time, and then when he tried to do it the second time, he was like, "Fuck you, you overly ripened fucking cherry-faced fucking prick, you." I'm paraphrasing. I'm paraphrasing, of course.
Like straight up, like back and forth debate, and I never watched it because.
Listen, the first impediment to watching that debate between those two is the sanctimonious little fucking prim little father priest straight from the fucking seminary who is like hasn't figured out that everybody has come to listen to the other two guys talk and not this dumb fuck. And so this guy goes on, I swear to God, for like 20 minutes. It's like, sit the fuck down. Nobody gives a fuck what you have got to say, father fuck all. Sit down.
Have you heard him talk with Louis C.K.? There's a really good like 10-minute clip of them. No, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about Donahue.
Oh, I have Bill Donahue talking to Louis C.K. That sounds like a fucking hoot.
Yeah, because Bill Donahue, like the Catholic League, when Louis had Lucky Louie, they had a press release naming all the barbaric and terrible things in Lucky Louie, and one of them was they put off trying to have a child until the wife has like consistent orgasms, and he was like, "What's wrong? What's wrong with that? We're married. We're trying to have a healthy sex life. Why do you think that's barbaric?" And Bill Donahue just like falls apart, and it's kind of funny.
But the Catholic Church says thou shalt fucking have kids. What's the matter with you? Well, we got the first part right. We're working on the
Every
second.
sperm is sacred.
Oh my God.
Oh,
Jesus. Jesus, Ferdin, what are you doing?
Oh, sorry. I didn't. Yeah.
Oh, I don't tear the paper next to the mic.
Tear the paper? He sounds like he tore a sacroiliac or something. Fuck.
It makes me feel like people are so sincere when they realize that they're making a lot of noise. So I feel like an extra dick when I say things like that.
I know.
You were opening up like a mint, like some sort of mint thing, and it was just like it's like a maraca with Mexican jumping beans inside.
The funny thing was that it was so far away from me, and it was making so little noise to my ears that I didn't realize that you heard it as like a tumble dry with stones, right? Like, you know. So I was like, oh my God, I'm sorry about that. So what else are you gonna do? The cleverness. What is this hiss and spit party going?
I have to squint too hard to read so little.
What do you guys think about the new Purge movie coming out?
I don't get any fucks.
The first Purge I thought was a very interesting social commentary. The second Purge suffered from the "Hey, let's make it bigger" disease, and I think the third Purge movie is going to suffer twice as bad from the "Hey, make it bigger" disease.
And the fourth one, not enough.
It seems like a really wasted opportunity for a really cool concept. Like the first 5 minutes of the movie of the first one was amazing or whatever, and then it gets really dumb.
First 5 minutes of your mom is pretty amazing.
Hey.
I should have known that was coming.
The next 3 hours, well,
it's just downhill from there.
Just chaos.
It's like you ever sit on the bus and your friend is going to do something stupid and he tells you he's going to do something stupid. You're like, don't do that, man. Don't do it, man. And then he does it anyway. And you can't beat him up right away because one, he's your friend, and two, there's already people beating him up.
These are gonna get more and more specific. It reminded me of the Wayne's World scene with Ed O'Neill. And the one guy's like, "Yeah, I was pretty upset. You know what I mean?" He's like, "Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Like you want to come into his house in the middle of the night and rip his heart out with your bare hands, and let him watch as his heart slowly beats to death, right?" It's just gonna get more and more. It starts with just, me and my friends, we were being silly on the bus too. We killed a man last night.
All right, well, because in order to avoid the inevitable scorn of Sonseed, I will move on from that possible topic.
I actually apologized to Seamus. I felt really bad afterwards.
You apologized to Seamus. Why'd you apologize to Seamus? For what?
Because I yelled at you. Didn't see that?
We yelled at him about what?
I shouldn't talk.
He probably fucking deserved it. You know what? Don't be such a pusscake, man. Listen, trust your instincts.
To be clear, I was totally right. But
well, fuck if you were.
Today.
Yeah, all my frustration I took out on.
Good. Fuck. You know what? If people don't want to keep up, they shouldn't step up.
Oh, this is some good news. Apparently, Turkish government officials are all butthurt now that that Germany's recognized the Armenian genocide. That's unbelievable. Like, their government still refuses to recognize the Armenian genocide.
I don't know. Am I the only one that thinks that on the one hand that's really good, but on the other hand that's just a little bit fucking ballsy?
Well, the interesting thing is,
like
I like
the,
more people.
The cheek, the nerve, like, the Germans are like, yes, we condemn the genocide. Wait a minute there, Fritz.
Well, the other thing is I'd like to see more people actually talk about the Holodomor as well, actually.
The what?
I know what the Holodomor is. That's that big
I know you
fucker
do,
that
Gus.
died
I'm
last Game of Thrones episode, wasn't it? See, that would have been funny. That would have been funny, you little ratty-headed prick. But you had to curb stomp my joke before it was born, you fucker.
I love you guys.
There's so many great statements in that entire statement.
What?
You had to curb stop. You called him a ratty. What? I can't. I'm gonna have to go back and watch.
Ratty-haired little fucker.
Ratty-haired little fucker.
Well, so
Fucker
basically,
before curb stomp. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, if you guys haven't heard, the Holodomor is basically what the USSR did to the Ukraine, where it basically starved all of them.
So you're talking about the Ukrainian famine?
Well, there's
Why don't you just call it the fucking Ukrainian famine instead of having to call it the Holodomor?
There's multiple famines across.
Was it the big one?
Well, no, it was actually an extermination of the Ukrainians specifically. It wasn't a famine in the sense that the crops had failed. It's that they actually took their crops and then let them die in the snow.
Yes, Aestus, I know. It was
So it's different. So it's different than a famine because the famine is actually a crop failure.
No, Aestus.
It wasn't a crop failure. It wasn't a famine.
It's a euphemism. The phrase Ukrainian famine is a euphemism.
Okay, but the proper term is the Holodomor.
Okay, well, the rest of the fucking world knows it as the Ukrainian famine, okay, Captain Pedantic?
Well, that's a euphemism that really minimizes the experience of all these hundreds of millions of people that died.
Well, nobody is saying... Oh, my God. Nobody is saying that the Soviet Union didn't perpetrate a brutal fucking inhumanity against the Ukrainians.
I know. I'm just pulling your chain.
And nobody is saying that, as a matter of fact, more Ukrainians didn't end up dead at the hands of the Soviets during the Ukrainian famine than Jews ended up dead at the hands of the fucking Germans during the Second World War.
Right.
I mean, nobody's said, I mean, you're right. Hardly anybody knows about the Ukrainian famine because, you know why? Because that happened all the way the fuck over there. That's why. Not very right, but very few people know about the rape of Nanking either.
I do, but...
All right. Well, you can have an extra cookie. You can have an extra cookie. The rape of Nanking.
Yay. Yeah, a lot of people are knowing more of it. You're right. Ultimately, though, I'm just telling. Like, it actually is good.
I mean, shit. When you talk to somebody about the Bataan Death March, for Christ's sake, they think that was a particularly nasty walk home. I mean, there's a lot of
batons.
Oh, Bataan, not Bataan.
I know you said Bataan. It's Bataan. Continue.
Alright. Keep sucking on your sugar juice, there, buddy.
It's so fucking good.
Oh, Coca-Cola, how I miss thee so. Thy caramelly taste.
They're gonna have to be extra higher angles because I'm sure I'll gain weight. It's gonna be like fucking up here, far away, with
So
like the
it.
light.
Listen, no matter how fat you get, you're never as fat as me, okay? Just remember that. Remember this thought and let it give thee comfort when thou start worried that thou shalt become a fatso.
There was too much, not enough me. And okay, so it's gonna have to be like
what is
this.
What is that on your bed? Is it a speak and say? What is that? What is that, like a speak and spell? What is that? The round thing. What is that?
Yeah, it's a fan.
Oh, okay.
But it also did teach me how to spell.
It looked like one of those old-fashioned things where you turn the dial and point to the picture and then pull the see and say. I remember
with all the farm animals and stuff.
Yeah, my little brother had one of those. He kept choosing the chicken, driving my mom nuts. Chicken, bark, 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 chicken, bark, bark. For fucking hours at a time he did this. Until my mom was like, Chewie, can I see that? Cuts the string. Thank you. Here you go.
Yeah, my kids have this stupid little gun that like shouts out these 4 different really loud, obnoxious animal sounds, and all they do is run crazy with it. It drives me insane.
Yeah. It's like I tell put upon parents everywhere. They may have the toy, but you have the batteries.
Until they find the batteries in the closet.
pick the batteries again because they have to sleep sometime.
But you would have thought ahead of time and would have hidden away some of the batteries for yourself.
Is this a goddamn James Bond movie, or do you just accept that the
No,
parents
that's
pick them out
just
on top
how I
here?
used to think like a kid.
Fucking Aestus. You and Dionysius should open up a fucking consulting firm together.
What would you call it?
Oh, would you look at that? There turns out there were a few Turkish citizens of Germany who weren't exactly happy about the news.
What a surprise!
Look at those butthurt fuckers.
Kick them out of the country, that's all I gotta say.
I don't know what everybody's complaining about.
Just another moderate Muslim.
I don't know what everybody's complaining about if those damn Armenians would have just gotten the fuck out when they were told to, but oh no. Starting all sorts of trouble.
Armenia, like, they're still in a bunch of... I think they're in a conflict with Azerbaijan right now. Like,
Who isn't in a conflict with Azerbaijan? I mean, really.
Yeah. I don't even think most people can point to
That fucking
Azerbaijan.
country can't quit picking on the rest of the world, let me tell you what.
I know,
That's
right?
funnier than how the rest of you acted.
You leave Azerbaijan alone in a fucking party, and the next thing you know, they're picking on the USSR, or excuse me, Russia. Oh,
Azerbaijan or Azerbaijan.
Don't let that slip too much, Gus.
That's right. Not when Archer's in the room.
Don't tell anybody what's going on.
That's right. Oh, some of the funny stories I heard about the fucking Afghanistan war with Afghanistan and the Russians.
Oh, I've heard some weird shit about that too.
I'm telling you, man. You want to talk about the Ziegfeld Follies without the naked girls, man? I'm telling you, that was a comedy of errors. It was like a circus without the funny animals.
I think like over 1 million people died in that conflict.
Well, of course, it's considered terribly gauche to find humor in war. I know it is, but you do your best, right? But one of the funniest stories I heard is when the Stinger missile had first come out. Now, for them that don't know, the Stinger missile is basically just a thing you stick on your shoulder, you point it at a fucking plane, you pull the trigger, and all of a sudden the plane goes boom, if you're lucky, right? It's really, but the thing, so the CIA decided it'd be a great idea to test these fuckers in the field, so they gave them to the Mujahideen. Now, you gotta understand, the average Mujahideen was a goat herder, okay? He hadn't taken anything more technologically superior than a grenade. Like, it just wasn't, it's not his fault. The guy... 15 minutes ago, the guy was fucking herding goats, and now he's a holy warrior for Allah. What do you want from the guy? But the thing about Stinger missiles is that the Stingers always came with two very important parts, okay? There was the part that sat on your shoulder, fired the missile, went bang, bang, and gave you all the satisfaction of shooting something out of the sky. But attached to it was an identify friend or foe computer that would work through the limited radar that was attached to the missile and read the IFF transponders of planes going by. Now, an IFF transponder is just a fancy schmancy way of saying, hi, I'm friendly, hi, I'm not, hi, I'm a civilian.
Yeah, my grandpa actually worked on all this.
So this is what that thing was for. Well, the funny thing was that these little devices that you carried, like, when they were about the size of a Betamax VCR, so they weren't tiny, and they had funny lights and made these funny bedoop noises, and the Mujahideen tribesmen looked at it and thought, yeah, that's witchcraft. We'll just fucking put that right there. Because they discovered that the missile worked on its own because it used infrared in order to target planes, right? And since they figured, well, as Mujahideen, we don't have any planes, so obviously any planes flying over Afghanistan must belong to the Red Air Force, or Aeroflot, which is the Soviet airline of choice, which is just as good as far as they was concerned. This became problematic for companies like India Air, Japan Airlines, Korea Airlines, who suddenly found that they picked up a number of very inquisitive friends when they decided to fly over the Hindu Kush Mountains in order to get to wherever the hell they were going. So, after about the fourth Japan Airlines crew that dressed up like fucking kamikazes in the vain hopes of getting from point A to point B, and learned how to fire handheld flare guns out the fucking side window with their 737s. the international community politely approached the Americans and said, hey, perhaps you could go and see about this sort of thing. And then the State Department grabbed the CIA by the nuts and said, come here.
Wow.
I found that story morbidly fucking hilarious. It's like, well, don't think it belongs to us. Yep, just shoot it down. You log, bud. Meanwhile, the dude in the India Airlines is like, fucking, what the fuck? Quick, Rajput, give me the fucking hand flare launcher, or we're all fucking dead. Thank God it was infrared targeting, because if it had been radar targeting, those guys would have been fucked. Quick, all of you guys tear up these fucking aluminum Coke cans and put it in this container. We have one shot. So many fucking stories just made me laugh when I heard about them. I suspect they weren't intended to be funny, but it just worked out that way.
You'd be amazed just how overinflated bin Laden's ego got after the Soviet-Afghanistan war. He was convinced that, because remember a few years after that was the Persian Gulf War, bin Laden thought that he could take down Saddam Hussein's army in Kuwait with his own mujahideen. Now, if you want to understand why this is so ridiculous, you have to consider the numbers. Saddam's army was a 1 million-man army with several special units, and bin Laden's army was 58,000 men, with really no special units at all. And he was convinced that he could take down Saddam Hussein in Kuwait. Wonder exactly how that would have worked out.
Not exactly sure either.
Also, Drunk, I do not think you can stay here because you've essentially taken Nadia's spot.
It's okay, actually. I'm going to go to bed. I'll talk to you guys later. Take it easy.
Alright,
see you
later. I still think Drunk should leave. Can you leave?
Yeah, we can make him do that if we.
No, drunk on the porch is gonna start screaming any minute now. I'm on my porch and I'm getting drunk.
What? Really?
I bought 465 bottles of wine at Kmart. I'm drinking them 4 to go.
Oh wow! What on earth?
Venus goes in here.
What?
Yeah, I'm still wondering what on earth I just walked into, or...
Oh dear.
Well, I'm just checking for you.
Well, Dionysus was about to come out, so go ahead, Dionysus.
Dionysus was about to come out.
He's a bit shy. So
Let's cue up the music for him. I'm coming out.
I just about queued up some music and I realized I wasn't allowed to.
What did you say?
I just about queued up some music, but then I realized it's not allowed here.
Oh, okay.
I was finding something. I was like, all right, let's do it. Oh wait, never mind. That's a bad idea.
Can't you get away with it if you mess with the pitch a little?
No, it's not worth it.
If you mess with the speed,
yes,
right? If you turn it into a...
can, but the pitch is significantly shifted to the point that it's just not aesthetic anymore.
If you turn it into
pitch? Because I don't know if it's
pitch.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you mess with the pitch by messing with the play speed, right? So it ends up being a chipmunk song,
No, you can mess with the pitch without messing with the speed, and you can actually mess with the speed without messing with the pitch. Those are two fundamental. Sorry, I like sound engineering a bit too, so.
Oh, somebody said that postmodernism was a debate topic.
No, it's not.
Why do people not like postmodernism?
This postmodernism is basically being disorganized.
Oh, this is going to be enlightening. Go ahead, Tom.
For a second, Joe. Somebody else talk for a second.
Oh yeah, that's me.
That's always productive.
Postmodernism is basically an excuse to be disorganized and sloppy.
It's basically what?
It's basically just a way to be disorganized and sloppy.
Well, you seem to be doing it well enough. Go get a shave. What is that shit on your face, anyways?
Postmodernist.
That's right, you rotten postmodernist.
It's called hair, which Joe can't grow.
Joe, are you incapable of growing hair?
No, I can't get facial hair.
Oh. Well,
I think anti-essentialism and anti-foundationalism are, well, rather correct positions. Go ahead.
The critique on scientific authority is also important, and also the integration of literary criticism into other fields.
Well, I believe that the prevalence of Hasteflerism in the psycho-modern subculture of postadime is
yeah, but what about nomadic teleonomy?
Well, nomadic teleonomy has never been cross-fibbled with the most gradiated notions of poly, propyl, and post-endoxianism.
No, you got no-seum ATP mayonnaise going.
ATP mayonnaise has always been a proper condimentation on post-DNA science's sandwichization. But
look, if you have Kripke mousetraps, then you can't justify the Hegel fly swatter as your ontology.
But always remember that the purpose of a god is to make sure that we are all connected to the noetic consciousness while twiddling the nipples of the noetic totality on a cross-purpose flash phase, which is not an anthropomorphic notion of a god as you or I or your bookcase might understand it. But instead,
have you seen the diagram of the nipple twiddling? It's very graphic.
It must be fantastic.
It is always interesting.
It must be fantastic.
It's good.
But it's not woo-woo, I tell you right now. It's not woo-woo.
As you can see right here, the diagram, it extends right over this way, over my fat tent.
Drug on the port, no one asked you for your nipple. It is not woo-woo, but poo-poo.
He's sending me private messages going, drunk on, please show me your nipple.
That was not the case. I said, show me your penis.
No, if you don't know the difference between your penis and your nipple, you're running rough.
Hey, I got a good question for you guys. Would you rather...
One hand on one hand on the other, do a dance. Do not even start with me, sir. I will backslap that bitch you play like Sleever, you son of a bitch. Don't get with me. I will get you on the fucking floor and we will fight to the hardcore.
Are we somehow not actually discussing postmodernism? Or?
Yeah, we are, in our own special way.
You can use it to analyze.
We are practicing some goddamn multiculturalism in here.
I was gonna say globalization is obviously prevalent in these Indian interpretations.
The next one of you motherfuckers that calls me a dirty name, you watch if I don't turn into Shiva and beat the shit out of you with 6 arms and a go.
Well, guts go Vishnu.
You're just gonna like make wailing noises.
20 bottles of Mad Dog today.
Your mom is 20 bottles of Mad Dog.
Your mom is 20 bottles.
I told you to get night train. You're higher than an aeroplane.
You're higher than an aeroplane.
Loaded like a freight train.
I also ordered Jimmy John's today.
You're on the night train.
You ordered
Remember
what?
to
Doesn't matter
reboot
what
with
you
these
ordered,
new
all
drivers.
is one.
That's right, all is one.
Why are you doing accents?
And I am not doing an accent.
And nobody's doing an accent here. Don't even start with that.
Ocean always sounded like Nadia.
I am dropping the fake accent that I do with an American accent every day. In order for me to get all the work, I have to work on the phones.
That's it, you know, when the North American calls us up and we say our name is Steve, he doesn't believe a fucking word of it.
Oh, it goes on. Listen, I'm sitting there at the phone and then I just answer the phone and I go, yes, my name is Kim, I'm from Texas, what's going on? And then they start talking normally and they start freaking the fuck out.
That's right. And they say things like, "Hey, listen, I can't get my intranets to work done." Now,
have you turned it off?
Yes.
Just
have you
that's
turned it
it.
back on?
Oh, I forgot the next step. It's on the other side. I always see one paper and think
I
that's
have to flip the book in the manual. Just hand down the minutes while I turn the pages.
Nadia, we can salvage this. This is a critique on postmodern understandings of globalism.
He goes full circle to an actual debate.
As Dionysius says,
postmodernism is just an excuse to be lazy and stupid, as far as I'm fucking concerned.
Well, as I understand, what is it? Postmodernism has some connection with, well, critical theory in the Frankfurt School. Right?
Filthy lies.
Critical theory in what?
Critical theory in the Frankfurt School.
What's the Frankfurt School?
Talk about your critical theory, I will kick you.
I have an uncle that studies the ancient art of Kalanipayat. I will knock the shit right out of you. I tell you that for a penny and a half, and only 2 pennies at that time. Hey, let's have none of that.
Well, I'm already.
Oh, there's no ring, I see. That means you are only arranged to be married.
Only arranged to be married.
I am to you.
Me one girl from Jedelandara city.
I could just start doing a poo. Just get the hell out of my store and please come again.
There was a girl I was dating for a little while. She said that she liked it when I did accents sometimes, and I was like, "Oh, you mean this one, huh?"
Oh, you mean this one? She's having a laugh.
Can you guys do a West African
accent?
There was this one guy to hang out the other day, and I never heard just some, like, I guess it was already understood that he did a great West African accent, and I've never heard that requested before. And when he did this, it was the funniest goddamn. I can't even replicate it, and I can't find another example. It was just.
I'll have to look up what a West African accent is, see if I can do it.
And I love this one. Qualia is only possible in a jumble of sexual energy.
Whoa.
I can't do the Indian accent.
I believe that. I believe that koala bears are always responsible for their own sexual energy. That I absolutely believe that.
You know, when you drop a koala bear, it actually lands on his feet.
That's right. And then he comes and kicks the shit out of you because they don't like that shit to be done to them.
We're all slowly drifting towards sounding like Johnny KZJ.
You got to sing it on the ground.
I got the koala bear and he's going to cut you.
Islam is evil.
Joe thoughts on critical theory.
Would you
Sorry,
consider
what's that again?
Nadia, trying to raise in the madhouse. Nadia, don't you realize the inmates rule the asylum now?
There's one that simply says, "Mice are mules."
What are you looking at?
Yeah, mice are mules.
No, what are you looking at? Where are you getting this?
He's looking at the DPD generator by
with the wisdom of Chopra.
Yeah, the mice are mules. Okay.
Yeah.
Just like Johnny KZJ.
Link me to this.
They're
Johnny
hybrids of rats and
donkeys.
Well, if we can't get onto critical theory and postmodernism, I can always take out the trash.
No, I was trying to, Nadia. I was going to ask you, would you consider T.S. Eliot and James Joyce to be postmodernism?
They're
always trash.
I'm less concerned with the literary than the philosophical. Go ahead.
You know, I'm not sure about T.S. Eliot, but I think that James Joyce is modern.
Oh, one way or another.
Literature, I'm not, but Nadia, literature is like that's a major hallmark of what
key to joy is inside unparalleled
contributed to social sciences. Like, have you read Orientalism by Edward Said? Oh, you should read that.
Okay, I will.
Yeah, it did like it was like a critique of the representation of the other in like literature from like the UK.
Damn,
like things like White Man's Burden and that kind of stuff. Like
Orientalism, but how do you spell Said? Is it S-I-I-D or
S-A-I-D?
Okay. One way or another, I'm gonna find you. I'm going to cut you one way or another.
Just the way he says spit on the Quran. He actually has a very good, like, he's very dynamic and like what is it? Involving. I'm thinking something else. Like you kind of get sucked into what he's saying. Like you pay attention to the things he says, even though he just says the dumbest. He's like a flat Earth theorist, isn't he?
I never understood flat Earth people. Couldn't you just prove it by just getting on a boat and going west?
Oh, you should listen to Arcane talk about that. The guy's like, I worked in the Navy, and look, and he'd be like, I would stand on the top of ships, and I'd be like, I can see North America.
But he's also claimed to be...
Okay, look, if you look at weather, they take a GoPro, throw it up there, you can kind of see the Earth is curved.
No, okay, here's the problem. Well, if you put a GoPro up there and you kind of see the Earth is curved, you're looking at a GoPro. It's a wide-angle lens, dude. So fuck off. The other thing is when you're looking at it through regular like a a tighter lens. It's not a wide angle. You can see that if you look back far enough, that it's not the boat isn't actually disappearing over the horizon. The boat is just disappearing beyond the air's thickness, so it just fades out of existence.
That is incredibly stupid.
Well, it's what's correct, son.
Yeah. No, Ocean, you're totally
get your shit straight.
I just never understood their arguments when it's quite literally, okay, you believe it? Prove it. Be the first person to prove it. Get on a boat, go west, take a
No, it's already been proven. It's just that there's a huge conspiracy of people trying to stop us from knowing about it.
Yeah. Well, and another really common argument, too, that's a misconception is, oh, I can see the curvature from an airplane. And that's actually not true at all. What you're seeing is the equidistant circle of the horizon around you, and that may seem curved, but...
No, I don't know if it's an equidistant circle. I think it's more of
No, but so because if you imagine the Earth as if you imagine the Earth as like an apple or something, the atmosphere is about as thick as the skin of an apple, very thin.
The skin of a peach.
Ocean was messaging me saying there's an orgy coming on here, and he wants to like ream my butthole or something. So when's that taking place?
Elaborate.
Well,
Ocean, he kept emailing me when there is going to be an orgy. I'm going to ream you. It's going to be completely deplorable. It'll be taken off YouTube in a second, but we're just going to keep going.
I'll let you guys in on how to make the snoring gag funny. You can't just go. You have to really own it. You have to be like it can't be like a rhythm. You have to be
you
like.
Gotta be full narcoleptic.
That's what makes it.
So we getting this done or what? Because I got my GIMP mask over there.
I just wonder how you perform your job duties when you drink constantly.
If we're going to be doing a gangbang, I'm going to do it as quickly as
I don't drink during work.
I thought you were working now. I thought this was like your
This is my
performance.
job. Nadia pays me $20 to sit on her porch and go through this.
That's where my $10 of Patreon is.
Yeah, I look.
Porch.
You see, and you thought it all went to administrative costs.
Can it go to changing the yellow? Can you do something about the yellow?
Yeah, that fucking yellow just burns right through my glaucoma, man. Fucking do something about that shit.
Come on, the yellow's nice, man. That show
I
holds
like
up
the
for
door, the door windows.
Nice yellow.
Door again. It's a nice door.
No, I'm not. I'm not crapping on the door.
Do you live in the polka dot house or something? Fucking the polka dot door.
I just want to see how you can perform your duty satisfactorily when you drink every night.
I think that Dionysus makes it good.
Wow, what a weird concept. Not drinking while you have to perform. Wow, that must blow your fucking mind, Dial.
Wait. You're not drinking when you're supposed to be blowing who?
I'm confused as to why he's starting shit.
Penis, I blow.
Who's starting shit? Dionysus always starts shit.
It's the angry drunks. How come the angry drunks come in here? Except for Porch, he's alright.
They want to be stopped and something. Got to be stopped.
Yeah, Dia was actually trying to compare how many chicks we fucked, and I'm like, righto.
I don't even think. You know what, Dionysus? Just because the number is low and easy to remember for you, don't fucking try to inflict that on 1, 2, and then that pity fuck from the cleaning lady. Okay, well that's fine. I mean, you're all right.
The pity fuck from the cleaning lady.
Yeah, like
hey, Lupe looked me in the eyes the entire time.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
You're going straight to hell.
I think it's pretty safe to say that I'm the only person who has a person of the opposite sex sleeping.
Dionysus, this is so fucking interesting. I was thinking of.
Okay, so that really doesn't even affect me.
He's the only person in the whole hangout who's got someone sleeping behind locked doors with a loaded rifle, I would imagine.
Wait, I imagine Dio just and he just like
Snore humor. That's what he's.
Lotion on its skin.
Haters are gonna hate.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because we're hating you because you have such grand achievements for us to fucking be envious of.
Haven't you said multiple times that she just like you two don't actually have sex?
We don't.
Yep.
Right.
Well,
so you're bragging on the fact that you have a woman who refuses to fuck you in the house.
You know what?
Yeah.
There's a woman in my house.
Hey,
There's a woman in my house who refuses.
Female friends I never had to have sex with. So.
Yeah, well, okay, it's just, but
But none of them were your girlfriend.
Keep reaching for that rainbow. Don't worry about it.
His girlfriend just refuses.
No,
he's
cucked. He's cucked. That's why.
Just not interested in having sex. Period. Not just
MMA, you really miss.
No, you're talking about like scoring points on the basis of people getting laid when you're the guy who is tethered to this girl that refuses to fuck you.
If you're
going to be talking about getting man points, about getting laid and shit,
I got laid
like
like 3 weeks.
Ocean.
I got laid like 3 weeks ago.
I don't give a shit.
No, you didn't.
3 weeks ago? Oh, okay.
Hey, guys, I could even beat that.
So,
it has to be human.
As a metric. If you're using that as a metric, then I got win on this one.
Dude, getting a cavity search from your probation officer isn't getting laid. At most, second base.
The guy who drives my bus when I take home, he's actually my father's old probation officer. So I get to hear about all the crazy shit my dad did when he was my age. Like the
you know what?
Trash cans in one night.
You know what, drunk? You don't know how fucking. You know what, drunk? You don't know how fucking comforted I am that when you said the guy that drives my bus, that didn't go somewhere really bad, really fast.
Yeah, but seriously, it's so awkward sitting and just listening to the guy berate me with like shit my dad did. Then you're not like that, are you?
Especially when he's trying to put the silent duck on you, right? So you don't want any of that.
Silent duck.
You put that silent duck.
Yeah, she is very rare, Dionysus. She won't fuck you. Yep.
Oh wait, is
you
it?
Know what? Hey, guys, you know what? I sleep in the same house with a woman who refuses to make love to me. Does that mean I get partial man points too?
Mm-hmm.
Is it your mom or what?
Shots fired.
Even if it was my mom, hey, I could live in Kentucky for all you fucking guys know. We all know what goes down there.
There's submission to the.
I
still can't believe they
to have a conversation here, but then like she even just realized it's done and she left.
Yeah,
hey,
I'm sorry.
I gave her a whole bunch of shit to think about. She has to go read a book now.
When people are having fun and enjoying themselves, you know, when you sort of stick in and go, hey, has anybody ever heard of this boring, some philosophical topic? And everybody goes, crickets.
Yeah, I'm just kind of. She's like, I will take out the trash. And I'm just like, so you're gonna kill your own hangout?
No, she's not gonna kill her own hangout. What are you talking about?
She said
I think she literally took out the trash. She was
she
literally like took the trash and went outside.
Oh, okay. But I'm only paying attention to like 3-second intervals here. The rest is just kind of like a blur.
That sounds like
Alcoholic Sunny D.
It's
what?
Mad Dog.
I thought you were doing Luke Dog. Luke Dog. Like, watch, subscribe, worldwide.
The most electrifying man on internet entertainment today. Like, watch, subscribe, worldwide.
It's rare to find women that aren't dumpster fires. What?
Dumpster fire? What
I mean,
yeah, it's true. Gosh, I mean, it's hard to find men who don't have a lot of baggage either.
But don't you mean cum dumps or?
Hey, I happen to like dumpster fires. They have experience.
What's that dumpster fire? I don't know this one.
Is that just like a horrible thing for gingers?
I think all women are beautiful and take something to the table that's special, but I like to avoid the ones with fresh stitches and false eyes if I can.
Oh, I love the crazy people, man. My ex-boyfriend, man, he was fucking nuts.
Yeah, I mean, you can find like crazy people to have sex with, and yeah, they're fun, but there's not like the type of person you want to have your child with, right?
No. I just said boyfriend.
As opposed to that,
you moron. You really
as opposed to that. Okay. As opposed to that chick that you traded fucking Vicodin and sexual favors for because she was.
You wouldn't have sex with a legally blind woman.
No, actually,
doing this just to feel better about himself.
Don't slander me, Gus. First of all, the girls almost.
Come on, get the stats out. Come on.
Oh, dude.
No, but I actually did laugh though. When he said he was a chemistry teacher, I'm like, oh, yeah, did you drug her? As a total joke, and then he's like, wait, how did you know that or some shit? Like, wait, what? Don't tell people that shit.
The reason why he said that is because he's mentioned it before.
Like, I just feel like that. Like, he just means cooks meth as a chemistry teacher.
Excuse me, excuse me, sweetheart. Does this ice cream taste like roofies to you?
Does it smell like chloroform?
You gotta breathe in.
That's what me and Chris got by.
You gotta.
Anyway, yeah, I think Dio was trying to say something, guys. Come on.
Oh yeah, well, you know, because
fucking Dio.
I was just saying, like the women that I've been with, you know, they usually almost 100% of the time are the ones with the drugs, not me. So
what on earth?
I'm the one that's being drugged usually. So,
Hey, can I actually ask him something right here without interruption? Because I got a really good question.
Let's just make that clear. And yes, I'm impressionable, and yes, I do like to express it. But,
the answer is no, Porch.
In your little heroin story, you first said that it was a guy, then you said it was a girl, then you said it was twins, then you went back to being a girl. Why should we believe you on anything
I
you
never
say?
said that.
Yeah,
You're making that shit up.
Proof, man. You do realize these are recorded.
Why don't you go find it? And you
Every fucking night, we change it every fucking night.
All right.
Nevin just made a great point in the side chat, guys.
She did, yep.
Keep drinking.
Leo is the dominant one, yet he often gets drugged by women.
Yep.
Pathetic loser.
That's really dominant.
They probably drug him just to take like his kidney out.
So that's why I think
out and they don't want to kill the guy.
They drug him because he can't
in
take the
academia,
pain.
please.
He's a bitch. So they need to drug him so he doesn't cry and have a heart attack.
Maybe it's like drugged out of
Gets
pig.
pegged.
Yeah, you know, Dio. If you go to sleep thinking you're gonna get laid, and you wake up fucking, attached to a wagon with 6 other dudes with bits in your mouth and butt plugs with horsehair on the end of it, up your ass, and Grace Jones on the fucking wagon going, yeah! It's done.
Guys, you don't even have the balls to come on camera.
Knowing Dio needs to turn that story into something. He'd just be like, oh, it's a Mexican bar with 3 women.
You don't even have the balls to come on camera, guys.
But you've been getting drugged by the women or something.
I don't need to come on camera to show you what I've already admitted freely, that I'm fucking fat and ugly. I don't need you to come on camera for that.
Solidarity, my brother.
I don't claim I'm good looking. I don't claim I'm fucking aesthetically pleasing. But I also don't claim I'm a fucking lady killer either.
Gus, I think I'm friends with you on Facebook. I know what you look like. You're not that bad looking.
I think.
That's because you're half blind and you only got worse looking at me. I recommend you stop doing that before you go completely fucking detached retina. Cut it out.
I think Dio is a lady killer. Like, he's a serial killer.
I'm not even using it.
Look at Dio's face and tell me he is not a serial killer. That is the face of a man who killed people.
Serial killer all over it.
And I'm not even usually that shallow, but I just noticed that you guys are so fucking shallow.
Yes, you
I don't
are.
mind being shallow in return.
Yes, you are. You're shallow as a motherfucker.
All right.
There are puddles in front of Walmart deeper than you.
Seriously, there are puddles in Walmart deeper
That was
than
really
you.
funny.
The people of Walmart leave puddles deeper than you.
Gus, right now I'm staring at a picture.
Makes you feel good about yourselves, I'm sure.
Shut the fuck up, Dio.
Gus, right now I'm staring at a picture of you from Facebook. You're not that bad looking.
Stop it! You're gonna hurt yourself, man. You're gonna fucking.
It's
Looking
the
at
one.
me is like it's like sitting in, it's like sunbathing in front of fucking plutonium, man. It's only gonna hurt you.
It's
Get
the
away.
one.
Solidarity, my ugly brother.
It's the one with where you hold the sword.
Oh, that one. Well, I don't even have my glasses on there.
Wait, you're one of those guys that has swords and shit?
Well, I have a sword because that's why I want to be buried with a sword, a watch, and a sturdy pair of boots.
I'm being buried with my Freemason sword.
Well, I'm probably going to end up cremated because nobody's going to give a great big fat guy a burial. So, stop burning your hand off, douche. You're going to need that tomorrow when you sober up.
So, and I'm actually training tomorrow, which means I'm going to be training tomorrow.
Oh my God, I don't know who's dumber.
It's funny because Donnie's really trying hard to insult
not like a
others.
degree scribbled on a napkin like Dio has, but an actual degree.
Ocean, you will die angry and alone. Hey, fucking extra points for grammar, Dio.
Wait, what? Really?
Mark my
he says
words,
ocean.
friend.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and think of me.
Why?
I don't know, because he's a piss pot.
Okay, so Joe, I am going through the further reading section of the Wikipedia article on postmodernism and downloading as many of them as I can. Go ahead.
For the sake of saying so, Dionysus, my dating life is all right. Thank you very much. Not dying angry and alone is not necessarily on my calendar.
You got to stop projecting, Dio. You're never going to be able to deal with your own problems if you don't stop projecting them onto other people.
Hey, I'm too drunk to look in this section of the screen. Is he being bullshit in the comments again?
Yeah, he's saying
I love that. Hey, I'm too drunk to look for myself. Is what you guys are saying are actually true? Yeah.
No, it's like everything's blurry at this point, and over there just looks like a mush.
That's all right. Just look at the yellow stuff behind you. That'll sharpen up your vision. See?
Okay.
Feel better already, I'll bet you.
That actually strangely helped a little.
Oh, Dionysius. Try not to
It's
drunk
sighting now as like a cure for being drunk.
before you fuck them, because that's illegal.
I wish I had my glasses.
I mean, you can read what I say. That means something, but the rest.
Get Orientalism. Okay, I got that.
Yeah, Orientalism is on the agenda as well.
Well, I love it when Orientalism is on the agenda. No idea what the hell it is, but I love it when it's on the agenda.
If you don't have a permanent partner before you're 28, you'll never have one. Then what's that one dating site for people over 40? Whatever.
Dionysius.
That's called the interim before
Shut the fuck up, Dio.
Dear. My mother remarried like 3 or 4 years ago, and she's in her late 40s. So, what the fuck?
That's fucking hilarious.
For the most part, they don't last. They don't. All the ones that I've known that have lasted for a long, long time are the ones that were.
Because you have either no friends or very antisocial. So of course your sample size is very small.
Why don't you read a book by Stendhal called On Love?
Is that a euphemism for something?
Why don't you read my cock in your ass?
Yep. Why don't you let me Turkish slap you with my 2-incher?
Alright.
My cock in your ass. It's
it's a pretty short
manuscript of a Proust.
It's a pretty
I've got the perfect video to highlight how
it's a novella at best.
You might all know it.
Pages were all stuck together. Don't get it used.
Where it's a novella. It's a short read. Pamphlet, maybe.
Everyone, I'm about to link a sex tape from Dionysus. You'll find it on YouTube.
It's gonna be that Chris Weston Chandler tape, isn't it?
Nope. Maybe.
Oh, come on, that would be better than whatever you're gonna offer.
Just me. This is him.
Because I don't.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Okay, I gotta click this now.
And the other sheep, the other rabbit shrugged.
MMA has just been consistently laughing for the past half hour. It's just like the whole time. Just the whole time. It's bad when you have two people with infectious laughs in the room.
I can only find an edition in Spanish. Not actually Spanish.
Saeed, really? You could.
No. Of Against Postmodernism, a Marxist Critique.
Who's the author?
Kalinikos.
Man, Dia's getting cranky in the side chat, guys.
He's like has the hiccups.
Of course he is, because look at it.
Wait, look at his face.
But I feel like I changed you guys for the better. To actually,
look at his. I want to present him.
I am. Wait, I'm going to do my Dionysus impression. At least how he thinks he is in his head. You ready? I am the
Just look at this.
The shit is hard. You get pulled out. I am Mr. Manly Man. Look at my red chest.
Rip your shirt off again in anger.
I'm
No, not right now.
I'm genuinely running out of shirts. I'm not doing that anymore until I buy more shirts.
I'm running out of shirts.
I found something else that might be useful. This is the this link in the slide here.
Get sucked by their age. No offense,
Back up with you for a minute. This link I'm going to put in the side here is of Dionysus's lifelong sex life overall. It's a pastiche of his great lovemaking conquests. MMA, breathe.
The banana suit is going on.
Don't cry. Breathe. It's all right. It's okay. Just take a minute.
The banana god is here. Just have to figure out how to put on the banana suit.
Just take it.
I'm good now. I am your banana lord. The banana juice of lore.
Dog, I would make fun of you, but I think you do a good job of yourself. So,
I actually have fun. I don't see myself as some serious guy. You see yourself as some serious guy who has to make up stories. You see, that's why we don't care.
The drunken banana's right.
Yeah, like we don't give a shit, man. Like I can dress up as a banana here. Hell, I can tell. Even if my coworkers seen this, I would be like, yeah, that was fun, wasn't it? Yeah, that cool hangout. But you see, you on the other hand, you're too ashamed to be yourself. You have to make up all these stories, put up all these walls around.
Oh, I was giving you the anthem in the background too. Your
fucking MMA is losing his goddamn shit. He's trying to cover his face, he just can't. He cannot even. He's trying to even, he cannot.
You know what he's going
crying. It looks like MMA's crying.
You know what he's going through, right? Where like you stop and then all of a sudden it just like explodes, and you like, it's like you're like, okay, I got it, and then you think of it, and then you just fall over. It's like a.
The outside chat is giving some good advice. They're saying, MMA, breathe. There you go.
Just goddamn breathe, son. Don't do it.
What's the last funny?
And don't mute fucking drunk on the porch. Let that motherfucker say what he pleads. The guy is saying comic fucking gold right now, and you want to mute his ass.
What's the funniest thing you guys have ever seen in these hangouts?
He's just angry because I always because literally a drunk guy in a banana suit makes an ass out of him. That's how pathetic he is. That a drunk guy
stick the banana up your ass.
Ass out of him.
Wait, what's no? We're not ending broadcasting.
I think the live chat needs to see this banana outfit.
Oh, okay, you're right.
Sing a song for us.
What's the funniest thing you guys have ever seen in this hangout? I'm trying to think of.
I mean, there's you jumping around on the ball. That's pretty funny shit.
That was like in Nadia.
It's when you fell behind the bed while you were bouncing on the ball.
That was on my own.
Look, I need wine too.
What the hell? What the hell is MMA watching that's making him die like that? Are you still watching the rabbit? But don't cry, man.
That Rab doesn't mind doxing me, fucking asshole. But my name is Rustin Moore. R-E-R, so go ahead.
Oh, that's right. We're Facebook.
No one cares doxed me. Like, you go, this is your address and your real name. Then everyone in this room would go, okay, I guess that's Banana's name and address. Then they'd immediately forget.
Shut up.
No one gives a shit. No one. Aside from you.
Just keep drinking. Hopefully your liver will close enough.
Hey, I'm pickling my liver.
We need a banana next to him.
Alcohol.
Yeah, drunk. I just want to say something really quick.
Video or something, or what are people laughing at? They're curious in the YouTube live chat. Sorry, what's that?
I want to say something really quickly. I actually have a friend who actually has a hypoglycemia now. He's only about 30 because he used to drink so much alcohol. I'm just saying, be careful, man.
He turned into a banana too.
I can handle it.
That's what he said when he was your age.
Nadia, link them that video. Just put it in the side chat.
Like a long portion of his small intestines removed. Drinking.
That was fucking hilarious, Gus.
I'm gonna watch this too. It's gonna not be funny at all.
What was so funny? I mean, I know you saw the rabbit. What?
No, there's like a huge compilation that was posted on the site.
Oh, the animals. Yeah, I was watching. I just fucking died watching that. Jesus Christ, that was great.
Like all over the fucking room.
Yeah, you're just poor MMA. I'm sorry.
Okay. Like he's gone. He's fucking gone.
It's okay, man. Come back. It's okay. Don't go into the light. I've made him fucking cry. Don't cry.
He's crying. He's been crying. He's been like this for the past half hour.
It's okay. I forgive you for saying the fat seeped in my brain. Come back.
The fact that this animal sex video has 5 million views really makes me question myself.
You're laughing at an animal sex video.
The same video on Pornhub has even more views.
That's right. Oh, God.
Yeah, I'm probably more interested in postmodernism.
Oh, Jesus Christ. She's like a dog with a bone.
God, yeah, let's see.
No, that's still in the video, guys. The dog with the bone.
It probably means I have more of an attention.
Voices.
That cat is trying to eat, and the dog doesn't care.
And the cat's like, would you just get it over with?
Right.
For Christ's sake. Every goddamn week was the same thing. Fucking herp-a-derp, hump-a-dump. Get the fuck out of there. I got shit to do.
I can't find it funny. I'm kind of bummed.
That's alright. It's okay.
I have found Neo's real sex tape.
Honestly, I got oh my God, the fucking banana sweets.
Yes, I found the other one.
The longest I've ever laughed. Someone told this shit joke, and we were coming back from year 11 camp, and it was about almost a 2-hour bus trip. And they said this really long ass joke, but almost as soon as we got on the bus, and I was laughing pretty much the whole way back from this one motherfucking thing. So pretty much about 2 hours, I laughed at the same. Oh God.
It is what the French call un mot exquisite.
It was
what the French call my fucking butthole.
I love it when the angry banana on his front porch takes a drink of orange shit.
It's called
that says to me that the world is as it should be.
Oh,
when we have angry
documentary called The Angry Banana.
No, it's true. When we have
6
angry,
hours long.
My neighbor's giving me a dirty look.
Good. Fuck, I hope he comes over.
Your neighbor, the orange.
That's right. That's right. You live
No,
beside
he
him.
actually called the cops on me for what he called caterwauling off my porch.
I can't fucking imagine why he would have. By the way, you know when you lean forward, you look like a magic marker, eh?
Hey, let me mark your butthole.
You have a even for a gay man, you have an unbelievable interest in my butthole.
But let us debate on the butts.
Listen.
Big as a butt until it's disgusting.
Listen.
Not be disgusting.
Listen, you strange fucking mascot. If we're not going to talk about postmodernism, we are sure as a who not going to fucking talk about butts.
Well, let me tell you this. Would
About
you
postmodern
rather
butts.
have dick-sized nipples or a nipple-sized dick?
You really think you're banging him out? You really think you're banging him out profound,
I
don't
actually
you?
don't. I think that all of these are just like failing miserably. Like everything I say, I feel like is just like a plane getting shot down, and then like the survivors are like stabbed. That's how I feel. Even this right here.
Well, not so much shot down as we get treated to watching them auger in by themselves.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel.
Just harsh the buzz, man.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what the hell you want from me, man. Like you just like the banana is fucking with us, man. Like what the fuck?
I am your banana god. Honor me. Lick my stem.
Lick my stem.
I don't know. That's a
a lot
tempting.
that crash and burn, and then that one just decided to fly off.
That's a tempting fucking offer.
I actually feel like that one actually burnt too. Like I don't know. I just feel like everything I do burns.
God damn it, I'm serious. What's the funniest?
Maybe you should lay off the hot sauce.
You gotta go to the doctor for that to get the quick shot for that. Then it won't happen anymore.
Just get a shot of penicillin. It helps.
I told him no.
I think the funniest, but not a lot of people were around for that when Dionysus explained.
When Dionysus explained, and then that's all you really have to say.
Yeah, all you have to know is like I like how Dionysus is the most hated man in here.
No, this actually is
still in here.
No,
this actually isn't at his expense. It's just funny.
That depends on who you ask.
Postmoderners.
On any given day, it's usually me. Depending, I mean, if you ask the people in the
Dionysus,
chat,
stop muting him.
they're usually like.
He keeps muting me whenever I insult him because he's a little bitch who can't handle himself.
That's all that it shows.
He just keeps threatening us through the internet.
Yeah, on drunk, you don't want him handling himself too often. He'll go blind, and he's already halfway there. So.
I actually am. I do have hearing damage, and I don't actually have any sight in my left eye.
Oh. Very insensitive Dionysus.
Yeah,
Dionysus. I would expect.
Seriously, the one thing I'm actually mad at is that you guys will get to experience that virtual reality shit, but I can't.
Why is it in every nice hangout we've always got one loud drunk that wants to talk all the time?
Because we are awesome and we rule, and I was the first one, and I invited all my friends who were also loud drunks, so that's my fault.
The fucker had a prepared statement for that.
I know, right?
For several reasons.
All right, you know, Ocean. I can't help but think that that's some kind of swipe at me there, buddy. Just saying.
I'll switch
I think
to
you guys should have a fight.
Is that the Little Mermaid?
Here we go.
You're the Little Mermaid.
Now I'm in direct opposition to you.
Well, that's true. We're back to back. She's like a whole new world to kill me a bitch for the Emperor.
Kill me a bitch? What?
Pay attention, Joe. Pay attention. Fuck. We're moving at a speed here. Keep up. Can't fucking keep up. Don't step up.
Oh, you might like this because you're into like
Flash
nerdy stuff, I guess. You want to see a map of this world I made?
More into Bell. Here we go.
Oh boy.
Great. I can't. Oh, hey. What did you use to make that?
I think it's Sketchbook Pro, but this is a Surface Pro 3. It's really cool, like one-to-one drawing and stuff.
Wow. Yeah, I have a program called Campaign Cartographer.
Yotard Postmodern.
Yeah. Which is a royal pain in the ass to use, and it gets harder with every fucking successive edition.
Yeah, just go to world building on Reddit and just use those maps. There's like some
that's a great subreddit.
Yeah, I'm in. Are you you a fucking nerd with me in that? I haven't posted on Reddit since
I'm also in the Conlang subreddit too. You know, the constructed language. It's the constructed language subreddit. So things like Esperanto and Lojban.
Laden. I like Laden because it's a feminist language. Go ahead.
I always thought Esperanto was like the Lone Ranger's fucking friend, right? Like, come Esperanto.
There might have been some inspiration from that. I don't know.
Could be
inspiration from Esperanto.
Yeah, Laden is actually. It got some relatively interesting features to it as far as borrowing from. I guess the feature is most commonly found in languages of Papua New Guinea.
No, yeah, I couldn't hear the first part of that. I only heard Papua New Guinea, and your laugh. And I think it's offensive that you laughed at Papua New Guinea.
I think more people should laugh at Papua New Guinea.
What I said is La'aden, the language La'aden, is interesting because it borrows features, I think, from languages of Papua New Guinea.
New Guinea's been around for a while. I think they could just be Guinea.
They're not new as far as Guineas go anymore. Go ahead.
Unless we find where Old Guinea is, we're never going to find out where guinea pigs come from.
Well, it should just be Guinea. I don't understand why it's like old. Is there just like a?
Is there a place in the world called Guinea?
I think so, actually.
I know that sometimes like 2 pound, a 1 pound coin is called a guinea.
What do they call it? Papua New Guinea.
Aren't they Papua New Guinea though? But I don't think they're completely independent. Aren't they occupied by Indian
Call me Big Papa.
I think it would be good if everyone moved to constructed languages that were devised on feminist principles.
Oh, fuck that. English is wonderful. Let feminism bend to English, not the other way around.
I do not like learning other languages, especially not Dutch. What the Dutch?
I'm studying approximately 13 languages.
What do you think about what Justin said about learning too many languages at once being detrimental? I saw that recently.
I don't know if it's detrimental. It's just might be that one learns them as fast as one can. Go ahead.
No, I will not go ahead, Nadia.
Justin, who said that?
You know which Justin I'm talking about.
Tiny Teeth?
Yeah, Tiny Teeth, yeah.
You know what pisses me off? There's another guy named Jeremiah here, and whenever anyone wishes him death in the fucking live YouTube thing, I cannot tell whether they want me dead or him dead.
I can't imagine that there could. No, I'm just gonna shut up.
I want everyone dead, so don't take it.
Jeremiah was a bullfrog.
I hate
that bullfrog dead.
That's a good friend of mine. Every single person I've ever met sings that to me when I introduce him.
Every time he had the shit fit, I was there to really smile. Joy to the wild. All the boys and girls.
Joy to the fishes in the deep blue sea.
I want to tell you,
fuck your ass.
If you drink alcohol, the best thing to do to reverse.
Shut the fuck up, Dio. None of us want you to hear.
Yeah, Dio. Drunk. Quiet for a second.
Hello?
Seriously.
The best.
Yeah, Dio.
I like calling him Porch.
Dio, just put it in the side chat, man. Just put it in the side chat.
Final 3.
Okay. All right, bitch. Look. This is what I'm drinking again another night. So you can keep drinking that pussy ass shit like you do. I don't care.
Shit
like a Chardonnay if I can get the cork.
Anyway,
I'm drinking a hot ass drinking a hot ass motherfucking juice.
I'm trying to give good health advice here.
This is the essence of the great debate right here.
It is, eh, Joe?
Shut up for 1 second. I want 3
words.
words.
The giving and receiving of ideas.
I'm having too good of a time for my buzz to be killed by stupid bullshit.
As far as I know, the great debate is largely over. There are, in fact, no such things as gods.
Well, somebody kicked the jukebox again.
Or souls, or actualized. And Moses and Jesus Christ never existed.
Hey, Smash Kami said something to you, Nadia. You want to hear what it is?
What?
Who?
Smash Kami's in the YouTube comments.
What?
He said,
What? Did he ask me how big my dick was?
So you might want to deal with that.
You want me to kick? I can kick his.
Smash Kami.
He's like a troll, isn't he?
Okay. Smash Kami says I take the D like a man. Well, taking the D isn't really something like a
yeah, like vitamin D.
Male or female particular thing. Gay men take dicks. Gay men get fucked by dicks, and straight women do too. And
let's be honest.
I'm sure non-binary people, various points.
He could be talking about vitamin D.
How could it be
possible?
possible?
Vitamin D?
That's what he could be referring to, the vitamin D.
I feel like men are a little bit better at processing it than women.
Okay, well.
You take the D like a man.
I can't drink Chardonnay because I think this has been been in the air too much.
Well, let's face it, men are better than most things than women. But
I have feather stains. I shall drink some more MD 2020.
Is someone writing this stuff down? Oh, it's being recorded. We don't. Okay.
There's a guy in the side chat just typing whatever we say.
Okay, so.
It better not be otherwise
he'll come for you.
God.
More importantly, I weighed in at what is it? 180.2 pounds yesterday. It was 81.73 kilos, maybe 1.74, maybe closer to. And if I get down below
cocaine,
139.6 pounds, which is get below 81.47 kilos, and I make another not like this video. And my target is ultimately 56.7 kilos. I've got a ways to go.
No, Dio, don't get hard. I just peeled myself.
Now,
oh yeah.
More important aspects I think are postmodernism, constructed feminist languages, and I suppose taking dicks, which I really like doing. Or at least when my body is in better shape. Anyway, go ahead.
Nadia, can you say taking dicks in like 7 different languages?
Not yet, but I'm working on it. Go ahead.
Nice.
Too hot.
Yeah, when you're learning a new language, first
Forge,
put the insults out of the way first.
Forge, put a goddamn shirt on. Forge, nobody wants to see your movies.
My general approach are various kinds of. I'm sorry.
I thought he was wearing like a pink tank top for a second.
I'm not
Chandler. In terms of languages, there's a number of kind of fundamental things. Like, for instance, the personal pronouns, demonstrative pronouns, various articles, conjunctions, as well as prepositions. And then you have some core vocabulary sets that are, well, basically what the most common words, right? And you want to expand that to, of course, some level of linguistic competency, which actually the word count for that.
3 a.m. to talk about this stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, it's 4 a.m. here. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Never mind. My bad.
Oh, okay. I feel like I'm in the middle of a Grace Jones video, right? Like I've got somebody stripping down in one frame. Yeah. I've got someone talking about linguistics in another frame. So, I'm just expecting her to go slave to the rhythm.
Slave to the rhythm.
Oh, dear.
Look, I think we should all take off our shirts.
Press for the rhythm.
that I've got, Nadia and Nimit. Slave to the rhythm, or slave to anything is not necessarily something I endorse. Go ahead.
I know, but I don't think Grace Jones was concerned about your input when she wrote the song. I'm just saying.
Oh.
Just a thought.
I feel like listening to Billy Joel. Someone sing Billy Joel.
No.
Sing Billy Joel.
We didn't start the fire.
Don't do it.
Burning since the world's been turning. We didn't start the fire.
The pertinence of evidentiality and facilitations of reporting speech and such are
some sort of German
pertinent
avant-garde.
Fruity, you know that song's now sung. We didn't start the movement. Come on, you got Derbyshire, and Spencer, and all those guys.
Evidentiality. Well, evidentiality and other.
You're right, Joe. This is starting to sound like an Ingmar Bergman film. It really is.
Evidentiality and other grammatical features that facilitate reporting speech are perhaps rather crucial constructs to incorporate within a feminist constructed language. Go ahead.
I like Ingmar Bergman films.
Persona?
Ocean, take off your shirt.
Everyone, take off your shirt, except you, Dio. We don't even want you to be here.
I...
room for someone who cares.
I dare
like
not.
Seventh Seal.
Seventh sign? Okay.
If I gotta tell you, if I took my shirt off, it'd be considered a war crime.
Oh, come on. This is a war crime. My milkshake's still the voice of the yard.
Jesus Christ, Joe. Really? Oh.
Solidarity, my shirtless brother. Give me a virtual hug.
You see? This is what he wants.
You hanging, Joe? Joe, you leaving me hanging, really?
Oh, God.
What am I doing right now?
That was a lot closer than I wanted to see, Joe.
Yeah, we got a virtual hug, man. Why don't you do a virtual hug with me, man?
Because I am not taking off my
shirt. Penises.
I am not taking off my shirt.
Then take off your pants.
No, we won't be doing that either.
Are you just one of those people that wears their socks when they have sex?
Fucking hell if I am, it gets cold up here.
Oh, it's specific thing. He just wanted those people who wear socks.
No. Ryan's shirtless too.
Everyone's shirtless.
Oh wait.
I just put my hair on to maintain a little bit of semblance of shirthood.
How come your hair is straight?
My hair?
No,
you look too hip.
Your hair is straight.
Thank you. I know. Look, I'm wearing silk pajamas too.
Yeah, you used to have a little
hairstyle.
You used to have a little.
Go a little style.
What? No, I actually really like this haircut.
You used to have a little fuzz though. You had like a fuzzy thing, you called it your
like
Jufro.
Yeah, my Jufro. I know. I chopped that off and I went with the Hitler Youth haircut.
Oh.
The Hitler Youth haircut.
Fuck you, Jefferson, for me.
No.
I'd rather call it the military cut. But the funny thing is that people have been calling it a Hitler Youth cut, so I guess I'm just gonna own it.
That's what it's called, but that suits you, man.
Thank you. I really like it, and actually the funny thing is that I've gotten quite a reaction from the women. I was wearing my business suit a while ago, and with this haircut, the stares I got were quite surprising.
So MMA, are you gonna?
MMA, are you joining them in the shirtless brigade, or are you staying me with the shirted?
Oh, what the fuck?
Don't be gay.
Oh,
take off your shirt.
We're the brotherhood.
I'm not sure.
Hey guys, get this. Dave actually wants us to talk about postmodernism. Like he's in the comments actually going like, "What happened to it, Nadia?" Well, we all got shirtless and drunk. That's what happened. I love you, Rev. I still love you, even though I'm drunk and obnoxious. And I'm sorry to all you people who I'm talking over because I'm obnoxiously drunk. I swear I'm quiet when I'm sober.
Great, thanks.
Shit.
Who wants to talk about the
Get in position. Assume the position.
Assume the position, MMA.
Yeah, my cat is just all over my bed.
Okay,
Your what?
The doors
My cat is all over my bed.
You gotta tip him. Especially him. So I know
For
you have
sexy time.
I want to see him in his chest.
Hey, there you go. There we go.
Yeah, Nadia, I was doing this for you.
34%.
I noticed his camera's off now, though. What's up?
Yeah.
He's moving in his body double.
His chest actually is all black and says Monsanto still.
That's it, man. That's it. I gotta fucking get my charger.
He's putting on his pants and take off his shirt.
Excuses. I can't join, unfortunately, because the way that the rules work, it wouldn't be allowed on YouTube if I took my shirt off.
I don't even have actual breasts. It would be against terms of service if I took my shirt off. So it's like, alright.
Yeah, this channel would be banned like right away. So.
Yeah.
Hey, whose tits do you think are bigger, me or Ned?
Mine are definitely bigger. I have like 34.
Who's are more luscious? Whose do you want to?
Mine. Any day.
Jesus Christ,
Yeah,
this is explicit.
You have man boobs, porch guy, but you don't have luscious 34 triple Ds. I can say that.
Yeah, I do. I just like Velcro the rest of the fat to my back. You guys see that?
No, why do I have to listen to this?
Gross.
Because you hang out with a drunk moron.
There's no justice in the world.
Wait, Ace doesn't have his shirt off. What the fuck?
I don't, and I'm not gonna take it off.
No
It
justice
was
in
almost
the
impressive
world.
until I got drunk and fell it.
No justice in the world.
It's my jam.
Omar at the smoke shop said that this thing was worth 10 packs of cigarettes, and it's already out on the first day I bought it.
This is just what it devolves into. Dio, come on.
Well, don't encourage Dio. He'll just tell some bullshit story about how he was at the club
I
or
want
something.
to keep what self-respect I have.
Shut the fuck up, Dio.
He wants to, well,
That's
you
not
know,
much. You don't have much then.
how do you argue with that, right? He wants to keep what self-respect he's got.
There's
How do you
self-respect
argue with that?
is whatever you have away by a drunken
Hey,
guy
you
on
guys
his
should
porch
broadcast
who is-
Sean. He's rough and ready.
Yeah,
Look at him.
Oh, look at that. Okay.
Come on, Dio.
Broadcast. There we go. Done.
Yeah, the turtle's always shirtless though. That goes without saying.
Nadia Chambers joined the video call. Hello, Nadia. You're new here, so
Hello.
you're at the bottom of the
ASL.
How many bottles of wine are you gonna have to drink before you pass out?
Well, my record is 10.
What are you at right now?
I got Mad Dog 2020.
I suggest that you chug all of the alcohol within like arm's reach, and then we'll go from there.
Oh well, on arm's reach, I got this bottle. Wait,
Don't
that's
show it
Fago.
to me. Drink it.
That's Fago. Well, I got 2 over here.
I don't want to hear about what you have. I just want to see you chugging it.
I also got this, but it tastes like.
Defiance. Defiance.
No kidding. Right?
I'm too drunk to listen to reason. Do you really expect me to actually understand or?
Just chug it. That was a bitch shot. What the fuck? Chug it.
I've already chugged a bitch. I did 3
I've
years.
already chugged a bitch shot. Yeah. Exactly.
How many bottles did I drink, everyone? I don't remember.
Not enough.
69.
Not enough, because you're not passed out yet.
If I could make you drink a bottle, first one that I'd like to do.
Wait, do I have any moonshine?
Yes, yes you do.
You probably do. Yeah.
Moonshine. I had like a flask of it here.
Why don't you yell a little louder? I'm sure your neighbors will love that.
Oh, fuck my neighbors. Fuck you.
Well, if there's time, you can always go for that.
Well, if he doesn't pass out, maybe he'll get arrested first. When are they?
Oh, jeez. Like, I live in a bad neighborhood. It'll take the cops a half hour to get
So
here.
I suggest you yell louder then.
The louder you yell, the faster they'll come.
Yeah.
Not really. I could be murdering someone outside and they'll be here in a half hour.
I know. Drunken guy has an answer for everything.
No kidding.
Guy has an answer for everything.
God, can you imagine being his neighbor? Trying to go
my neighbors hate me
I would invest. I would invest in a tranquilizer gun. Like,
I'd invest in a shotgun, a double-barrel shotgun.
No, I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to kill him, but I would definitely put a tranquilizer dart in his ass.
Yeah, but it would be a nightly thing that you'd have to do.
Well, you know, I mean, sometimes there's little rituals you have to do.
They keep doing it.
Actually, Nevin, you have experience. I have a bit of surgery scheduled for the 27th of July. Well, basically, what cup size should I shoot for?
Oh, well, that's a bad thing to ask me, because everybody's different, right? And cup size isn't even necessarily what you want to look at, and even doctors will tell you you don't want to go in with like an ideal cup size in mind. What they do is they'll give you a bunch of like silicone, like the actual implant bag things, and then you put them like into your bra, and then you sort of decide based on that how many cc's you want rather than what exact cup size you want.
Okay.
So I think I have like 400 cc's per food or something.
See my breasts. See my breasts. Oh, they're stuck there on my chest. See my boobs.
Yeah, I got recommended 450 by some other people.
Yeah, it all depends on like your body and like your proportions and stuff, right?
I'm probably a head, chest, and shoulders taller than you, so.
Yeah, I'm only 5'2".
Oh. Yeah, it won't look anywhere near as big. So.
Hey Nadia, I've always wondered this. Why don't you create a video series of like your ideologies and shit? Like just like a 20-minute clip of you talking about what you believe and such. Like I think that would be very informative, and I'd watch it because that would seem like it would be nice.
Or it'd be a 40-minute clip.
Hey, you won't have like topless guys messing it up for you if you do it.
Yeah, like I genuinely would like to see this, Nadia. Why don't you put like a clip of you explaining your ideologies and your stance on things on this channel? Like, I don't know, 20 minutes or something?
Well, what? I'm just stoked from all the shirtless buff-tongue studs.
Yeah, well, I'm not
You hear that, Joe? You're a buff-tongue stud, my friend.
I'm not really buff. I'm more of a...
You're more hung?
Well, if someone has a six-pack,
more hair and you'll be a bear.
Yeah. Actually, I do love bears.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Big bears come to the hairy bear picnic.
Hey, Kami, you're getting a lot of hate in the comments from Rev.
Kami? Oh, who's the Kami?
Smash commies.
Yeah.
Did you know that in the French brigade system, a commie is the lowest level of cook in a kitchen run under the French brigade system?
I don't realize why I would need to ever know that, but for some reason...
you don't need to know that. Keep chugging, Drunkosaurus. We'll fucking move on without you.
Okay, I'll keep chugging. Chugga, 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 chugga.
Well, he certainly seems apt.
What are you drinking there? What was that?
I was gone.
Drain cleaner at this point.
You'd miss me if I was gone.
No.
Oh, with every bullet so far.
Every dildo so far.
That's exactly what I said.
That's exactly what you meant.
That's exactly what we need.
Yes.
Exactly what we need.
Dildo fire. Nadia, you get
More
a
dildos.
that. I'll buy the patent from you.
Absolutely.
Just shoot.
What are you looking at, Joe?
I'm looking at the last thing I think Smash Commies is going to say before I block him.
Before you kill him?
Yeah. It was either block him or accidentally block Istis.
Why don't you just have fun with him? Get drunk, like I do to Dio. Seriously, you can't argue
but
with
I mean, why'd you have to block him? I think it's a bit unfair. You could just let him stay.
It's not just you. The other issue that people forget is that it makes other people who aren't necessarily engaging uncomfortable, and it's even more insensitive to those people.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
I mean, not that. I mean, it's not that that's necessarily the most foolproof argument, right? I mean, I'm not saying that. It's just he's been consistently despicable, and you gotta at least be funny if you're gonna troll.
Hey, which one's Smash? Is he like the mountains guy? Because I haven't seen that person talk for a while.
BRB.
What mountains guy? What?
Seriously though, Nadia, I would like to see like a 20-minute video thing of you like explaining your ideologies and like arguing for them. That would be really entertaining.
Okay.
Informative. Because you are actually a smart person, Nadia. A lot of it doesn't come through in these Google Hangouts and everything, but you are genuinely a smart person.
If I was so smart, I wouldn't be in such deep shit.
Oh, please, you have the true smarts. The smarts of a philosopher. Which isn't respected nowadays.
I never studied philosophy.
Neither
actual
have philosophers.
undergrad. I don't have any more than an undergraduate education, and that was in computer science and mathematics.
Yeah, but Nadia, you really are. You're informative. I don't agree with all your positions, obviously. I think some of them are completely stupid, but I believe that, like, the majority of your positions I agree with, and you have a good, solid argument for them. It'd be entertaining.
Can some... Oh,
Somewhat. Come on, spit out your sentence. Don't be a Dio here.
I was just going to ask how much you've actually had to drink so far tonight.
Well, I have had, I don't know how many bottles of Mountain Mad Dog, and I've had a bit of, what is this shit called? Chardonnay.
Yeah. I'm not sure my writing is any more comprehensible than my speech.
Yeah, I've also wondered that, Nadia. Why don't you write a book on some of your subjects? I think that would actually be really entertaining and informative.
Nadia, you should check out this website here. You should like write out a typical sentence or two and send it through the Hemingway app and see what it says. It's a very good website.
Okay.
Yeah, I genuinely would actually buy a book from Nadia. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, if Nadia came on here and was like, hey guys, buy my book, I would buy that book because that would be like informative and like it would actually enjoy a place in my collection.
Okay, let's see here.
I'll be right back. I gotta pee.
Go ahead.
Oh my god, he's so disoriented.
Oh.
Oh my god.
That body. That hulk of sexiness. See, he does live in the house. There we go. I've got it sorted. He does.
Did you actually see him take out keys though?
No, I didn't.
See, he could just be walking in. That doesn't mean
he's just squatting there.
I think he squats on the floor.
Yeah, he squats in. Now.
Oh, I was at a hangout yesterday. I think with a couple of people in this one. Who else was in the hangout when Psycho just lost it?
Me, because he was yelling at me and called me a loud cunt.
Oh my god! What the hell? Like, I actually found that clip. I found that part of the hangout I was watching today. That was such a chicken shit move. It's when somebody asks a question and then they interrupt the interlocutor to prevent them from actually answering it.
Yep, and it wasn't an out-of-line question either. It was like going along exactly with what he had just said. Oh, look at that.
Oh, he broke. All right.
He has landed.
Drunk has landed.
The eagle has landed.
Who?
Where's my bottle amongst all these bottles on the floor?
They should have like drunk only Google Hangouts maybe. Like,
Oh god.
Oh, that would be awesome. Let's
I
have
know,
a-
that's what I was thinking, specifically for you, Porch Guy.
Oh, you mean just me talking? I actually have a
No, I
channel.
mean like 9 other people just like you.
Hey, I have a YouTube channel. Just look up "This fucking show's about games," I think, and you'll find
No
it.
thanks, it's alright.
That's
Yeah,
why
I
I
think
put
we're all
people in the
good.
comments because I know they like me and hate me at the same time.
Yeah. So.
I'm shirtless in a couple of them.
Oh, great.
Yes.
I think people have a.
Yeah, I'm actually planning something along for
Drunk
the
guys,
video.
shut up. Nadia's trying to talk. Shut up.
Oh, I was going to say that I think people have a difficult enough time, I guess, maintaining any kind of attention span or adherence to any kind of topic, even without alcohol. Adding it to the mix is going to aggravate the issue.
Well, I know, and that's why I suggested just have 9 other drunk people, because they won't really care, and it won't be annoying to most sober people wouldn't be watching it either. So.
Hey, at least I'm true to my name. Drunk on the porch. I'm on a porch and I'm drunk.
Like that's really important. Being
It
true. To
really, that's all I can think of to defend myself.
Well, when you can't think of anything except for bullshit, sometimes it's best just to not say anything at all.
I still love you, even though you hate me.
I know you do. It's a common theme.
I feel like I should put on my shirt, but it's 90 degrees out here.
It's okay. You started a trend, so.
Yes. Everyone, follow me. I am your Jesus.
MMA, why did you just turn your camera off?
Because he's scared of his Jesus.
You've created an awkward silence, Porch Guy. So please, please
Always do
refer
that,
back to
even
the
in
last
real
thing
life.
I said.
I'm not very good with people.
No, I think it's probably just that you're drunk and you're what you say.
That's why I mostly sit with myself in silence and read, like in coffee shops and shit.
I can't imagine that.
Yeah. Oh.
Also, can you guys in the comments stop like emailing me whenever Mac is in here? Because I just get like a million emails saying, "Hey, are you gonna get in here and call Mac a cunt?" I don't understand what is like seriously.
Yeah.
I didn't even give them my email. How'd they find it?
Yeah.
It's probably on your Google Plus profile if you didn't explicitly hide it.
Someone get in here and fill their place.
Von Helton wants to come in if anyone.
Also, where's that one guy? With the face.
The one guy
Where's
with
all
the
the guys
face?
with the faces?
Wow, that's.
Oh, great. Dio joined the call.
Okay, so. Yep, well, I generally like,
Okay, Nadia, you wanted to talk about, give us a topic here, something to debate about.
Well, it might be that Joe's the only one with sufficient familiarity with postmodernism to, I guess, defend it across a full range of the topics it addresses. Perhaps,
It
and
might not
welcome,
be
Von Helton.
Might not be the best topic for all of us.
Yeah, this might not be very inclusive either. And I'd also like to welcome Von Helton. Very good to see you on.
Danke, bitteschön.
Oh, this should be. I have a feeling things are about to get even more entertaining.
It's only going to get entertaining if you decide you want to date me. Other than that, no.
Oh, that's funny.
Wait, am I kidding?
So are we all just going to sit here in silence?
I'm divorced.
I don't think you're at all kidding, but that doesn't make it any less funny.
Why?
Is James going to talk? Because I remember he always had interesting things to say.
Well, I try to have interesting things to say, but it doesn't always work out that way.
Can you tell us about your vampiric tendencies?
I've already explained what true.
I haven't heard it. Okay, I haven't heard it.
You haven't heard it. Okay.
No, I haven't.
Thousands, literally thousands of hate videos out there, but you haven't heard it.
No, I'm not a stalker of you. No, I genuinely haven't heard it.
Okay, all right. I will explain it then. True vampirism is just a medical disorder. That's all it is. That's all it is. All right. What Bram Stoker done is he took an actual disease, okay, polyphoria, which is a disease of the blood. He took that, and then he took the stories of Vlad the Impaler, combined the two, and we got Dracula. That's it. All right, but vampirism, actual vampirism, is a known disorder. It's always been a known disorder.
Do you have that disorder?
Sort of, kind of. I have aspects of it. You know, I can't say that I'm full-blown, you know, into it, but, you know, I do have aspects of it. But, you know, I mean, I've explained this like fucking 50 million times because of all the stupid-ass troll videos that are out there. And just, I don't know, 2 seconds on Google, and you can find out what real vampirism really is, and why people don't utilize Google. I have no fucking idea.
No, well, because I was specifically asking in relation to your specific situation.
My specific situation is that I have aspects of it, but I don't have the full-blown thing. All right. But all it is a fucking medical disorder.
Is it genetic? Is it genetic?
Yes, yes. I can't. You can't get it by being around me. Okay, you got to get it through.
Can it be passed on through the act of sucking another person's blood, or is it like strictly genetic thing?
That I'm not sure of. I mean, it is a blood disorder, so I mean, you know, any contact with the blood could transmit it. I mean, I won't say it can't be done, but the odds of it being done are pretty rare, probably.
Hey, what disorder are we talking about here? Because my Google crashed. I couldn't hear anything for like a solid minute.
Sir, you have so much alcohol in your system, nothing is going to hurt you, okay? I think you're pretty safe.
I am pickled.
You're more than pickled. You are more than pickled.
Show me
but anyway.
200 years from now.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, but seriously, because I actually have a condition too. What is it?
What is your condition? I mean, aside from being totally stoned out of, or drunk out of your mind, what is your condition?
I have Marfan syndrome. It basically affects every part of the body, including muscle structure and heart, and my heart. Basically, it killed my mother.
Wait a minute.
Your order belt's the size of your thumb. Mine's the size of my fucking it's huge.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me that you literally could have your heart stop live on cam?
Yes, actually. Yes, that's actually a possibility.
Oh,
Because
shit.
I haven't taken my medication in months.
You
Because
what?
I don't like the way it makes me sleepy.
Okay, so we have a potential 911 issue live on fucking cam. That's great.
James, I'm putting you in charge of calling 911 when I collapse.
So,
okay, well, it's lucky for you my phone now works, so...
Yeah,
no,
you need to know where he lives.
I'm being serious. I'm not being facetious. Are you telling me that your heart could literally
know
stop?
where he lives, though.
Wait, hold on. Stop. He's interested.
For that to work, you need to know where he lives.
But no.
So, but you need to know where he lives.
I don't know where he lives, but I mean, you know, if he fucking keels over dead, I think, you know, that would be.
If he has a
kind of
heart attack, he
downer
won't
for
be
the-
able to hear you.
Do what?
He won't be able to communicate with you if his heart stops.
If
So,
his heart
Call 911 and be like, hello.
if his heart stops, we've only got, what is it, maybe 5 minutes to fucking get somebody.
Yeah, but we don't know where he lives.
Or brain damage.
If you got an Galaxy S6 and S7, there's not an app, but it's an emergency thing where you just, I forgot how to access it, but essentially you just
It's like
send
Five-Star. You call it, you
coordinates
press the button and the
straight
emergency
to the
people
hospital.
show up.
Yeah, I'm.
No, it's a certain thing. I can't remember it.
Yeah, my experience of a heart attack was mostly just being out of breath and passing out for a minute.
Yeah, due to Marfan syndrome, my bones grew weird, and my muscles grew weird, and basically, it's not fun. Like, when you pull a muscle constantly, it's not really fun.
Okay. Yeah, my various disorders and such are largely endocrine, apart from, say, transsexualism.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, well, I have autoimmunity against a few different glands.
No, but
So,
in terms of your like heart attack. It was
my heart?
it was an actual heart attack. I'm only asking because being out of breath and then passing out for a few minutes, as you just said, typically
No,
isn't.
it wasn't a few minutes, it was hours.
You just said a few minutes.
I don't think if I said a few minutes,
Yeah.
something has to be wrong?
Well, I don't know. Either you said it or else I don't know.
Yeah, I woke up in the
hospital. That's what I heard.
Yeah, I woke up in the hospital and they told me I had the elevated troponins and all that there. I had no idea what hit me. I was just. Oh, why are people?
There is a lot of very healthy people killing over dead of heart attacks. So I have to wonder. Being the conspiracy theorist that I am, I have to wonder what the fuck's going on. I mean, I just heard on the news just the other day, 22-year-old person dead from a fucking heart attack.
Well,
Just
simple. Our age group can only really afford fast food most of the time.
Totally healthy, no drugs, no alcohol, bam, dead. 22.
I was actually just talking about.
See how you turn out.
Well, I was actually just talking about the fact that I had non-Hodgkin's lymphoma when I was 5. So, yeah, it happens. Luckily, my family caught it early, but as you can imagine, I have a high risk of cancer for the rest of my life because of that.
Young people can be unhealthy too. Look at Drunk on the Porch. He's going to die.
Hey, it's Scrooge McDuck.
Yeah, he's going to fucking get liver cancer.
Yeah, man, those fucking horrible
It never runs in my family. Everyone in my family is a drunk. However, we do get dementia, like in our 90s, like every single one of us. So I have that to look forward to.
Well, dementia won't be too much of a problem because you've not got much to forget anyway. Pretty sure you're a fucking idiot.
Believe it or not, I have a degree.
What?
Believe it or not, I actually have a degree.
A degree? What's that? Sitting on your ass and drinking on the porch?
I am a precision machinist.
Oh, that's cool.
I have a master's in red ecology.
And I can operate any machine that you can, like any metalworking machine you can actually ask me to.
That's sweet.
Yeah, but didn't machines take your job away?
Yeah, man.
Kind of
Working a vibrator in your ass doesn't count drunk on the porch.
Over at my factory that involves machining. However, they said that they'd give it to me, so I basically am back, baby. I'm gonna earn me $20 an hour.
Machines don't take away jobs; they're a multiplier of force.
A CAD machine.
More effective at
one person can operate 20 CAD machines, man.
Yeah, constructing. Yeah.
And that takes like 30 machinist jobs. Because a CAD machine can do what we do in a day in like 10 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I hear you.
Yep.
Okay, that's better. I don't know what happened, but my volume level went down. The slider, it went down to 13. I don't know what the hell's going on. I'm gonna have to see what's something creepy is going on with my Windows, man, because it's not supposed to do that shit. I set my volume level, and then I come into Google and my volume level goes way down, and I have to reset it manually. I don't know what.
Yeah, that actually happened to me too. That's why I had to reload.
Very strange. It's not supposed to do that shit.
Try doing it while drunk.
Well, to be honest, I haven't had alcohol in probably about 30 years, and I haven't missed it one bit.
I haven't had alcohol in 3 seconds.
Yeah, maybe you should start drinking then. Maybe you should start drinking again then, Von Halen.
No.
Start drinking again, Scrooge McDuck.
Yeah, you might actually start talking less bullshit.
I actually forgot that he talks bullshit.
Just because you don't experience it or you don't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry.
That's right. That is right.
I'm actually just a Muslim apologist.
You can't see air, but you breathe it in every day, right?
We can test for air.
You can test for it. Can you see it? No.
Hey, Sonny B.
I don't need air. I've just got built-in oxyhemoglobin.
You got what?
God damn it! I spent all day researching Irish folk tales, and Sonny Bean here doesn't even understand that I'm calling him.
Irish folk tales for who?
You,
Me?
the Irish guy.
Well, I got a little bit of Irish in me, but not that fucking
No, not
much.
that. Not you, the other guy, the bearded man.
I was going to say, I've only got about a touch of Irish in me.
I'm a quarter Irish. My grandpa was Irish.
So, Sonny Bean, how are you doing?
I don't know many Irish folk tales though.
Okay, that one's about a cannibalistic family. Basically, it's The Hills Have Eyes, except 1600s.
Cool.
God damn it! I spent all day researching, like during work on my breaks, researching Irish folk tales to call.
That's what you get for being such a fucking racist and thinking every Scotsman knows every Irish folk tale out there.
I know every American folk tale.
Yeah.
That's kind of common around here.
Ironically, he has a point. Ironically, he does have a point.
Yeah. It's kind of the point of a folk tale.
Nadia, did you receive my donation to the surgery?
Yes. Yes, I did. It will help a great deal. At least relative to what's coming this far.
Oh, hey, Nadia.
General, though.
Donate tomorrow. Like, I'll be in here tomorrow. Can you remind me to donate tomorrow? Because I want to donate $10 this month to PayPal. Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, I just need someone to remind me because I actually forget these type of things. I wanted to donate you $10 to like PayPal this month, but I guarantee you I will forget. So can you like remind me tomorrow? Because I'm heading to bank tomorrow. I'm putting in like a couple $100.
Okay.
Okay.
It would be very helpful. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Wish it was more, but I can't really spend that much right now because I got house payments, a car payment, I got medical payments and shit. So, you know. Ironically, all not for me, all for my family. Why am I paying my family's bills?
That's a good question.
I'm going to have to negotiate that when I get sober.
You're either very kind-hearted or very naive. One or the other.
I think a little of both, because like.
A little of both. Okay.
My sister is the only one in my family who has a job, and my brother actually married a millionaire, so he doesn't need to, like, you know, deal with this kind of crap. However, my other brother and my dad basically take, like, I would say 50% of my income to me paying their bills, so they don't live on the street. But I can't really, you know, not pay them, because then I'd be putting my paps out, my brother out in the street. I mean, come on! I come from a Southern family where family comes first. I can't do that shit. That'd be terrible.
Yeah, I see your point.
I just wish Dad wouldn't, like, you know, use so much credit cards and shit. Like, at least keep it at a manageable level.
Credit cards are the crack of the financial world, dude. They are.
Crack is the crack of the.
Well, that too, but you can't put crack in an ATM machine. It'll tear it up.
Then my sister actually asked me for money today because she's working at like 2 jobs, but she spends most of the money on weed. So, you know, she's just like the typical redneck. Why am I the only one in my family who owns a house?
Because you saw the lucrative advantages of owning your own home?
You know what? I'm actually gonna cut them off. I'm serious. I'm gonna cut them all off.
Yeah.
Fuck my sister going to beauty school. She wants to go to beauty school. Pay with her with one of her 2 fucking jobs. Stop paying for your fucking boyfriend.
Yeah.
I want to know where the rumor started, where Nivin was a cam girl. Does anybody know the start of that?
Well, I'm a cam girl.
I do. I know where it started. It started with Shamos. And then it continued with stupid Annabelle and Shamos' sock account and some more Annabelle bitching and some more of Shamos' other sock account. So it's essentially just been Shamos who has an issue with what I do and decides to call it cam whoring or being a cam girl. But
it's fun. And like a majority of the people in the comments are not really fun. Like, we need more fun people. Come on, people, be more fun.
Thanks, Peanut Gallery.
What do you do for reals, then?
Well, I fail to see why that should be a topic of conversation.
Okay.
You just asked
It's
that in
fine.
the side chat, and
I discussed it many times, and in fact, yeah, we just discussed it in the side chat. So I don't know why you're acting like you didn't see what was typed in the side chat.
No.
You know very well what I do. So why are you choosing to bring it up about
Wait
after you
a minute. Hello, I don't know what you do, and I
Well,
can't
look in
remember.
the fucking side chat, Von Helton.
Okay, well, geez. Give me a break. There is a such thing known as lag, you know.
No,
there's no lag in the side chat.
There's no lag in the side chat. I've discussed
from the time you say it, from the time you say it,
There's no way the side chat and people.
From the time you say it, though, to the time it actually appears, there is a slight. Yes.
No, there's not.
Well, there used to be.
It's been there for like 2 minutes now.
Yeah.
Like
I've discussed it many times before. I will discuss it again, maybe, but I fail to see why it's that important.
Okay.
We don't talk about what other people do at length in the Hangout, so I fail to see why my job needs to be discussed publicly.
I didn't know that was for real.
I still ain't getting it. I mean, I see you talking about.
Scroll up then.
I guess I'll have to. Because I'm not seeing anything that says what your job is.
Oh, man.
Yeah, well, I just put it. Yeah, I put it there.
We can go around, and why don't each of us discuss what we do for work? Wouldn't that be fun?
I train people to do things and stuff. And I also do things.
I do the same thing. I train people to do things as well.
It must have scrolled off on my screen because I don't see anything saying what you do for a living.
I make $70,000 a year.
It must have scrolled off because I don't see anywhere where it says.
No, it's there. MMA.
Yeah, I'll just update it again.
He just put it down on the bottom of the.
Oh!
There's a bad echo, by the way.
Oh, that. Well, that's not. I thought that was. I didn't think that was your job. I thought that was an extracurricular activity. Follow me? I did not think that was your job.
Extracurricular activity, baby. If you want, you can just come over here and join me.
I am being discreet. You know, I am not
that's
without.
The kind I like, man. The street kind. The kind that won't talk.
I am not without compassion. Believe it or not.
I am.
Without compassion. Oh, you are not. Quit lying.
Compassion.
But anyways,
oh yeah.
I thought when that topic was brought up that it was an extracurricular activity. I didn't know that was your job.
No, it's both. It's both an extracurricular.
Well, of course it's both. But I mean, you know.
Do what you love to do.
Oh well, whatever.
Do something you love to do, and you'll need to.
Seriously, what's Dio even doing?
Life.
Sean, what's with your interest, by the way?
I just asked
I
for
was
the
actually
sake of
curious,
conversation.
how much does this whole thing cost people? Because, like, I was just curious, like, how much does this whole thing cost?
I bet it's $100 a pop. Easy.
No.
Oh, what? And I'll pretend to be female to do that shit, man.
I mean, what are lap dances going for these fucking days? I mean, that's what, $50, $100 for a lap dance these days?
Yeah, how much does it cost to be like an online dominatrix? By the way, how the hell does that work? Because the whole point of a dominatrix is to, like, dominate the person, but that seems like you have to be there to do it. What do you do? Just call him a faggot for like an hour?
I'm being discreet, but how much does this thing cost?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, you horrible people.
I'm genuinely curious here. How much does this cost? How much do sad sex pay on the internet to hear you talk about how small their cock is for an hour?
It can be up to like tens of thousands of dollars, depending on what the arrangement is.
Fuck it. I'm now a dominatrix.
Yeah.
Hey, you, Scrooge McDuck, pay me to tell you my cock.
Talk about my dick.
Yeah.
Get me drunk on the porch.
Your dick is small. By the way, you owe me a 10 grand.
Hey, drunk on the porch guy, look up a guy called Ginger's World.
I don't think
He's a male financial
long enough
dominator.
to reach Scotland, mate. I'm sorry.
Can you imagine drunk on the porch guy like doing what Ginger's World does?
I'm sure there's people that pay.
I'll have to send him the link.
Yeah, send him the link, MMA. It's very funny.
No, it would be just like, what are you gonna do?
I'll send it to the
fucking tits, you faggot.
No, just wait, drunk on the porch guy, till you see this video. This will blow your fucking mind.
I don't understand.
It could
The actual
be
video that you need to see right here. You need to watch this and tell me what you.
I imagine that it's quite a lucrative situation.
You, Jake, also click the video I posted in the comments there. You gotta see.
It won't let me watch it.
And
yeah,
you.
it says it's drunk on the porch guy. It says the video has been removed for violating YouTube's policy on nudity and sexual content.
Damn it. Well, luckily I downloaded it. It's Christian Weston Chandler fucking a blow-up doll.
I don't really need to see that. I failed to see why
Not
you
that
think
one. No.
There's some people here that actually seen that.
I saw that the other day. I was in tears. Not as funny, not as hard as what I was just laughing at before, but it's quite something.
Well, now,
oh my god.
Well, now I gotta actually.
Okay, check out this link, drunk on the porch guy. Check that out. Tell me, this could be you. This could be your new job that you do.
Okay, hold on. Let me.
No. It should be the other one.
Oh, is it the other one?
Oh, is
okay.
this the 4-minute one?
Yeah. Oh, and the other one has. Okay, yeah. Yeah.
Wait, is that chin thing?
No.
I think that's the one with the chin thing, yeah.
No. I
Yes.
think it's, wouldn't it be a foregone conclusion that in order to be in your line of work, you would have to be an alpha personality?
No, because, well, based on what I just posted, well, technically yes, but based on what I just posted, if you look at the video I just posted, this guy is like the biggest doofus on the planet.
That's
and
not the
he's
one. I'll link the actual one.
No, the other one's been deleted.
Jesus
The other one's
Christ,
been
who
removed,
is this douchebag? He would get, like, his ass kicked at the gay bar, man. He would get, like, a butthole stomped.
No, whatever you're into.
MMA, the other one's gone.
Yep. Oh no, that was fucking hilarious.
I know. I should have downloaded it, actually. I
No.
kind of wish I did.
I got a download of the Christian Weston Chandler thing. I must save for Christery and put on, like, Pornhub or something.
I'm actually really sad that video's gone now. Why the fuck didn't I download it?
Oh, you actually seen that?
No, not that video.
Oh.
There's an
Only,
different
like,
one
the
from
most
that
hilarious
ginger fuckhead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn it. That's a real bummer that that's gone.
My cat scared me today because I was asleep on my couch. My cat woke me up. I looked over, and 5 inches away from my face, he was carrying a dead fucking mouse.
And what an interesting story.
With himself.
Wow. Wow.
He's a good boy. Aren't you, Gypsy? Come over here to your drunk daddy.
Oh my goodness.
America, where a man
really
drinks every morning and makes 70 grand a year.
I doubt he makes
a drunk man makes 70 grand a year.
I'm mad.
Training people because he actually has attainable skills and actual degrees towards his actual skills. Yeah, that's right.
Having a piece of paper on the wall don't mean jack shit to me.
Well, to be fair, I am actually a really good machinist. Like, if you get me on a machine when I'm sober, I can actually, like, out-machine.
Well, that depends. When are you sober? When are you sober?
Listen, I'm sober during work hours. I'm not sober now at, like, fucking 4 in the morning.
Well,
I've heard you tell stories, though, about, like, the owner of the company or, like, a higher-up asking you why a machine was smoking, and you just turning to her and being like, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, that's Listen, I don't know anything about plastics. I know about metal. I know about metal. I can work the machines. I cannot repair them. Like, that'd be like me saying, hey, you know how to operate a toaster, so why is your toaster not working? That's a totally different skill. That's a process tech.
Is your refrigerator running?
Actually, no.
Well, you better go catch it.
Your whole joke doesn't work because my refrigerator is not actually running. I have to buy a
Because he
new.
doesn't actually have a refrigerator.
I have like a crack dealer's refrigerator where you open it.
Because you live on somebody's porch. That's why.
I just live on my porch. That's it. There's nothing else in my universe. You think this door leads somewhere? No, that's just another door.
It leads to somebody else's house. That's where.
Yeah, yeah. I just walk to someone else's porch and do this.
It's a prop. The door is a prop.
In reality, I'm a billionaire, and all this is just a set. Nadia pays me to just sit out here. She pays me $20 a day.
I fail to see how that makes sense because you're not exactly adding a lot of great topics to the.
Exactly. I'm a distractor. What's that one guy called me? A disruptor. He called me the disruptor, like I was fucking some kind of supervillain. That Chrissy guy, the weird guy with like the mannequins in his background and the blank wall.
I don't know if calling you a disruptor is akin to calling you some sort of superhero.
No, supervillain.
Oh, supervillain. Even that,
I'm a disruptor.
Get a shirt made or something, maybe.
I do have a shirt on.
I said get a shirt made that says the disruptor.
Well, I do have a shirt, but it's a banana.
Got like a sort of
pussy destroyer.
Pussy banana backwards.
Oh, does anybody know how did the Crush and Puss thing started?
Crush and Puss?
Was it you drunk?
I don't actually know what the hell you're talking about.
What
Really?
the fuck have
we
you
have
been
15 minutes until a changeover, by the way.
Thank God.
Okay.
All right.
But nobody knows that, really.
So anyone who doesn't want me in here, you better join quick and, boot me out of here.
Or just drink some more, quickly.
What? Like alcohol poisoning on cam. Nadia's hangout would be like the most popular hangout on the planet, just because everyone would say that one guy drank himself to death on it.
I'm probably going to regret this, but why do you have a banana suit on?
Because I'm a banana.
Well, I got that part.
You want to see me peel myself?
Dr. Banana.
You want to see me peel myself, baby?
Yes, please peel back the foreskin. Please peel back the foreskin.
Oh God!
Just for James, because James is asking.
No! I'm not into the Chippendale shit. No, I'm not into that.
Don't you?
You have got
this all up on you.
No.
There are some nice boobies.
Oh, you need to use some honey. Rub in the honey.
I am way too much an alpha type to be into the.
What are you, Neo now? You're
anything,
all about alphas and betas like you did that last time.
What's that?
It's always coming back to the alphas and betas.
If anything, I'm the alpha here, because I'm the one who's...
No, you're not.
No, you are not.
Alpha is fully established.
No.
It's clearly me.
Hey, we have Albatross here. I love Albatross. He always yells about my drunkenness.
You pussy bitch.
Yeah, because the focus should always be on you and your drunkenness. That's what this is for, right?
Sure, why not? I didn't actually listen to like half that, but sure, why not?
That doesn't surprise me. Even if you did, I doubt you'd comprehend half of it. So.
Yeah, I am really drunk. I just drank Hey, how many bottles did I drink, by the way?
Who cares? It's not all about you and how drunk you are and how much bottles you've drank. So start your own
Can you please try
channel.
and cut down on this alcohol, because you will actually kill yourself.
He doesn't care though.
That's a good thing, because I'm tired of life. It's dull, and I don't really have anything to show for it, because... Really anything, really.
You said you've got a fucking house?
I do.
Wish I had a house. I can't afford a fucking house.
But I really have nothing to show for it.
Well, stop drinking and start working out and shit. You've got a lot of money.
Drunk. Serious question. Do you have any type of a significant other of any kind?
Not right now, which is one of the reasons I drink, because I cannot keep a man whatsoever.
Oh, I didn't know you were gay.
Yeah. I cannot keep anyone whatsoever, which is why I'm depressed half the time, which is why I drink most of the time. Because I am going to die alone.
You're not going to die alone unless... The only way you die alone is if you don't try. You need to get out there.
That's not necessarily the case.
Awkward, and I'm quiet when I'm sober. Like, this is what you see right here. The yelling guy on the porch. This isn't actually me. The real me is, like, if you see me, like, in the middle of the day, you'd see me in a coffee shop quietly reading. That's what you'd see.
Yeah, you're a funny, nice guy. I like talking to you. You're a cool dude. I quite think.
That's the thing. I'm only funny when I'm drunk.
I'm not laughing at you because you're drunk. I'm laughing because you're making some funny jokes occasionally. And stuff.
And that's the thing. I have low self-esteem, so I literally feel like all my jokes I'm making right now just like burn up and fall. You
need to just work on it. You just need to practice this sort of shit, like on friends, and if you've got any, just going out like to coffee shops and things like that.
No, I have actually friends.
Yeah.
Be honest.
So you're not reclusive in any way. You're not reclusive.
Really, actually, I'm actually like when I'm like you guys only see me here in the mornings because that's when all my friends are asleep. I get home from work, I hang out with my friends. On the weekends, you guys will only see me in the mornings because I'm out with my friends most of the time.
Well, then you're not alone, right?
Good shit going for you.
Thing. Most of my friends, like all my friends, are. It's like they're moving on with their life and doing things, but I seem like I'm stuck. Like my friend Cody, he's like brand new in the fire department, doing things. He's getting ready to move to New York. My friend Logan, he's getting ready to graduate from college. But then there's me. I just seem like I'm stuck in life. I have nothing going. It's just like I have nothing to the future. It's just this until I'm 40. Weird.
What would you want from the future?
That's the thing. I'm content, but when I see my other friends moving on with their lives and going, I'm like, how the hell did I make you friends? Like seriously, how did I make you guys my friends? You guys are different things.
You don't want to make people on the internet your friends.
No, that seems pathetic.
That is pretty pathetic.
Yeah,
technically all we are is...
I have internet friends, but if my internet friends are my only friends that I actually talk to, because the rest of my friends are out of the fucking state. So I'm actually really depressed because of that, because I don't even... I'm really socially awkward, like really. Like if I wasn't drinking right now, I wouldn't actually be able to talk to you guys. Like,
that just like... comes with practice, though. I used to be like that as well. Just couldn't talk to anyone. But the more you start talking to people and things like that, the better you are at it.
Yeah. I'm a bit of an introvert at times.
Yeah.
You just gotta.
I used to be. I used to be pretty shy as well. I used to have a lot of trouble talking to people, especially women. One thing I found though is the biggest thing is to just kind of stop giving a shit about what people think, honestly. Like, I mean, try to be polite and respectful of other people's ideas and feelings, but, you know, don't actually care deep down if they like you or not. Because that actually increases your confidence like tenfold, and the more confident you are, the better you seem to be received.
Yeah.
Plus the fact that I'm like kind of a local celebrity, but no, that's the weird thing. I live in like a small city of like 20,000 people, but I've been involved in a lot of weird shit along with my family, who is like the weird criminals. Like, you know how every city has those weird criminals, the ones who, like, for instance, my dad in the 90s, he got into the newspaper because he stole hundreds of trash cans.
That's brilliant.
He just loaded them into the fucking station wagon when they were drunk for no reason. They stole hundreds of trash cans.
It was the bin bandit.
My thing is, I actually call my dad a trash can, what was it called? Thief.
The bin bandit has a better ring to it.
Our newspaper isn't that good. Plus, then my brother, what's it called? He actually went through so much corn. Like, he drove his car through shitloads of corn in one night, to the point where he made like a weird corn maze.
I'm getting a better idea.
Then there's me. I ordered comic books in the mail. I got a gun. You can actually look that up online.
You know what I think would be helpful is probably not getting so drunk every night, and maybe like trying to have an actual social life that exists in other places than Google Hangouts.
I do have a social life. That's the weird thing. Like, I hang out with friends at the bar every night, and oddly enough, I don't drink.
Remember that part when I said don't get drunk every night?
Oddly enough, I already said. Oddly enough, I don't drink at the bar.
Well, I'm saying that would probably also help in how you are perceived by even people online, right? To not be like belligerently.
What do you guys think? I mean, you guys are indifferent. I'll never meet literally any of you.
Well, to be totally fair, technically all we are is pixels on a screen any fucking way.
Exactly. That's why I can talk to you guys so candid. You really think I can talk to someone this way? And, like,
well, I've met numerous people that I've met online.
I've met people online in real life too, and they were scared shitless. But that's beside the point.
Well, to be fair, one of my best friends named Logan, I met him actually online, and we met in real life, and I'm actually going to be in his wedding this October.
There you go. So that's good.
I'm going to be dressed as Skeletor. By the way, that's his idea, not mine.
Well, you know, a lot of people think
Him and his wife.
Well, a lot of people, particularly my haters, they have this perception of me that I'm some kind of fucking reclusive person, which, admittedly, I was there for a while. But actually, that's not the case. I mean, I go into town all the time. I'm constantly talking to people out on the street all the time. So I'm not introverted, and I'm not a reclusive. However, there are times when I want my space, and, you know, that's just the way it is. But, you know, so it's all about perception, and as long as you're putting yourself out there and you're going around and talking to people, you're going to be fine, you know. So quit this crap. I'm going to die alone, and what was me?
That's the weird thing. I'm not really concerned about dying alone. It's more the fact that, like, you think that, like, talking to people is so easy. When I walk up to people, I constantly have that voice in the back of my head that's like, oh my God, you're so stupid. Like, for instance, I was training this girl the other day, and I accidentally drank out of her water. So I was being a nice guy, so I was like, hey, I'm sorry I drank out of your water, you know, by mistake, because, you know, we had similar waters or whatever. I'm like, here's $1.50, go buy your water. So the entire rest of the day, I was thinking, well, she hates me now, or some shit like that, or she thinks I'm some awkward piece of shit.
Well, the key is just give her a lot more money, and maybe that'll help the situation.
Well, she was earning just minimum wage.
That's not
trying to care so much about what other people think of you. I swear, it's like the best way to make friends as well. You just be yourself and don't
it's just the best way to do anything. Yeah, it's just to not give a shit.
The best way to do it is never ever throw money at it. Ever.
Yeah.
Well, I drink, I don't give a shit. Like, for instance, Dio says he's gonna, like, dox me. I don't give a shit. What the fuck? Like, if Neil gave you my address, what the fuck would you guys care? Like, you guys would be like,
you know what I said, dude? I was going to dox you for your benefit in case something were to happen to you.
Who cares? No one cares.
I think if you were dying, you would fucking
People
care.
would care if you like died like on cam. People would care, and they would try to get your information so that they could call 911 for you.
I would fucking care, man. I'd be sad.
Drunk, I just drunk. What did I open this show with? When I first come in the room and you told me about your
don't know, because as
what
I
did
said,
no. What did I say?
I don't know.
I said if you died on camera, it would suck, and that's what I mean. I mean what I say, and I say what I mean. Hello, alpha personality here. Okay, if I saw you pass out in a violent way, a dangerous way, yes, I would call 911. Duh.
Okay, I recommend switching over to the new.
Okay, hey Nadia, post the.
It'll be on the.
Oh, he's
a
posted.
little bit of a wrinkle.
Good.
Well, what I ran into was you know, it worked all well and good for various social settings and such. However, it ended up being a little bit more difficult when it came down to things like jobs. Go ahead. Okay.